The wind clawed at the ramparts of Winterfell, moaning like some lost thing. But inside the gods' wood all was hush, silent as the grave. Snow lay thick upon the branches, muffling the world in a soft, icy shroud. Beneath the weirwood, Bran Stark sat cross-legged, his cloak pulled around him, eyes half-lidded as if sleep had taken him. The trees' red leaves rustled, though no breeze disturbed the sacred grove, and the old gods listened as the boy's mind wandered far beyond the north. He dreamed of crows and shadows, of tangled roots and deep-running waters, but most of all, Bran dreamed of his father, Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell, riding beneath a southern sun towards a fate neither could name. Yet Bran could see it. In his dreams, the world was threads, twisting, tangling, knotting into cruel snares. Sometimes he saw faces in the dark, little birds whispering, a woman's cruel smile, a golden lion crouched at the heart of the maze. Sometimes he saw blood. Always he saw his father walking a road lined with swords, each one meant for his back. He woke to the taste of iron on his tongue, and a certainty heavy as a stone in his chest. The weirwood's face looked down at him, eyes bleeding sap, mouth twisted in a silent cry. Bran staggered to his feet. His legs had never moved the same since his fall, but still he moved, because he must. He clutched at roots and branches, heedless of the cold. He knew where he needed to be. For the first time since his accident, since the maester's poppy dreams and Hodor's gentle arms, Bran walked unaided across the snow. He found Ned Stark in his solar candlelight flickering over maps and letters. Catelyn had taken to pacing in recent weeks, her anxiety for her husband's journey to King's Landing as sharp as the chill outside, but Ned's stillness was of another kind. He was a man forged in winter, face hard as old iron, but his eyes betrayed him. The worry, the weight, the love for his children. "Father." Bran's voice was soft, uncertain. The voice of a boy, still learning to be a man. Ned looked up. For an instant, he only saw his crippled son, but then he saw something else. A tightness about the mouth, a tremor in the hand Bran laid on the table. Ned closed his book. "What is it, Bran? Is something amiss?" Nebeanterwanter. Bran did not know how to begin. How could he? Dreams and visions were the stuff of old wives and wildlings, not Starks. But the words spilled from him, unbidden. "I dreamed you were walking in darkness, Father, with swords at your back, and every step you took, more shadows gathered. They whispered your name. Some called you friend, but they lied. They meant to harm you." Bran's eyes were distant, unfocused. A golden lion, waiting in the dark. A mockingbird with a dagger behind his smile. A queen who weeps poison. "Father, you must not trust them. Any of them." "And now when's Pacey?" Ned's jaw clenched. He rose, rounding the table, laying a heavy hand on Bran's shoulder. "Hush, my boy. You've had a frightful dream, that's all." But Bran shook his head. "It was more than a dream. The tree showed me. The old gods showed me. Please, promise you'll be careful. Promise you'll listen." Ned Stark prided himself on being a practical man, a rational man. But there was something in his son's voice, in the way the shadows danced around him, that gave him pause. His own father had taught him the ways of the North, never to dismiss the warnings of the gods, no matter how strange. He looked into Bran's pale, haunted eyes, and the memory of a younger man, himself, standing in this same room, listening to his own father speak of omens and ravens, surged up. He pulled Bran close. "I promise, Bran, I will be careful. I will listen." But even as he said the words, he could not know what they would mean. Bran's warning settled like frost in Ned's mind, cold and persistent. He spoke little of it to Catelyn. She had enough worries, with Jon Arryn dead in King's Landing, and Lysa's wild letter arriving on the wings of terror. He watched her as she paced before the fire, eyes rimmed red with worry. The South called to them, a snake's hiss in the night. But when the king's procession arrived in a storm of banners and dust, when Robert Baratheon himself rode through the gates with all the force of remembered friendship and a retinue of strangers, Ned watched each man with new eyes. Bran's visions haunted him. He studied the Lannisters most closely. The Lion's brood. Queen Cersei, golden-haired and imperious, walked arm in arm with her brother Jaime, whose armor gleamed in the northern sun. Tyrion the Imp watched everything from the shadows, eyes bright as coins. Even Joffrey, the Crown Prince, looked at Winterfell with contempt. Ned's memories warred with his caution. Robert was his oldest friend, yet even the king seemed changed, a mountain grown heavy, weighed down by regrets and secrets. That night, as they feasted in the great hall, Ned sat beside Robert, watching the way the king laughed too loudly, drank too deeply. He watched the queen's smiles, too cold, too sharp. Later, when the hall had emptied and the fires burned low, Ned walked alone through the echoing corridors. He found himself in the Godswood, where Bran so often lingered now, staring into the heart tree as if hoping it would answer unspoken questions. Ned knelt. If the old god sent me a warning, let me see clearly. Let me know my enemies from my friends. The wind stirred the red leaves. Ned felt a presence, heavy and ancient, watching him. He stood, shivering, and went inside. Bran dreamed again, more vividly than before. He saw corridors twisted like roots beneath King's Landing, voices muttering in darkness. He saw his father sitting in a hall of marble, hands clenched around the hilt of ice. Around him, men in gold and crimson whispered. A spider moved through the shadows, spinning webs no blade could cut. A mockingbird smiled and sang songs of loyalty, but each note was a lie. This time, Bran did not wait for morning. He called for Maester Luwin, voice trembling with urgency. "It's not safe," Bran said. "Father must not trust the queen, or her brothers, or Lord Baelish. He must keep his own counsel, trust only blood." Nalmahiptiwire. Luwin's brow furrowed. He saw the agitation in Bran's eyes, the fever brightness that spoke of something beyond ordinary nightmares. The Maester was a man of learning, but even he could not entirely dismiss the power of dreams, not in the Stark line. He wrote a letter that night, sealed it with wax, and pressed it into Ned's hand at dawn. "Bran had another dream, my lord. It troubles me." Ned read the letter, silent. He did not speak of it, but when the day came for him to leave for King's Landing, he embraced Bran tightly. "Remember," Bran whispered, "they will try to fool you. They will call you friend, but they mean to betray." Ned's eyes were grave. "I will remember." The journey south was long and the road hard. Ned traveled in the king's company, but he found himself more alone than ever before. The country changed as they rode, the forest thinning, the air warming, the land becoming softer, richer, more treacherous. He watched the Lannisters, always the Lannisters. Jaime, too polite by half, a golden shadow at Robert's side. Tyrion, sly and sharp-tongued, eyes that missed nothing. And Cersei, always watching, always calculating. She treated Sansa with a kindness so pointed it cut, but Ned saw the malice beneath her smiles. Varys, the king's spy master, haunted the court like a phantom. Littlefinger, with his mockingbird pin, offered friendship, but his eyes were too clever, his words too sweet. Ned remembered Bran's warnings, felt them as a weight in his bones. He trusted only his men, Jory Castle, Harwin, and the other Northmen who had ridden south with him. As they entered King's Landing, the city was a riot of color and sound, but beneath it all Ned sensed something rotten. He watched the gold cloaks, the painted smiles, the courtiers who bowed and scraped and whispered. Everywhere the game was afoot. He did not know who to trust. Bran's dreams grew stranger. Sometimes he saw the past. His father as a young man, swords ringing in the Tower of Joy. Sometimes he saw futures that danced like leaves on the wind. Once he saw Catelyn weeping over a bloodied sheet. Once he saw Sansa, eyes wide with terror, hands stained red. He learned to walk the woods with Hodor at his side, and soon Mira and Jojen Reed arrived at Winterfell, bringing tales of green dreams and secrets too deep for any maester. Jojen saw the power in Bran, recognized it for what it was, a gift and a burden. "You're a Greenseer," Jojen told him. "You can see what was and what may yet be. But the future is never certain, Bran. It shifts with every choice, every word. If you warn your father, you change the dream. Bran's heart twisted. I have to try. I have to help him. Jojen only nodded. But be careful. Even the kindest warnings can become snares. Man. Fenro. In King's Landing, the web tightened. Ned kept his own counsel, spurning Baelish's invitations to secret meetings. He watched the queen with wary eyes, answered her honeyed words with silence. When Varys came whispering of dangers, Ned listened but gave little away. He wrote often to Catelyn, cautioning her to trust no one save family. He sent word to Robb, warning him to keep Winterfell strong and the Bannermen close. He visited his daughters daily, reminding them of their northern roots, their loyalty to blood. When news came of Lysa Arryn's accusations, that the Lannisters had murdered Jon Arryn, Ned did not dismiss it. He listened to Sir Barristan Selmy's quiet counsel. He questioned Sir Hugh of the Vale, looking for poison in every cup. Bran's warnings echoed in every choice he made. But the city was a snare, and Ned felt it closing around him. Each day brought new secrets. He learned of King Robert's bastards, hidden in the city's alleys. He saw the way the gold cloaks eyed him. Loyalty bought and sold. He watched Sansa become infatuated with Joffrey, blind to the cruelty beneath his beauty. When Littlefinger brought him word of the brothel where one of Robert's bastards lived, Ned went. But this time he brought Jory, Tomard, and a dozen men. He found the girl, Gendry's mother, frightened but alive, and he told her quietly to flee the city, to trust no one. He left gold for her passage and burned the records of her child. When Jaime Lannister confronted him in the street, Ned did not let his guard down. The Kingslayer's words were polite, but his eyes were knives. You have too many enemies here, Stark, Jaime said. The city is no place for honest men. Honest men need not fear liars, Ned replied, hand on his sword. Jaime only smiled. That night, Bran dreamed of a hand falling onto hard stone, fingers twisting like roots. He saw ravens circling the Red Keep, saw blood running down marble stairs. He woke gasping, and in the dark, he whispered his father's name. Far to the south, Ned Stark woke as if to a distant voice. He rose, went to the window, and stared out at the city. The moon was bright, the night silent save for the far-off howl of a wolf. He could not sleep. In the morning, he summoned his household. There is danger here, he told them. Be vigilant. Trust only one another. If anything happens to me, ride north. Protect my daughters. Keep the north strong. Jory nodded, grave. As you command, my lord. The days passed. Robert named Ned Hand of the King, and the council circled him like sharks. Ned kept his distance from Littlefinger, spoke warily to Pycelle. Varys watched, ever silent, ever smiling. Cersei came to him one night, eyes glinting in the candlelight. My Lord Stark, I hope you are finding the city to your liking. Nay, it is different from the north, Ned said. She leaned in. There are many in the capital who pretend friendship, but they all play the game. I hope you are careful. He met her gaze, unflinching. I take nothing for granted, Your Grace. She laughed, a sound with no warmth. Good. Because the only men who survive in King's Landing are those who keep their eyes open. He watched her go, and thought of Bran's warnings. He would not be fooled. The city seemed to turn on a pivot, each day sharper than the last. A letter arrived from Winterfell. Bran had fallen ill after another terrible dream. Catelyn wrote of shadows on the wall, of voices in the dark. Ned's heart twisted. He ached to go home, to see his children safe. But duty bound him. One evening, Sansa came to him, her eyes red-rimmed. Father, the Queen says I should spend more time with Joffrey. She says we will be king and queen one day. Ned knelt, brushing a strand of auburn hair from her face. Do not trust the Queen, Sansa, or Joffrey. Remember who you are, a Stark of Winterfell. She nodded, swallowing tears. As summer bled into autumn, Ned followed every thread he could find. Jon Arryn's death, the Lannister debts, the whispers of poison. He met secretly with Sir Barristan and Renly Baratheon, weighing every word. He sent letters to Stannis, inviting him to court. He found Sir Hugh dead on the tourney field. blood bubbling from his lips. He watched as Littlefinger laughed and joked with the king, as the queen smiled her cold, sharp smile. But Ned trusted nothing. He moved carefully, watched, waited. He did not go to the brothel alone. He did not take wine from the queen's table. He spoke only what he must, held back secrets even from Robert. He waited, watched, listened. Every day he remembered Bran's word. In Winterfell, Bran's dreams became visions. He saw the city, saw his father's face strained and tired. He saw the Lannisters plotting, Littlefinger smiling, Varys lurking. He saw Sansa, Arya, alone in a sea of wolves. He saw the shadows close. He sent letter after letter, warning of what was to come, begging his father to come home. Each time, the ravens flew south. And in King's Landing, Ned Stark listened. He trusted no one. He waited for the trap to spring. And this time, when it did, he would be ready. Aye. The bells of the great sept told the hour, a brazen sound echoing through marble corridors, ringing in every hollow place in Ned's chest. Morning spilled over King's Landing in the same way it always did. A city waking to its own secrets, gulls screaming over the Red Keep, the honeyed stench of life crowding every crooked alley. The hand of the king dressed alone, slipping the white fur of Winterfell over a tunic of gray and black. And for a moment, Ned Stark felt he could almost see snow settling on the stones outside, blanketing the filth, covering the scars. He walked the galleries, letting his eyes linger on the tapestries of Targaryen conquests, on the deep blue of the narrow sea, on the distant glint of sunlight off a Lannister lion's mane. Guards snapped to attention as he passed. Men he trusted, but only so far as a sword's edge and the oath they'd sworn. Jory fell in behind him with a nod, silent as always. Tamard, dour and steady, waited at the stairwell. They did not ask where he was going. That was the way of it now. No one asked, and fewer answered. The small council gathered in its usual fashion, a circle of power and suspicion. Grand Maester Pycelle, beard trailing like old snow, nodded over his cup of watered wine, pretending to be half-blind. Lord Renly, Robert's youngest brother, wore green velvet and an amused smile, but the laughter in his eyes did not reach his voice. Lord Petyr Baelish leaned back in his chair, fingers drumming on the table, eyes bright with secrets. Varys, as ever, radiated obsequious politeness. His silks rustled as he inclined his bald head, the scent of sweet perfumes swirling in the air around him. King Robert was late, as was his custom, but the council began regardless. Cersei's absence was remarked upon but not mourned. Matters of coin, Baelish began, rolling a gold piece over his knuckles. The royal coffers are stretched thin. The hand might counsel his grace on the matter of— "We will speak to the King of Debts in his presence, Lord Baelish," Ned said, voice harder than he intended. "Until then, I would hear the maester's report." Pycelle's mumbling stretched over the council like cobwebs. Pestilence in the city. Grain prices high. He spoke of a pox in the poorer districts, of unrest among the small folk, of rumors from the docks. Something about a black ship from Bravos, a merchant with a tongue for prophecy. Ned listened, every detail filed away. He let the council's talk wash over him, keeping his gaze steady, his words measured. Baelish watched him as a cat watches a bird. Varys smiled. When the king arrived, sweating beneath a surcoat embroidered with stags, they rose in deference. Robert's mood was foul. He swept his gaze over them, lingered on Ned, and dropped into his chair with a heavy sigh. "Sycophants and fools," he muttered. "The lot of them," then asked for wine. Baelish poured, but Ned kept his cup full of water. He never drank what he had not poured himself, never touched food until one of his men had tasted it first. He learned. Bran's warning was always in his ear, soft and insistent as a winter wind. When the council ended, Robert detained him. "You're as grim as a septon at a brothel, Ned. Have you no mirth in you?" the king grumbled. "My place is not to laugh, your grace. My place is to keep you safe, and your kingdom secure." Robert frowned. "You speak as if I'm in danger." "A king is always in danger, Robert, even when he thinks himself safe. Especially then." Robert only laughed, but Ned saw something flicker in the king's gaze, a fear perhaps, or memory of a fear. He placed a hand on Robert's shoulder, as he might have long ago in Winterfell, when boys ran through wolf-haunted woods, and the world was smaller. "Be careful whom you trust," he said. "Some men wear their loyalty like a cloak. It changes with the weather." Robert's laughter faded. "Hey, you've grown sour, Stark. But I'll grant you that. I'll keep my wits about me." He said it with the air of a promise, but Ned knew better. In King's Landing, even oaths were coins passed hand to hand, worn thin by lies. Ned left the king's solar, the weight of the city pressing down on his shoulders. He found Sansa in the queen's garden, Arya not far behind her, the two sisters circling each other warily. Sansa was speaking softly, hands folded before her, trying to be the Lady Cersei wanted. Arya scuffed her boots in the dirt, hair tangled, a stubborn frown on her face. "Sansa," Ned said, gentle but insistent. "Walk with me." Arya slipped away, darting into the shadows of the garden. Sansa clung to his arm. "Father," she said, "the queen says the wedding will be the grandest in 100 years. She's promised me rubies for my hair and—" "Listen to me," Ned interrupted. He crouched before her, forced her to look into his eyes. "You are a Stark of Winterfell. In this place, that is all you have. You cannot trust the Queen or Joffrey or anyone in the Red Keep save your blood. Smile, be courteous, but speak little. Keep your secrets close. Do you understand?" "Melanie." Sansa's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "Why? Why would you say such things?" "Because the world is not as you dream it, child, and because I love you." He pulled her close. He held her for a long moment, wishing he could shield her from the south, from the games and lies that passed for courtly love. But there was no shield, no wall tall enough to keep out poison. He sent Sansa back to her lessons and found Arya by the kitchens, arguing with hot pie over a stolen tart. Arya saw him and squared her shoulders, defiant. "Am I in trouble?" "Not today." Ned had crouched beside her. "Arya, you must stay out of trouble. No more sword lessons. No more running wild." Her eyes widened. "But father," "Not because I don't want you to learn, but because you're being watched. The queen doesn't care for you, nor does Joffrey. You must be careful. Promise me you will." She nodded, biting her lip. Ned ruffled her hair, then stood, his heart heavy. He returned to his chambers as dusk settled over the city. His men were waiting. Jory, Tomar, Desmond, men of the north, loyal to the bone. "My lord," Jory said, "Littlefinger has invited you to the brothel again. Says he's found something you must see." Ned's lips thinned. "Have 6 men ready. We will go, but we will not go alone. Not this time." Jory nodded. The other men exchanged glances. They had learned caution as their lord had learned it. And if they found it strange to be marching through the city at night, they did not question. Ned rode out at sunset, the city's shadows lengthening, the streets noisy with the commerce of dusk. Littlefinger met them at the gates, a mocking smile on his lips. "My lord Hand, always so many guards. You won me. Do you think I would lead you into danger?" "I think King's Landing is danger, Lord Baelish." Baelish bowed low. "You are wise, Lord Stark. Come then." They wound through the streets, past the fishmongers and beggars, past the lepers huddled by their fires, to a narrow house at the foot of Visenia's hill. Baelish led them inside, down a candlelit corridor, to a room where a young woman cradled an infant in her arms. "She says the boy is Robert's," Baelish whispered, too softly for the guards to hear. Proof, perhaps, for those who know how to use it. Ned stared at the child. Black hair, blue eyes, the Baratheon stamp, unmistakable. The girl's story tumbled out in gasps and whispers, but Ned's mind was already moving beyond her. Baelish wanted something. He always did. "I thank you for your discretion," Ned said at last. "You will see that she and the child are safe, Lord Baelish?" Baelish smiled. "As safe as anyone can be in the city." Ned did not linger. He left gold for the girl, and returned to the Red Keep, his men in tow. On the way, he felt the press of eyes in the darkness, the promise of danger on every corner. He did not trust Baelish, not even for a heartbeat. That night, a letter arrived from Winterfell. Bran's hand was unsteady, the words halting, but the meaning clear as sunrise. Beware the golden lion. Beware the mockingbird. Do not eat. Do not drink, unless you know the hand that serves you. They will smile, Father, but their hearts are daggers. Ned burned the letter after reading it. The ashes smoldered in the hearth as he stared into the flames. A week passed. Tension coiled around the Red Keep like a serpent, invisible but suffocating. King Robert was distracted, hunting and feasting, trusting Ned to run the kingdom. The Queen plodded behind her painted mask. Joffrey strutted in the yard, practicing with a blunted sword, watched by his hound. One morning, Catelyn arrived in secret, cloaked and hooded, bringing word from Lysa Arryn. She met Ned in the crypts beneath the keep, the Stone Kings of Westeros watching from their tombs. She says Jon was murdered, Catelyn whispered, clutching Ned's arm. She says it was the Lannisters. Ned nodded. I know. She stared. How? He looked at her, unsure how much to confess. Bran sees things. In dreams? He warned me. Every step I take, I look for the lion's claws. Baelish is no friend. Varys is worse. She shivered. Should we run? Take the girls and flee? Not yet, Ned said. Not unless I must. There are things I must learn here. Things that will decide more than just our lives. Bend. She nodded, but her hand trembled as she squeezed his. After Catelyn left, Ned summoned his men. We will watch the Lannisters. We will watch Baelish. No man leaves his post. No one speaks to a soul outside this room. Trust only each other. Jory nodded. As you say, my lord. They set watches at every corridor leading to Ned's quarters, doubled the guard at Sansa and Arya's doors, inspected every cup and plate before they were touched. Men grumbled, but they obeyed. Varys came calling at dusk, drifting into Ned's shoulder like a breath of silk. His voice was soft, soothing. My lord Hand, may I speak with you alone? Jory lingered, but Ned nodded, and the men withdrew. I come only to warn you, Varys said, voice feather light. There are those in the city who mean you harm. The Queen, for one. Lord Baelish, for another. They do not forgive, and they do not forget. Ned studied him. And you? I am but a humble servant, my lord. I seek only the safety of the realm. But there are whispers. Dangerous whispers. You must take care. Ned's eyes narrowed. If you know so much, tell me, why was Jon Arryn killed? Varys bowed his head. He learned something. Something he should not have. And now others seek to learn it too. The game grows bloodier. Whose game? Varys spread his hands. Everyone's, my lord. King, Queen, Council, even you. Ned watched him leave, and made his decision. He summoned Sir Barristan Selmy to his chambers. You are the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, Ned said. You have served 3 kings. I need to know, whom do you trust among the council? Selmy met his eyes, unflinching. None of them, my lord. The council has always been a pit of snakes. I trust my sword, and the vows I swore. Ned nodded. Then I ask for your sword, should the need arise. You have it, Selmy said. That night, Ned met Renly Baratheon in a shadowed corridor, away from prying eyes. Jon Arryn was murdered, Ned said. The Lannisters had reason. The Queen's children, do you know of them? Renly paled. There are rumors. But if what you suggest is true, Ned pressed on. I have letters for Stannis. They must reach him without interception. Can I trust your men? Renly nodded, lips thin. You can trust me. They parted with little more than a nod. Ned returned to his rooms, every sense straining. He felt the weight of eyes in every shadow, heard the creak of floorboards, and wondered if it was a friend or foe. He slept little. Dreams twisted around him. Bran's voice, a weirwood's bloody face, the hiss of steel in the dark. He found Arya in the Godswood, practicing with her wooden sword. She froze when he approached, but he only smiled. Be careful, little one. Trust your instincts. They'll serve you better than courtiers. She grinned. I will, father. He kissed her brow. And if anything happens, run. Find your brother. Find your pack." She nodded, fiercely solemn. Sansa came to him, weeping. "The Queen says I may not see Jane anymore," she sobbed. "She says I am to be a lady. That Arya shames us all." Ned wrapped her in his arms. "Be who you are, Sansa. A Stark? Never forget it." He wrote to Robb that night, the words brief and hard. "Winterfell must be ready. Trust no one south of the Neck." At court, the tension snapped. King Robert announced a grand tourney to celebrate Ned's appointment. The city flooded with knights. Sellswords, banners streaming. Gold changed hands, wagers rose, and the small folk whispered of blood. Ned watched Sir Hugh of the Vale die on the field, a lance through the throat. He saw Loras Tyrell hand victory to the Kingslayer, a nod between them too practiced to be chance. He watched the Queen smile at the carnage. After the tourney, Littlefinger approached. "A word, my lord?" "I have little to say to you, Petter." Baelish smiled. "That is well. I do all the talking. You are not safe here, Ned. Not now. Perhaps not ever. But if you wish to learn the truth of Jon Arryn's death, you must trust someone." "No." Ned turned away. "Not you." Baelish's smile faded. "You'll find in the end that you have fewer friends than you thought." Ned left him in the corridor, his mind racing. That night, a knife appeared beneath his pillow. A plain thing, simple and sharp, but the threat unmistakable. Jory doubled the watch. Ned slept in his chair, sword across his knees. A raven came from Winterfell, Bran's hand shaky, but his meaning clear. The dream changed. "Now I see a wolf, surrounded by lions. Don't trust the spider, the bird, or the lion's kin. They are all part of the same snare." Ned set the letter in the fire, then stared at the dying embers. In the morning, he went to Robert, found him drunk and raging. "Why do you not listen, Ned? The city stinks of secrets, and all you do is watch." "I watch because I must, Robert. Because the time will come when you must act, and if you act blindly, it will destroy us both." Robert stared at him, old wounds surfacing. "Is this how it was in the north? Always waiting for the wolf's bite?" Ned shook his head. "In the north, the wolf knows the dangers. In the south, the wolf is a stranger in a den of snakes." He left Robert to his cups. Every word, every warning, seemed to draw the noose tighter. Catelyn's letter arrived, breathless and hurried. "I have taken Tyrion Lannister captive at the inn. I ride for the Eyrie. Pray for us." Ned's hand trembled. He knew what would come of this. War, perhaps, or worse. The city was already alive with rumor. He summoned Sansa and Arya, gave them each a northern coin. "Keep this with you always. Anything happens, show it to no one but a Stark or a man of the north. Understand?" "Nan." They nodded, confused, but obedient. He told Jory, "If we must flee, we ride north at the first sign. No hesitation." Jory nodded, grim. That night, the Queen sent for him. He found her alone in her solar, firelight glinting off her gold. "My Lord Stark," she said, "we are both strangers in this court, but I have learned to play the game. I suggest you do the same." "I play no games, Your Grace." She smiled. "A barbed thing. Then you will lose." He bowed, left her presence, and wondered how much time remained. When Varys came again, his warning was more pointed. "The king will go hunting soon. Be wary, my lord. There are plans afoot to her." "Whose plans?" "The Queen's, Baelish's, even Renly's. You are the one thing none of them can control." Ned nodded. He saw now that the game was closing. He wrote to Robb again, a single line. "Be ready." He packed what he could. He sent half his household to the docks, telling them to wait for a sign. He visited Sansa and Arya once more, holding them close. "Remember who you are. Remember Winterfell." He slept little, if at all. The city waited, breathing, watching, and Bran's warnings echoed through every heartbeat. The wolves of Winterfell, for the first time, were prepared for the storm to come. Gake. Darkness settled thick over the Red Keep as if the stones themselves had absorbed 1,000 years of secrets and spat them out at nightfall, turning every torch into a shadow maker. Ned sat at his desk in the dim, quill poised above parchment. A letter begun and abandoned 6 times. Each word felt like an arrow loosed, each phrase a step onto uncertain ice. He weighed every name, every warning, hearing Bran's voice whispering from half a world away. His sons were far. His daughters were close but growing distant. Sansa drawn further into the Queen's web, Arya slipping through shadows. The city held its breath. Ned felt the pressure of 1,000 eyes and 1,000 knives. He pressed on. Jory arrived at midnight, gaunt, restless. "All's quiet, my lord. Too quiet, I'd say." Ned nodded, eyes rimmed red from sleepless nights. "Have Tamar double the watch at the doors in the yard. You and Desmond stay close. No one comes in or out unbidden." Jory inclined his head. "The men grumble. They say the city's turned against us." "Then let them grumble," Ned said. "So long as they are ready." He reached for a letter on the table, the wax still soft from the candle's heat. His hand lingered over the seal. "The dire wolf of House Stark." The message within was plain. "Ride at first light. Take half the household and Sansa and Arya if things go wrong. Do not wait for me." He handed it to Jory. "If the bells ring at midday, you are to take the girls and go. No arguments." Jory frowned but nodded. "Aye, my lord." When Jory had gone, Ned slumped in the chair, head bowed. He heard the wind batter the stones, the restless mutter of the city's dreams. Somewhere below, a dog barked, the sound sharp as a warning. He wished he could dream of snow instead of blood. He did not know how long he sat thus before a gentle knock sounded. It was Arya, barefoot, hair wild, a shadow in the flicker of the candle. "Can I stay?" she whispered. He nodded, and she slipped in, curling on the rug near the fire, needle across her knees. She watched him, wary but wanting comfort, as if she knew she would not see her father's face like this again. He left the letter open on the table and beckoned her close. Arya climbed into his lap, her legs knobby as a colt's. Ned brushed her hair back and held her, feeling the fierce heat of her loyalty and the sharper heat of her fear. "Are we going home?" she asked, voice muffled against his doublet. "I hope so, little one. I hope so." "Ned." She nodded and closed her eyes, the long lashes fanned out on her pale cheeks. Ned watched her breathe, each breath precious. When at last she slept, he carried her to her chamber and tucked her into bed, then stood in the doorway, watching the dark gather around her. The city woke sluggish, heavy with rain. Fat drops streaked the windows, ran in rivulets down the pink stone, and gathered in pools along the walk of shame. Ned broke his fast in silence, pushing food around his plate. Sansa did not appear. Arya sat beside him, eyes puffy with sleep, but jaw set with resolve. A page arrived, a boy in Lannister crimson. "The Queen requests Lady Sansa's presence in the Queen's ballroom. Lady Arya is to remain with her septa." Ned nodded, waving the boy away. Arya's eyes narrowed, suspicion alive in her gaze. "I won't leave Sansa," she said. "You must, for now. Watch. Listen. Don't speak unless you must." She gritted her teeth but obeyed, trailing after her septa with a last, smoldering look. Ned watched the rain for a long while, thinking. He sent word to Varys, requesting a meeting. He sent word to Renly, to Sir Barristan, to every man he thought might be an ally. Few answered. Jory returned, armor under his cloak, sword loose at his hip. "The men are ready. Your carriage waits." Ned moved through the halls of the Red Keep, his steps measured. He found Sansa at the Queen's side, eyes wet but hopeful, her hands trembling as Cersei praised her beauty. Cersei's gaze slid to Ned, an oil slick of calculation. "My Lord Stark, we are planning the most splendid wedding for your daughter. Surely you are pleased." Ned's answer was careful. "A Stark is honored by the king's favor. My daughter is young. Perhaps the match should wait until she is grown." Cersei's smile cut. "In King's Landing, my lord, girls must grow up quickly." He nodded, wary. "Girls and boys both." She laughed softly, turning back to Sansa Kai. You will be queen, sweetling. Isn't that every girl's dream? Sansa nodded, dazzled. Ned's heart twisted. He placed a hand on her shoulder. Remember your lessons, Sansa. Remember home. He left them then, a bitter taste in his mouth. Outside the hall, Varys appeared as if conjured, wafting forward in perfumed silk. My lord Hand, he whispered. There are strange tidings. The king rides to hunt this morning. The council meets in your absence. Beware the space you leave behind. Sir. Ned's mouth tightened. Who called the meeting? Lord Baelish. He says it's a matter of coin. Of course. Varys offered a shallow bow and melted away. Ned returned to his rooms, called for ink and parchment, and began a letter for Stannis. He wrote every secret he had, every suspicion, laying out the queen's children, the threats to the throne, Jon Arryn's death. He sealed it, pressed wax hard, and sent Tomard with it to the stables, where a swift courier was already waiting. Ride north, by way of the King's Road. Avoid Lannister men. Ride hard, and do not stop. Deliver this to Dragonstone, not to anyone else, not even if the king himself asks for it. Tomard nodded, fierce with northern pride. It will be done, my lord. Ned watched him go. The rain was easing, the air sharp with the scent of wet stone. He felt time shortening, the world narrowing to a single corridor, a single moment. He dressed with care, gray wool, the black of mourning, his silver direwolf pin bright against his chest. He girded his sword, checked the edge, and set out for the small council. The chamber was full when he arrived. Baelish, Pycelle, Renly, Varys, and Sir Barristan all gathered around the long table. The king's chair was empty. Baelish rose, all smiles. My lord Hand, we were just discussing the costs of the upcoming tournament. The crown's debts are... Ned held up a hand. The king is not here. The council will wait. Baelish's mouth quirked. But the king entrusted you, and I say we wait. He met each gaze in turn, unblinking. Varys inclined his head. Pycelle grumbled. Renly drummed his fingers. Baelish's eyes narrowed, reading Ned's mood. When the king's return was announced, a day early, Robert drunk and roaring from the rain, the council rose. Ned left at once, meeting Robert in the royal apartments. Robert was drenched, his eyes bloodshot, his mood black as the storm outside. Gods, Ned, this city eats at my bones. Even the hunt soured in my mouth. Too many damned Lannisters. Too many damned debts. Are you my friend still? Ned clasped Robert's arm, feeling the old bond stir beneath the layers of time and distance. Always, but you must listen. There are things... Robert scowled. I know about the debts. Let Baelish sort them. I have troubles of my own. Cersei hounds me. Joffrey whines. The council plots. Only you stand by me. Nesuna. Ned nodded. Then trust me, Robert. Don't leave the city. Don't drink wine poured by strangers. And do not let Baelish near the treasury. Robert blinked, suspicion clouding his features. What is it, Ned? What do you know? I know this city is a nest of vipers, and I know you are alone here, save for me. The king grunted, waving a hand. You see shadows everywhere. You're like an old woman. Still, I'll heed you for now. They parted with the uneasy warmth of brothers grown wary with age. That night, Bran's letter arrived. It was brief, lines smudged and crooked. Father, I see you in the dark. The lion's teeth are sharp. The mockingbird sings lies. The queen walks with poison in her gown. Beware the gold. Beware the bird. Beware the queen. Ned's hand shook as he held the letter above the candle and let it burn. The night passed in a haze. Arya slipped into his chambers, holding needle. They say the gold cloaks are gathering in the yard, she whispered. Jory says not to worry, but I worry. Nancy. Good, Ned said. Never trust a city that smiles. He pressed her close, his voice low. If anything happens, Arya, you run. You run and hide and don't stop until you find someone you trust. She nodded. fierce and silent. In the darkness, Ned dreamed of the heart tree, the red sap like blood, Bran's face in the weirwood's mouth pleading. The city burned behind him, voices rising in 1,000 tongues, each calling his name. Morning broke, and the city was already in motion, restless and ravenous. Ned dressed for court, keeping his sword at his side. Jory met him in the corridor, face grim. "There are our Lannister men at the gates, my lord. Gold cloaks everywhere." "Let them watch," Ned said. "We watch back." He made his way through the crowded halls. Sansa's pale face glimpsed among a knot of ladies, Arya's wild hair flashing at the edge of sight. The Red Keep was alive with rumor. Some said the king was ill. Some that Baelish had been seen in the black cells. Some that the queen had locked herself away. Ned found Varys in the gallery overlooking the throne room. The eunuch's face was a mask. "Is it today?" Ned asked. Varys nodded. "If not today, soon." The queen grows desperate. She is afraid. Of me. Of the truth you carry. And the children you might save from her claws. Ned's mouth was set in a thin line. "And what do you want, Varys?" "A realm at peace. A king who lives long enough to rule." Ned grunted. "Then pray for strong walls." He turned away, the throne room echoing behind him. Robert summoned him late that afternoon. The king sat on the edge of the bed, heavy with drink, his face blotched and weary. "I am leaving tomorrow, Ned. South, for the hunt. You are to be regent in my absence." "Nah." Ned's blood ran cold. "Do not go, Robert. The city is not safe. Not for you." Robert laughed, a broken thing. "Safe enough. I need to breathe, Ned. I cannot do it here." Ned tried to speak, but the words died in his throat. Robert clapped him on the back. "Take care of my children," Robert said. "Take care of the kingdom." Ned swore he would, but it felt like an oath already broken. That night, he gathered Jory and the household guard. "The king leaves at dawn. Watch the yard, watch the kitchens. Watch every man with Lannister colors." Jory nodded. "What of the gold cloaks?" "Trust them as little as the rest." He slept, but not deeply. When he woke, the king's party was already gone. Robert's laughter echoing through the halls, the city turning on its axis. The council met without him, Baelish presiding, Pycelle droning. He spent the morning with Sansa and Arya, reading letters from Winterfell, tracing the shape of Bran's warnings in his mind. Midday came with no bells, no sign of danger. He let his guard relax. Just a little. It was then that Ser Barristan came for him, face ashen. "The king is grievously wounded, gored by a boar." Ned went at once, finding Robert pale, blood welling from a gut wound, the queen at his side, face calm as snow. She looked up at Ned and smiled. "The king wishes to speak to you, my lord." Ned knelt by Robert's side. The king's breath was labored, his hand bloody. "Right," Robert gasped. "Right that you are regent, until my son comes of age. Protect him, Ned." Ned wrote, the words twisting in his hand. When he was done, Robert scrawled a mark. More blood than ink. Ned rose, face grim. He saw the look Cersei gave him. Cool, measuring, final. He left the king's chambers, letter in hand, and found Baelish waiting. "My Lord Stark." A word. Ned hesitated. Bran's voice whispered in his memory. "The lion, the bird, the queen." "Not now, Lord Baelish." Baelish's eyes glittered. "As you wish." Ned turned away, feeling the world shift beneath his feet. In the halls, Sansa wept, Arya clung to her needle, and the city braced itself for what would come next. Ned did not sleep that night. He watched the city from the highest tower, eyes on every movement, every torch. He thought of snow, and wolves, and the blood that ran through all their veins. And he waited, Bran's voice always in his ear, for dawn and the reckoning that would follow. Gah! The dawn that broke over King's Landing was colorless, drained of gold, a pale bruise on the horizon. Ned Stark watched it from his window. The city spread beneath him like a tapestry coming apart at the seams. The king's chambers were silent. Robert was dying, his moans muffled by velvet and honeyed wine. Outside, the courtiers circled like vultures, gold cloaks gleaming in the courtyards, Lannister crimson creeping up the walls. He dressed in darkness, washed his face in icy water. The mirror showed him a stranger, jaw tight, eyes ringed with shadow, hair shot through with iron gray. He strapped on his sword with slow, deliberate movements. The ritual, a comfort. The hand's badge was heavy on his chest. He pinned it, then pinned it again, harder, as if to anchor himself to the day. Jory met him in the hall. The captain's face was grim, jaw set. Desmond and the others have the girls. They won't leave your sight, not unless you order it. Please pass. Good, Ned said. Today, everyone stays together. No one is to walk the corridors alone. No errands, no messages. If someone comes for me, if I do not return, you ride. North, no hesitation. Is that clear? Jory's mouth was a hard line. Clear. Dot T. Ned felt the weight of each choice settle into his bones. He paused before the door, reaching for something solid, a father's certainty, a lord's resolve, a man's courage. He found only fear, but it was sharp and honest, and he made himself wear it. The halls of the Red Keep had grown unfamiliar, corners darker, eyes watching from the tapestry folds. Lannister guards replaced the king's men, silent, stiff-backed, hands never far from their hilts. Ned walked with Jory and Tomard at his sides, boots ringing loud on the stone. He nodded to every Stark man he passed, measuring their faces, storing them like names on a prayer list. He turned aside from the council chamber, heading instead for the king's apartments. At the door, he met Sir Barristan, pale and gaunt. The Lord Commander inclined his head. "The king asks for you, my lord." Ned entered quietly. The room smelled of blood and sweet herbs. Maester Pycelle knelt by the bed, spooning wine between Robert's cracked lips. Cersei sat by the window, hands folded, face a blank mask. Robert turned as Ned approached. His eyes were fever-bright, ringed in red. The wound in his belly was swollen, seeping, and each breath rattled like broken glass. "Come here, Stark," he rasped. "Sit. Your hand for a reason." Ned sat, close enough to see the gray flecks in Robert's beard, the old wounds across his knuckles. "I wrote the letter," Ned said quietly. "You named me regent. It waits for your seal." Robert struggled up, pain making him shake. Cersei stepped forward, but he waved her off. "Bring me the letter," Robert demanded. Ned passed it to him, his hand steady. Robert pressed the seal into wax, his grip faltering. "Take it," he muttered. "Don't let anyone take my son's crown." Cersei's lips curled. "The council must see the letter, my lord. The queen will not act without the council's will." Robert's head lolled. "Let Ned do as he will, woman. He's the only honest man I ever knew." "Ned now?" Cersei's gaze slid to Ned, calculating. "I will fetch the council myself." She swept from the room, gold silk trailing, 2 Lannister guards trailing behind her. Ned watched her go, knowing the trap was already closing. Maester Pycelle bent over Robert, murmuring prayers. Ned tucked the letter away, deep in his sleeve. Robert's breathing slowed. He turned his head to Ned, blinking away tears. "I was never meant to be king," he whispered. "I should have stayed in the north with you. If I die, keep them safe. Keep the realm safe. Promise me." "I promise," Ned said. Robert's eyes fluttered closed. The king slept at last. Ned left the chamber, heart thudding. Jory and Tomard waited outside, faces tense. "The queen has gone to summon the council," Ned said. "That letter must not leave my hands. The girls are to be moved to the stables. Be ready to ride." Jory nodded, and the men melted away into the warren of corridors. Ned turned toward the council chamber, the letter burning against his ribs. The hall was already full when he entered. Cersei was there, flanked by Sir Jaime in golden armor. Baelish sat to one side, smiling faintly. Varys, silent, unreadable. Pycelle, fidgeting with his chain. Renly, jaw clenched. Littlefinger's mockingbird pin glimmered in the candlelight. "My lords," Cersei began, voice clear as glass. "The king lies at death's door. We must determine the regency." Ned stepped forward. "There is no need to determine. His Grace left a letter, naming me protector of the realm until his son comes of age." He drew it forth, seal unbroken, and laid it on the table. Baelish reached for it, but Ned's hand was faster. "It goes to the council, not to you." Jaime smiled, slow and sharp. "And what of the Queen's claim?" Cersei stood, all gold and pride. "I claim what is owed to my son." Ned's voice was iron. "You have my word, Your Grace. No harm will come to your children, but the realm will be governed as Robert wished." Cersei's lips twitched. "Is that your northern honor speaking, Lord Stark?" He met her gaze. "It is." The council rippled with unease. Varys coughed softly. "The city is restless, my lords. We would do well to avoid bloodshed." Baelish leaned forward, his gaze steady on Ned. "If I may, Lord Stark, perhaps we can find a compromise." Ned ignored him. "The king's will is clear. The council may see it." He laid the letter before them. Renly read it, face tight. He nodded once, passed it to Pycelle, who fumbled with the seal. Jaime lounged against the wall, hand on the pommel of his sword. His eyes never left Ned. Cersei's smile was fixed, brittle. "You play a dangerous game, Lord Stark." Ned returned her stare. "So do you, Your Grace." The tension in the room thickened, the silence humming. Then Pycelle spoke, voice quivering. "The letter is in order. It is the king's seal. Lord Stark is named protector." Nender Denisha. Baelish's lips curled. "A Northman rules the south." How quaint. Renly stood. "If the king's will is law, let it be done." Cersei's eyes flashed, but she inclined her head, the gesture sharp as a blade. "As the council wishes." The meeting ended, the council filing out. Jaime lingered, eyes narrowing. "Honor won't save you here, Stark. Not from what's coming." Ned watched him go. The room emptied, and Ned breathed at last. Jory found him by the stair. "The girls are ready. Desmond waits with the horses." Ned nodded. "Take them north. Ride hard. Do not stop." "I will follow." Jory frowned. "You should come now." "I can't." "Not yet. The king may live yet, and the city needs a hand. But if you hear bells, or see Lannister banners on the walls, you ride, no matter what." Jory's eyes were wet. He clapped Ned's shoulder. "The North remembers, my lord." Ned watched him go, heart heavy. The next day dawned bright, the air thick with the threat of storm. Robert lingered on the edge of death, the court simmering. News spread like wildfire. The king is dying. The queen holds court. Lord Stark is named protector. Sansa wept in the stables. Arya sat with needle, jaw clenched. Desmond comforted them as best he could, but their fear was a living thing. Ned walked the battlements, watched the city churn. Gold cloaks everywhere, Lannister men at every gate. Baelish appeared beside him, silent until spoken to. "My Lord Stark, the council meets again. There is talk of transition." Ned's jaw set. "I will not cede my authority. The king's word is law." Baelish's eyes were sly. "Law is as much ink as steel, my lord." The gold cloaks looked to their captain. Whose gold fills their purses? Whose word do they obey? Now, mine, or the king's? "Not yours, not Cersei's." Baelish smiled. "As you say, but beware the city. Today it may not be so simple." He slipped away, leaving Ned cold. The city felt smaller, closer, the air heavy as lead. He made for the maester's turret. Pycelle met him with wide eyes. "The king sleeps. The wound festers. I have done all I can." Ned leaned over Robert, the king's breathing shallow, his skin clammy. He pressed a hand to his old friend's brow, feeling the pulse of life flicker. "Keep the girls safe, Ned," Robert muttered. "Don't trust anyone. Not here." "Mestis." Ned nodded. "Rest now. I'll see it done." Robert's eyes closed. He did not wake again. The bells tolled just before dusk. Deep, slow, unyielding. Ned felt the sound in his chest, morning and warning both. In the stables, Desmond flinched. Jory drew his sword. In the throne room, Cersei stood beneath the Iron Throne, her sons arrayed before her. Joffrey wore a golden crown. The gold cloaks lined the hall, their eyes fixed on Ned. Baelish appeared at his side, too close. "It is time, my lord." Ned strode forward, the letter in hand. He planted his feet at the foot of the throne, voice ringing out. "The king is dead. His will names me protector of the realm, until his son comes of age." Cersei smiled. "The king is dead. His son is of age. Joffrey Baratheon, first of his name." Joffrey stepped forward, arrogance in every line. "I am king. Neil Stark." Ned looked to the gold cloaks, to Sir Barristan, to the men he hoped would stand for honor. He saw fear in their eyes, hesitation, calculation. He turned to the crowd. "The will of the king." Cersei snapped her fingers. The gold cloaks drew swords as one. A steel whisper through the hall. Baelish leaned close, the knife at Ned's throat before he felt it. "I did warn you not to trust me." Ned did not flinch. "You'll pay for this." Baelish's breath was sweet. "I know." Jory roared, rushing forward, Desmond at his side. Swords flashed, men fell. Ned tried to reach the girls to call out, but the hall dissolved into chaos. The gold cloaks surged, Lannister men at their heels. Arya, hidden behind a pillar, slipped away in the confusion, darting through the servants' passages, needle in hand. Sansa screamed as hands closed around her, dragging her away. Ned struggled, but Baelish's knife bit his neck. Hot and sharp. "Yield, Lord Stark." He sank to his knees. The will fell from his hand, snatched up by Cersei. She held it aloft, tearing the wax apart, eyes never leaving Ned. "Take him," she commanded. The gold cloaks dragged him away. The Iron Throne loomed above, cold and indifferent. They locked him in a windowless cell. Dank and cold, the smell of wet stone in his nostrils. The door closed with a final echoing thud. He pressed his back to the wall, eyes closed, heart racing. He did not know if the girls were safe. He did not know if his men had escaped. He could only trust that Jory had ridden, that Arya would find her way, that Sansa would remember the coin and the warnings. He dreamed of Bran, of the Godswood, of snow falling soft on red leaves. He dreamed of the north. Night fell, the city erupting with bells and banners. Joffrey was crowned in the sept, gold in his hair, Sansa weeping at his side. The gold cloaks hunted the alleys, rounding up Stark men, searching for Arya, for Ned's allies. In the cells, Ned listened to footsteps above, muffled shouts, the low sobbing of men who would not see the sun again. He pressed his palm to the stone, trying to remember Winterfell, the feel of snow beneath his boots, the call of the deerwolves in the dark. He remembered Bran's voice, clear and high, calling through the heart tree. "Remember the lion, remember the bird, remember the queen." He would remember. He would not yield. He whispered their names: Catelyn, Robb, Sansa, Arya, Bran, Rickon. Each a thread he wove into the darkness. Each a promise. He waited. The storm above would break, and the north would answer. The north would always answer, so long as one wolf remained. Cold. The cell was cold and alive with the memory of other prisoners, old lords, traitors, fools, men who had once thought their names and honor would shield them from the world's teeth. Eddard Stark's breath steamed in the gloom. The only light came from a high, barred slit, moonlight that turned dust motes into specters and kept the darkness from swallowing him whole. He'd been here for a day or a week. Time in the black cells lost its edge. Hunger gnawed, but not so sharply as the ache for word from above. He replayed it all: the fall of Robert, the council's betrayal, Baelish's smile slick as oil, the press of the knife. Sansa screaming. Arya vanished. Jory's shouts cut short in the echoing hall. His men scattered, dead, imprisoned, or... He prayed. fled northward with the girls. He thought of Bran, of those fevered letters, the warnings, the visions. Was this the end he'd glimpsed, or had he managed to shift the shape of things just enough? He pressed his head against the cold wall and listened to the faint sounds above. Bells, footsteps, a child's wail, the distant scrape of iron. He dreamed. In his dreams he knelt before the heart tree in Winterfell, the weirwood's face weeping sap, the godswood hushed. Bran was there too, pale and watchful. And beside him, Robb, Rickon, and Catelyn, their faces rippling with shadow. "Father," Bran whispered, the words flowing through the roots, carried on water and wind. "Father, you must not break. Remember who you are. Remember what must be done." Ned woke, stiff and shivering, and the words stayed with him. On the second day, if it was the second, a key rattled at the door, iron grinding against iron. Ned stood as footsteps echoed, slow and heavy. The door scraped open, torchlight cutting the dark. A jailer stepped aside, and in his place glided Varys, soft as a ghost, a fragrant sachet in his hand and sorrow in his eyes. "My Lord Stark," Varys murmured. "May I sit?" Ned gestured, wary but too tired for anger. Varys settled on the bench, folding his hands, robes billowing around him. "You do not look well." Ned laughed, bitter as old snow. "You did not come to measure my health." "No," Varys agreed. "But I would know your mind, and perhaps, my lord, you would know what passes in the world above." Ned's silence was answer enough. Varys sighed, as if saddened by the world's cruelty. "King Robert is dead. The boy, Joffrey, has been crowned, and Queen Cersei rules in his name. Sansa pleads for your life. She weeps before the council, begs mercy, says you were deceived. Arya is missing. The gold cloaks scour the city for her, but she is a wolf, and wolves are clever when cornered." Then Ned felt hope and dread in equal measure. Arya loose in the city was danger and salvation both. "My men," he managed. "Most are dead," Varys said gently. Jory fell in the hall. Desmond and Tamard fought to the last. Some remain in the black cells, some have vanished. There are whispers that a few have escaped the city. Ned closed his eyes. "And the north?" Varys' gaze flickered. "Robb has called the banners. The lords of the Riverlands ride to him. War gathers, and the realm trembles." "Nay." Ned's heart leapt, pain and pride warring in his chest. "Tell Robb." "Robb will do what he must," Varys said. "But you, my lord, are in a delicate position. The queen wishes you to confess your treason. Joffrey is eager for your head. Sansa pleads for mercy. There are those who might be swayed, but not by silence." Ned stared at him, reading the veiled plea beneath the words. "You want me to lie." "I want you to live," Varys whispered. "I want you to see the north again, to hold your children once more. If you confess, if you bend the knee, perhaps mercy will follow. Perhaps not. The game is never certain. But if you hold to pride, if you name the queen and her bastards, there will be blood, and not only your own." Then Ned thought of Bran, of the old gods, and the new, of his family scattered like leaves. He bowed his head, shame burning. "Will you bring word to my daughter?" Varys nodded. "I will try." He slipped away, leaving only the scent of perfume and dread behind. The city above was a forge, hammering rumor into iron. Sansa was kept in her rooms, watched day and night by Lannister men and the Queen's ladies. She wrote letter after letter, each one more desperate, but only the ones that served Cersei's cause ever left the keep. Arya lived in the walls, silent as a shadow, darting between kitchens and cellars, dressed in rags, hair shorn with a kitchen knife. The city was vast, full of dark places to hide, but full, too, of hunters. She watched the gold cloaks from the eaves, stole food from the market, crept close enough to the godswood to whisper prayers for her father, and curse the queen. The city was tense. News came in from the south. Renly fled. Stannis marshaled ships. Tywin Lannister gathered armies on the Trident. Robb Stark rode for war. Sansa's letters to her brother were seized and never sent. Every night, Arya watched for some sign. A wolf's head on a pennant, the rumble of northern horses. Bran's dreams grew darker. He saw wolves howling at the moon, rivers running red. He saw his father kneeling, a sword flashing in sunlight, a crowd roaring. He tried to change the dream, calling to the weirwood, calling to Ned, calling to the old gods. But the dream always ended the same way. Jojen Reed sat beside him in the godswood, listening. The river may flood, Bran, but sometimes a stone will hold the water back, just long enough for something else to happen. What does it mean? It means your father's fate is not fixed. Not yet. Bran nodded, but fear gnawed at him. He closed his eyes and tried again, sending his thoughts south like birds. Father, do not yield. Or yield if you must, but not at the price of our blood. In the black cells, Ned brooded. Days blurred, hunger a dull ache, his wounds half healed, his mind looping through memory and prophecy. Sometimes he spoke aloud, to the gods, to Catelyn, to Robb. Sometimes he whispered to the stones, to Bran, to the wind he imagined came from the north. He was not surprised when Varys returned. My lord, the time draws near. The queen will demand your confession at the sept. The court will be there. The city will watch. Ned stared at him. And if I refuse, your daughter will die. Your men will die. The north will bleed. Ned's jaw clenched. And if I confess, you may live as a brother of the Night's Watch. The queen has promised it. Joffrey is less predictable. Ned rose, slow and aching. Tell Sansa I love her. Tell Arya to run. Varys nodded. If I can find her, I will. He vanished once more, the door slamming, the lock clicking, final and heavy. The day of the confession dawned hot and bright, the sky cloudless, the city awake and restless. The great sept of Baelor loomed over the city, its steps crowded with people. Lords and ladies in their best, small folk pressed in tight to see the hand of the king brought low. Ned was hauled from the cells, hands bound, beard ragged, legs stiff. The gold cloaks marched him through the square, crowds jeering and cheering. He scanned the faces, searching for Arya, for some sign of Robb or his men. He saw none. The queen waited atop the steps, radiant in green, her children beside her. Joffrey sat enthroned, crown too large on his golden head, eyes glittering with malice. Sansa stood nearby, face pale, hands trembling. Varys and Baelish stood with the council, watching every move. Ned knelt. The crowd fell silent. Septon Eon raised his hands. Eddard Stark, you stand accused of treason. What do you say to these charges? Ned looked to Sansa, saw her hope, her terror. He looked to Cersei, saw triumph, a snake behind a mask. He looked to Joffrey, saw only cruelty. He thought of Bran, of the Godswood of the North. I confess, he said, voice clear. I plotted against King Joffrey. I conspired with his enemies. I sought the crown for myself. The crowd murmured, a hiss of disappointment and relief. Sansa wept. Cersei's eyes narrowed, searching for the trap. I beg mercy for my daughter and my men. I beg mercy for the North. Meneptim Settler. Joffrey stood, robe swirling. Is this your wish, mother? Cersei nodded, ever the actress. The king is merciful. Joffrey's mouth twisted. Then let him be merciful. But traitors must die. Sansa screamed. Cersei surged forward, but too late. The gold cloak seized Ned, forced him to the block. Ser Ilyn Payne drew the greatsword. Ned met the eyes of the crowd. No mercy, no justice, only the pitiless spectacle of power. He thought of Catelyn. He thought of Robb. He thought of Bran, waiting at the heart tree, watching through the eyes of ravens. The sword fell. The world went white. And yet, in the moment of death, as blood splattered stone, as Sansa collapsed and Arya was seized, as chaos erupted, Bran's vision shifted. He saw 100 paths, 1,000 choices. Some led to darkness, some to fire, But in all of them, the North remembered. In some, Robb died. In others, Sansa. In some, Arya vanished to the east and never came home. But the wolf endured. In the aftermath, the city roared. Sansa was kept a prisoner. Arya slipped away in the chaos, finding her way to the streets, and then, through chance and memory and stubborn will, to Yoren and the Night's Watch. Robb marched south, his banners snapping. The riverlands burned. The Game of Thrones spun on, threads twisting, blood begetting blood. In Winterfell, Bran wept in the Godswood, feeling the loss like a wound. But in the silence, the weirwood whispered back, "Not all endings are endings, and not all that is lost is gone." The wind rattled the red leaves, and in their whisper, the North heard a promise. The Starks would rise. The game would go on. And somewhere beyond, in dream and memory and green seeing, Bran waited, watching, holding fast the secrets of the old gods, until the time came to use them once more. Oh, A.K. Wind howled through the eaves of the broken tower of the Hand, stirring ashes and dust, finding every cracked stone and empty corridor Ned Stark had once walked. The shadow of his death lingered in King's Landing. A wound the city could not close. Some called it justice. Some called it murder. All felt the world shift as the sun set on the day Eddard Stark lost his head. Far above the city, on the windswept walls, Varys stood beneath a spire, his silk cloak rippling. The city was restless, bells tolling for the late king, for the late Hand, for the fragile peace Robert Baratheon's strength had barely held together. Varys' face was unreadable, his eyes searching the streets for secrets. He wondered if the future had slipped beyond the control of spiders and kings alike. Behind him, the Red Keep's windows glowed with candlelight. Somewhere, Sansa Stark wept. Somewhere, Arya Stark fled. Arya moved through the alleys like a wraith, barefoot, hair hacked short, needle clenched in a filthy fist. She had watched the sword fall, had seen the blood and the panic, and then the world had fractured. There was no more room for tears. The city itself seemed to spit her out, closing ranks behind her, driving her forward. She ran from gold cloaks and hungry dogs, from the stink of dead things, from the memory of her father's last look, a promise in his eyes, not of hope, but of truth. Yoren found her by the docks, wild-eyed and starving, stealing scraps from under a cart. He squatted in the shadow of a cask and caught her arm with a hand as strong as rope. "You got a wolf's look, girl, and a Stark's eyes. I can hide you if you got the sense to come quiet." Arya's answer was a hard stare, but she followed. Yoren took her into the warren of the Black Brothers' quarters, cut her hair again, dressed her in rough spun. "You're airy now," he said, "and you keep your mouth shut. North we go, but we go slow. Too many watching." She nodded, swallowing the last of her tears, and let him lead her into darkness. In the Tower of the Hand, Sansa knelt by her window, knuckles white on the sill. The city outside was riot and ruin. Within, her world had shrunk to a single room, guarded by Lannister men who grinned at her pain. She wrote letter after letter, her script growing more desperate, her words sharper, but all came back unanswered. Her father's voice haunted her, the warnings she had dismissed ringing now like prophecy. Trust no one but blood. Each day, Cersei came with smiles and sweet words, but Sansa learned to hold her tongue, learned the mask of courtesy and obedience. The Queen's claws were velvet, her mercy a knight. "Write to your brother," she would say. "Tell him to bend the knee, to come and make peace." Sansa wrote, but she wrote as a wolf, hiding her meaning in the shape of her letters, slipping secrets into the smallest gestures. A word, a turn of phrase. She watched, listened, learned. Robb rode south, banners streaming, heart burning with vengeance and grief. The North had answered his call, lords great and small bringing swords and sons to Winterfell's cause. In the Godswood before leaving, Robb knelt beneath the heart tree, the red leaves weeping for his father. Bran watched from his wheelchair, silent as the roots. "Bring her home," Bran whispered. "Bring them all home." Robb's answer was a sword drawn in the night, a promise carved in steel. In dreams, Bran rode with him, slipping into the minds of wolves, running the green hills, gray wind at Robb's side, Shaggy Dog wild in the night, summer pacing the battlements. The dreams grew stronger after Ned's death. Sometimes Bran heard his father's voice, soft and distant as wind in the leaves. Remember, remember. Bran sent ravens, one after another, each flight a hope cast into the sky. Some vanished. Some returned, bearing scraps of news. The armies massed, war rising in the Riverlands, Tywin Lannister burning fields, Jaime's host shadowing the Trident. Through it all, Bran's sight wandered farther. He watched Sansa's window, saw Arya hiding in the dark, saw Catelyn with her heart in pieces, riding to bargain for daughters and vengeance. The Godswood spoke to him more often. He felt the roots spreading, the old blood of the land pulsing. You can see, but you must learn to listen, Jojen whispered. See the shape of things before the world sees you. At River Run, Catelyn met Robb with tears and iron in her voice. You are Lord Stark now, she said, but you are my son first. Remember what your father died for. Do not give them the North. Do not let them take your sisters. Robb gripped her hand. I swear it. By the old gods and the new. The first battles broke like storms, whispering wood, the green fork, fires along the fords. Men died, banners fell. But Robb's name grew, and the story of the young wolf rode ahead of him on the tongues of bards and refugees. Jaime Lannister fell into Stark hands, and for the first time, the Lannisters felt fear. In the capital, Joffrey ruled by whim and cruelty, flanked by Cersei and the King's Guard. Sansa was paraded at court, forced to smile and praise the boy king, to beg mercy for her brother, to listen to the court's laughter as her family's name was dragged through the muck. But Sansa learned to listen as well. She saw the cracks in the king's mask, the way the council squabbled, the men who left the hall angry, the girls who returned from the queen's chambers with silent tears. She learned to walk softly, to play her part. Arya traveled north with Yoren and a rabble of would-be black brothers, Gendry, Hot Pie, Lummy, boys with nothing but their names and their fear. She bit her tongue, kept to shadows, watched the land change as they moved. She dreamed of Winterfell, of swordplay in the yard, of Joan's hand ruffling her hair. Sometimes she dreamed of wolves, great and silent in the snow. Sometimes she dreamed of her father, the words he'd whispered at the end. Find your pack, Arya. Remember who you are. In the north, Bran's powers deepened. When he dreamed now, the world was a tapestry of lives. Wolves, men, trees, rivers, all flowing together. He saw Maester Luwin's worry, Rickon's wild grief, Osha's sharp eyes on the coming winter. The castle was half empty, but Bran filled it with memory. The sound of his brothers laughing, the echo of swords, the soft lull of Catelyn's voice. One night, beneath a moon like a silver coin, Bran slipped farther than ever before. The weirwood's eyes opened wide, and he looked south, past the neck, past the blazing fields and the camps of war. He saw Sansa at her window, lips moving in silent prayer. He saw Arya by the campfire, needle clutched to her chest. He saw Robb on his horse, crownless but unbowed. And then, strange and terrible, he saw the shadows moving in the east, beyond the sea, and the white winds howling beyond the wall. The old god spoke, not in words, but in feelings. The hour is not yet come, but the storm is rising. Bran woke trembling, cold with a knowing he could not name. He sent another raven, this one addressed to Robb's camp. Its message only 3 words, trust no crow. In Riverrun's war room, Catelyn read the message and shivered. The crows bring lies, my son. Remember what your brothers saw. Robb nodded. In every council, he watched Lord Karstark, Lord Bolton. The phrase measured them by the memory of his father's caution. He sent no word to the Night's Watch, trusted only the men who'd followed him from Winterfell. His banner rose higher with every victory, but he remembered the fate of men who trusted too far, too quickly. The war pressed on. Robb met Tywin Lannister on the field, outwitted him, sent his host reeling. Yet the price was heavy. News reached them of villages burned, children put to the sword, the old and weak slaughtered in the name of the king. For every victory, the Lannisters replied with terror. In the south, Renly claimed himself king. Stannis answered with fire and steel, the Baratheon brothers turning on each other even as the Lannister hold weakened. Baelish courted both sides. Varys sent whispers to every corner, but none could predict the future now. The wheel was spinning too fast. Back in King's Landing, Sansa was summoned to the Queen's solar. Cersei's eyes were unreadable as she poured wine, set bread on the table. "You are cleverer than you let on, Sansa. Do not think I haven't noticed. Your brother is winning battles. What would you do in his place?" Sansa hesitated, mind racing. She answered as she knew she must. "I would make peace, Your Grace. I would save my sister and my people." Cersei smiled. "So you say. But a true queen must be ready to lose what she loves." She leaned forward, voice low. "If you want to live, you must learn to play the game." Sansa nodded, but inside, a cold seed sprouted. She began to listen even more, to measure every servant, every lord, to store every secret. That night, a message arrived at her chamber, slipped under the door by a trembling hand. "Your brother needs you. The North needs you. Remember the wolf." Sansa read it by candlelight, tears glistening in her eyes, and burned it to ash. In the streets, Arya hid from gold cloaks and hungry men. Yoren was killed by Lannister soldiers. The party scattered. Arya and Gendry slipped away, joined by Hot Pie and Lami, surviving on rats and stolen bread. They walked by night, skirted burned villages, watched the war unfold from the shadows. Arya learned the names of every knight, every traitor, every Lannister man who crossed her path. She whispered their names before sleep, a list that grew with every mile. The road north was long. At Harrenhal, they were captured, put to work as servants. But Arya listened, watched, remembered. She stole keys, learned secrets, waited for the moment to strike. Beyond the wall, Jon Snow heard the news of his father's death in the chill wind, the words carried by Raven. He wept for the man he'd barely known, and the vow he'd never break. "I am the sword in the darkness. I am the watcher on the walls." Yet the North called to him, the memory of Ned's quiet strength a burning brand in his heart. He watched the wildlings, listened to tales of shadows in the snow, and wondered if the true war was yet to come. In Winterfell, Bran's dreams grew strange. He saw the past, End and Lyanna in the crypts, secrets whispered beneath stone. He saw the future, wolves in the snow, fire in the skies. Each morning, he told Jojen what he'd seen. Each night he tried again to reach his sisters, to warn them, to hold them in the threads of his sight. The North waited, as it always had, beneath the snow and the silent stars. Robb's banners marched, the riverlands burned, the game spun on. But in every wolf's heart, the old gods whispered, "Remember, remember." The North remembers, and the Starks endured, waiting for the snows to fall, and the true reckoning to begin. Iajan. Night swept over Westeros, a black tide washing even the ramparts of Winterfell, and the broken walls of Harrenhal. In the north, snow drifted across the Bailey, hushing the world, covering the scars of war. In the south, the wind howled through shattered windows, scattering the last embers of feasts, long forgotten. The Starks were scattered, but the North remembered. And so did the green dreams of Bran Stark, whose eyes wandered farther now, carried by roots and ravens, threading through the veins of the land as war blazed below. Bran lingered at the heart tree, his breath a ghost in the cold. Moonlight caught in the weirwood's bloody eyes, and he felt them watching, patient and ancient, as Jojen Reed sat nearby, arms wrapped about his knees. "Will you try again tonight?" Jojen's voice was thin as wind. Bran nodded. "I have to. I saw Arya in my sleep, running with wolves. I think she's still alive, somewhere south. I saw Sansa crying, alone in a high tower. I want to reach them." Now, Mira, silent in the shadows, watched with her spear across her lap. "Even dreams cannot mend the world, Bran." "I know." Bran pressed his palm to the gnarled bark, feeling the pulse beneath. "But I see things. I feel them. My father's voice. Sometimes I think if I dream hard enough I can change what's coming." Jojen gazed at him with sorrow. The river may flood, the ice may crack, but the world turns all the same. If you can change it, be sure you know what you risk." Bran nodded. The roots curled beneath his fingers, alive, hungry. He closed his eyes and let himself fall into the dark. He saw Robb at a campfire, maps strewn before him, gray wind pacing the edge of the torchlight. He saw Catelyn with her hands pressed to her face, silent and cold, her eyes fixed on a letter she dared not burn. He saw Arya sleeping in straw, clutching a sword, dirt smudged on her cheek, a bruise purpling her jaw. Sansa sang a lullaby in the Queen's solar, her voice a thin thread trembling in the golden air, watched by eyes as sharp as glass. He saw Theon Greyjoy, torn and lost, riding through the woods of the north, torn between kin and the memory of kindness. He saw Jon Snow, sword in hand, standing upon the wall, the cold winds rising, the darkness beyond so thick it seemed to pulse with its own heartbeat. Bran called to them. His brothers, his sisters, his friends. He called and called, but the wind snatched the words, and the world spun on. In his dream, Bran was a wolf. He ran with summer, through black forests, through fields of bones, under skies lit by red fire. In every shadow, he felt the eyes of those who watched and waited. Crows with human faces, lions made of gold and blood, a woman in green armor whose laughter was cold as ice. He saw rivers boiling, towers burning, armies crashing together like waves. He saw the wall shatter, blue shadows pouring through. He saw Sansa's tears freeze to diamonds, Arya's eyes grow hard as flint, Rickon howling beneath the moon. He woke, gasping, the world pressing on his chest. Jojen steadied him. "What did you see?" Bran shivered. "Too much, not enough." The old gods whispered in the wind. "Remember." In the war camps by River Run, Robb Stark walked among the wounded, the blood still hot on his hands. He greeted each man by name, comforted mothers and brothers, promised vengeance, justice, victory. His hair was long now, a scruff of beard on his chin. He looked older than his years, and in his eyes burned a wolf's hunger. Catelyn waited for him in the Lord's pavilion, the flaps drawn against the wind. She held a letter in her lap, another plea from Sansa, words bent and twisted by Lannister hands. It told her nothing, but the silence between the lines told everything. "They hold her like a hostage," Catelyn said, voice flat. "Every word is a trap." Robb read the letter again. "She says she wants peace, that she's safe, well treated, but I know Sansa. If she were free, she'd ride more." "She is strong," Catelyn said. "And Arya?" "The men say she escaped the city. They say she was seen in the Riverlands, heading north." Robb's hand closed on the hilt of his sword. "I will bring them home, both of them." Catelyn reached for his hand, squeezed hard. "We must be wary, Robb. The Freys grow restless. Roose Bolton sends strange reports. The Riverlands are burning, and Tywin Lannister marches again." "Me?" Robb nodded, jaw set. "I won't make father's mistake. I trust no one but blood. Every night, I remember what Bran warned. I see Baelish's eyes in every shadow." The tent flap rustled, and gray wind pushed inside, muzzle bloody from the night hunt. Robb knelt, stroking the direwolf's head. "We ride at dawn. The Freys will have their answer. I won't be bought or tricked." As Robb rose, he caught sight of the stars beyond the tent, sharp and cold as spears. He thought of Winterfell, of Bran at the Heart Tree, of promises made to ghosts. At Harrenhal, Arya Stark learned the faces of monsters. Gregor Clegane stalked the halls, his men cruel and bored, hunting prisoners for sport. The air smelled of ash, blood, and fear. Arya scrubbed pans, fetched water, stole glances at the faces of men who might kill her, or save her, or neither. Gendry survived beside her, silent and watchful. Hot Pie trembled in the shadows, Lami gone, a name for her nightly prayers. She whispered the names before sleep. Joffrey, Cersei Dot, Ilyn Payne, the Tickler, the Mountain. They became a litany, a comfort, a promise. Jaqen Hagar was a shadow on the edge of her vision. Strange and quiet, eyes like coins. When she freed him and the other two from the fire, he bowed, lips curling into a smile that was not kindness. "A name for a life, girl," he said. "Say the word, and it will be done." Arya watched him, wary, remembering her father's warnings, her own sharpened instincts. "I want my family safe." Jaqen only smiled. "A name." "Just one." She hesitated, then whispered, "The Tickler." 3 days later, the man was dead, eyes wide in terror. Arya said nothing but added another name to her list. The camp shifted, rumors swirling. Robb Stark had won another battle. Tywin Lannister rode east. Harrenhal would soon be abandoned. Gendry nudged Arya in the dark. "If we run, we might reach the river." She shook her head. "Too many eyes. We wait for chaos. That's when wolves run." Jaqen found her that night, his voice as quiet as falling ash. "You have 2 more. Use them well, or they use you." Arya did not sleep. She watched the moon climb the ruined towers, feeling the world press in. In her dreams, she heard Bran's voice, wild and distant, calling through the trees. King's Landing boiled in golden blood. Sansa wore new gowns, pearls at her throat, her hair twisted in southern knots. But nothing softened the looks that followed her. Joffrey's cruel gaze, Cersei's calculated smirks, the pity and hunger of courtiers who saw a wolf cub lost among lions. She learned to listen, to watch the council argue, to notice who stood together, who left in silence. Ser Dontos, half-drunk and weeping, warned her in slurred whispers, "Keep your head down, little bird. The queen has claws. The boy has teeth. None." At night, Sansa prayed for Arya, for her mother, for her brothers. She remembered her father's words. In the Game of Thrones, trust is the sharpest blade, and she kept her own counsel. Package arrived in the dark, a strand of wolf fur tied with northern leather. Sansa hid it beneath her mattress, heart pounding. The next day, a message sewn into the hem of her sleeve. "Remember the pact." She wept for joy, silent and shaking, and resolved to endure a little longer. On the wall, Jon Snow felt the world turning. News from the south came on crow's wings. War, betrayal, the fall of Winterfell. The Watch held its own council, but Jon's mind was full of ghosts. In his dreams, his father spoke from the darkness, warning, guiding, urging caution. The old bear sent Jon beyond the wall, arranging into haunted woods and forgotten keeps. And Jon rode at the head, ghost beside him, the wolf's eyes bright in the black. He remembered Bran's warnings, the old god's whispers, the chill of prophecy. He trusted no one but his brothers, but even there, shadows grew. Rivalries, secrets, fear. Samwell Tarly walked at his side, clever and scared, and together they faced the dark. Each day, Jon looked north, knowing the true war was yet to come. In the Riverlands, Robb's fortunes waxed and waned. The Freys demanded a marriage. The Boltons offered aid. Catelyn counseled caution, but the pressure grew. A king must make choices, must trust or fall alone. Robb met with the Freys in the chill of dawn, words measured, promises sharp as daggers. He bargained, bartered, held his tongue, and when he left, he had gained a bridge and lost a piece of his future. In battle, the young wolf was unstoppable. Grey winds sowed terror, Robb's sword struck true. Yet each victory cost him, each death another thread in the web of war. He remembered Bran's letters, Sansa's pleas, the weight of the North's hope. In the quiet moments he knelt by his campfire and spoke to the flames. "Father, guide me. Bran, see for me. Arya, fight. Sansa, survive. I will not fail you." Harrenhal emptied in the night, Lannister banners drawn down. Prisoners freed or slaughtered. Arya led her friends through a postern gate, Jaqen vanishing into mist. A coin pressed into her palm. "Valar Morghulis," he said, and she repeated it, not knowing what it meant, only that it was power. They headed north, avoiding the roads, trusting only their wits. Arya led, hard and sharp as steel. Gendry followed. Hot Pie grumbled. But the river carried them onward. In her dreams, Arya ran with wolves, her father's voice always at her back, fierce and gentle. "Survive, little one. Find your pack." Bran watched, powerless, his vision threading through the land. He saw the Freys feast and their hunger, the shadows gathering at Winterfell, the blue-eyed dead stirring beyond the wall. He saw a ship in the east, Daenerys Targaryen cradling dragons in her arms, the world tilting toward fire and shadow. He woke with a cry, Jojen holding him steady. "You saw the storm?" the green boy whispered. Bran nodded, tears in his eyes. "It's coming, but we are not finished." The days grew shorter, the snows heavier. Robb's army marched and bled, Arya hid and ran, Sansa endured, Jon rode through haunted woods. At Winterfell, Bran waited and watched, the heart tree's roots twining ever deeper, listening for the world's next breath. Above all, in every dark place, the old gods whispered through the leaves, through dream and prophecy, through wolf and man alike. "Remember." The North remembers, and so do the Starks, scattered to wind and war, bound by blood and the stubborn hope that somewhere, in the heart of the storm, the pack endures. Ka-e-ah. Gray Wind's breath rolled across the camp at dawn, curling like smoke in the chill of a war-racked riverland. Robb Stark stood at the edge of the makeshift camp, his armor dark with the dew, his hair heavy, a scar along his jaw where a Lannister blade had caught him near the fords. He studied the bannerless prisoners brought in from the burnt village, ragged men, women, children, with the look of the haunted, while Grey Wind prowled at his heel, fur bristling, gold eyes, bright with the memory of blood. His mother waited in the command tent, her hands pressed tight around the hilt of a dagger she never unsheathed. Catelyn's face was thinner now, her auburn hair streaked with gray. The Riverland's endless violence burned into her voice. She read the latest Raven, lips moving in a silent prayer for her daughters. Each message from the capital was a knife, every silence another wound. Robb entered, nodding to the guards. "What news?" "The Freys demand your answer by nightfall," Catelyn replied. "Roose Bolton has sent word. He asks for leave to harry the Lannisters west." And, her mouth trembled, another letter from Sansa? "She begs for peace. She begs you to yield." Robb's jaw tightened. It's not her voice I hear in those words. Cersei twists her pen. "She's alive. That must be enough for now." Catelyn folded the letter, tucking it in her sleeve, her eyes searching her son's. "We play for time, Robb. We trust only each other." Robb gazed at her, a look heavy with the memory of his father's warnings, Bran's green dreams, all the counsel that had shaped him into a king before his time. "There are whispers in the ranks. Some say the old gods favor us. Some say the storms are unnatural. Every victory is paid in blood. How many more can we win before we lose ourselves?" "Norn." Catelyn's answer was cold and true. "We win as long as we stand. We lose the moment we trust the wrong man." Robb nodded. "Then let's meet the Freys at sunset. I'll give them my promise, but not my heart." Winterfell's wind sang through broken teeth in the ruined walls. Bran wheeled along the covered walk, bundled against the cold, a crow feather tucked into his collar for luck. He watched the ravens circle overhead, the sky awash with their black wings, and felt the pull beneath his skin. The river of voices, the slow turning of roots and water, the song of the old gods. In his chamber, Bran fell asleep at the window, his head resting on one crooked hand. In dreams, he was a wolf. He ran the woods north of Winterfell, tasted the blood of deer and hare, felt the snows gather, the air crackle with sense of things to come. He saw the white knife frozen to silence, the shadows thickening near the ruins of the mill, the gleam of strange eyes in the wild. Sometimes, in that half-place between wolf and boy, he heard words, Robb's name spoken in a rush of wind, Arya's laughter in the echo of falling water, Sansa's prayers drifting like song over a still lake. He followed the thread of green, the pulse of the weirwood. He glimpsed Arya in a burned village, sword in hand, hunger and defiance burning in her eyes. He saw Sansa bending in prayer, eyes closed, lips moving, the queen's shadow at her shoulder. He saw Jon atop the wall, ghost pacing, a storm rising beyond the mountains. He saw his mother riding through rain, her face carved in grief. He saw the twins of House Frey, mouths open in laughter, knives hidden behind their backs. When he woke, Bran's cheeks were wet, the taste of snow and salt on his lips. South and east, in the belly of Harrenhal, Arya Stark lay awake in the dark, listening to the distant screams, the rattle of chains. The sky outside the window was red with sunrise, but the world inside the ruined castle was always night. Gendry snored at her feet. Hot Pie mumbled in his sleep, but Arya's eyes were sharp. The names were sharpest. Her father's killers, her mother's enemies, the ones who must pay. She whispered the list each night. Cersei, Joffrey Dot, Ilyn Payne, Meryn Trant, the Tickler, the Mountain, Gregor Clegane's men. Jaqenhar visited her before dawn, his step silent, his face unreadable. A name, girl. A name for a life. Arya hesitated, her mind reeling with faces, but she whispered, Wistarto, a cruel overseer, a man who kicked her and stole her bread. So it is, Jaqen said, and vanished into shadow. By sundown, Whis was dead, his head twisted at a grotesque angle on the steps. Arya felt cold triumph and fear in equal measure. Rumors ran through the kitchens. The Lannisters would soon march, the camp would move, the Freys might turn. Arya stored away every whisper. She remembered her father's last look, her mother's stern warning, Bran's face in her dreams. Trust no one but the pack. At dusk, she slipped through the corridors, watching the flames of the kitchen fire, the gold of the Lannister cloaks, the endless, shifting threat of being seen. She found Gendry by the forges, hands black with soot. Soon, Arya said. When the fighting starts, we run. Gendry nodded, hammer resting across his lap. I'll follow you, Aerie. King's Landing shimmered under the weight of summer, the stones radiating heat and menace in equal measure. Sansa drifted through the court like a ghost in silks, her smiles trained, her every gesture measured. Joffrey's eyes followed her everywhere. He took delight in her pain, ordering her to look at her father's head, forcing her to stand beside him while the crowd jeered. Cersei cooed comfort in public, hissed threats in private. But Sansa learned. She learned the language of lies, the subtle dance of power. She read the faces at court, tracked the shifting alliances, the Tyrell's smiles, the Martell's quiet observance, Varys' whispers, Baelish's hungry eyes. One evening, she found a slip of parchment in her sleeve. The ink faded but legible. Remember Winterfell. Remember the wolf. She read it in silence, heart pounding, then burned it in the candle flame, the ashes fluttering away on a breeze. That night, she dreamed of home. Her mother brushing her hair, Arya chasing cats, Bran climbing towers. She woke with tears on her face but steel in her heart. A new boy entered her service, a Tyrell page, quiet and quick, with eyes too old for his years. He passed her messages in the language of flowers, the meanings hidden from all but her. Sansa memorized every word, every warning. Not all birds are caged, one note read. Some bite. She listened and learned, waiting for her chance. In the west, the banners of House Bolton moved through the woods with silent purpose. Roose Bolton wrote to Robb, always measured, always respectful. But Bran's warnings echoed in Robb's mind. He placed Bolton at the rear, kept the flayed men away from his most trusted lords, sent only Stark men on the most delicate errands. Roose's bastard Ramsay sent messages from the Dread Fort, pledging loyalty and vengeance against the Ironborn who had taken Winterfell. Robb read each letter twice, his brow furrowed, then placed them on the fire. We'll have no alliances with men who flay their kin, he said to Catelyn. As Robb crossed into the west, his army thinner now, the weight of war pressed on him. Every victory brought another danger, every loss another risk. He met with Lord Karstark, Lady Mormont, the old lords who'd ridden with Eddard. The North remembers, they said. and Rob repeated the words like a prayer. Jon Snow, far to the north, watched the shadows lengthen on the far side of the wall. The old bear led the ranging, a thin line of black cloaks moving through ancient woods, their path marked by bones and silence. Sam stumbled at Jon's side, ghost a pale shape in the dusk. They found dead men in the snow, eyes blue and unseeing. They found wildlings slaughtered in their camps, the work of no man's blade. Each night, Jon dreamed of darkness spreading, of the wall crumbling, of crows cawing warnings that no one would heed. In his sleep, he heard Bran's voice on the wind, faint and urgent. One evening, Jon knelt by the fire, sharpening Longclaw. He murmured, "Father, guide me. Bran, if you see me, give me a sign." The wind rose, and somewhere in the trees, a wolf howled. The wheel turned. In the east, Daenerys' dragons grew larger, her name whispered by slaves and lords alike. The world bent toward war and chaos, and the gods, old and new, watched in silence. At Winterfell, Bran stood beneath the heart tree, the snow falling heavier. Each flake a memory, each gust of wind a warning. He let his mind drift, searching for his family, his pack. He saw Sansa walking the battlements of the Red Keep, a white rose in her hand. He saw Arya hidden in a barn, needle at her side, whispering names to the night. He saw Robb's banner snapping in the storm. He saw Jon, sword raised against the dark. He spoke the words the old gods gave him, and the wind carried them to every corner of the world. Remember, we are not alone. The pack survives, and the north, battered and bloody, watched the storms gathering, braced for the long night, and waited for the day when the wolves would return, and the song of winter would be theirs once more. Dawn Katie. The war camps of the west were haunted by cold and silence. The riverlands burned behind them, and every day the ravens brought new tales of chaos. Tywin Lannister's host rampaging across the Blackwater, the Freys growing bold at the Twins. Balon Greyjoy's ironborn ships prowling the northern coast, burning and undriven. Robb Stark walked alone at dawn, his cloak heavy with dew, the ground churned by the tramp of thousands of feet and the wheels of war. Above him, the sky was iron, promising rain or snow, and the distant sound of the horn called men to arms or council. Grey wind loped at his side, tongue lolling, ears pricked. The direwolf's senses were keener than any scout's. He could smell fear in the darkness, find hidden trails, warn of a stranger's step in camp long before any sentry gave alarm. Robb had come to trust that instinct. He trusted his mother too, and the old lords of the north, but no one else, not truly. Every raven's wing carried 1,000 lies, and every word in every tent could be treachery. In the command tent, Catelyn Stark pored over the map, her eyes sunken and watchful. The candles burned low, and the air was thick with the sweat of men and the memory of old blood. Lord Karstark stood by the flap, silent as a shadow, his rage barely masked. Lady Meg Mormont's arms were folded across her breast, her frown thunderous. Sir Brynden Tully, grizzled and sharp-eyed, read dispatches from his men in the south. Robb entered, boots thumping, and all conversation ceased. "We watched," Karstark growled, "not for the first time. The Lannisters have spies. Too many crows above us at night." Robb nodded. "Keep torches burning by the baggage train. Move the sentries every hour. Send word to the Manderless to close their lines. I'll not have another midnight raid." Catelyn looked up from the map. "News from the twins. Walder Frey wants you to cross the Green Fork and attend his daughter's wedding feast. He reminds you of your promise, Robb." "Denton?" Robb's lips thinned. The promise. His pledge to wed a Frey girl in return for passage. The price of that cold alliance. "Tell Lord Frey I will send word. Not my answer." Meg Mormont snorted. "The old weasel grows greedy. He smells victory and wants his share." Robb nodded. "He will have what he was promised, but not before the war is won." Brynden Tully coughed. "The south is aflame. Renly is dead. Stannis holds Storm's End by siege, and Tywin marches east to King's Landing. Our window is closing." Catelyn's voice was calm and cold. "What of Winterfell?" Rob's hand closed on the table edge. Still nothing. Only whispers. Greyjoy ships seen off the stony shore, villages burned, but no word from Bran or Rickon. A silence fell. It was the silence of dread. In Winterfell, Bran watched the snows fall from his tower window. The world outside gone white and silent. The castle felt hollow, emptied of its people, its walls echoing with the ghosts of old laughter and footsteps. Maester Luwin tried to keep order, instructing the few boys and old men who remained, tending to the sick and the wounded, but even Luwin could not fight the cold, nor the gathering shadows. Rickon slept fitfully, clutching Shaggy Dog's black fur. Osha haunted the kitchens, muttering darkly. The ravens were restless, wings flickering at the rookery, as if they too felt the storm approaching. Bran dreamed often. Long, wild dreams in which he ran as summer through forests thick with snow, chasing the scent of prey or the taste of distant danger. He watched the world with the wolf's eyes. He saw the burning of the coast, Ironborn riding the woods. A great host of crows swirling over the fields, men in gray cloaks with the red flayed man of Bolton on their shoulders, marching through the frost. He dreamed too of his family. He saw Robb arguing with his council in a dark tent, the silver sword of House Stark laid before him. He saw his mother by a riverbank, washing her hands in the dark water, her face streaked with tears. He saw Arya in a ruined hall, her hand tight on the hilt of needle, lips moving as she recited names. He saw Sansa at court, her hair woven with pearls, eyes wary. Joffrey's laughter echoing behind her, and in every dream, Bran heard the voices of the old gods. They whispered warnings, sometimes clear as bells, sometimes riddles. He saw roots twisting through the earth, binding the world together, and felt the press of something cold and inhuman beyond the wall. When he woke, Bran wrote messages in his weak hand, sent ravens north and south. Beware the crow, trust only the wolf. The storm comes. Some messages never returned. In King's Landing, Sansa Stark braced herself every morning before her chamber mirror, drawing a mask of courtesy and sweet silence over her fear. She learned the games of the court the hard way, at the hands of Joffrey and the laughter of the courtiers, beneath the sharp eyes of Cersei and the mockingbird smiles of Petyr Baelish. But she listened. She watched. She noticed who whispered behind closed doors, who left the hall before the queen arrived, who took their meals in the kitchens rather than at the high table. The Tyrells were growing bolder, Lady Margaery's kindness a strange and subtle shield. Sansa found allies where she least expected. Ser Dantos, the fool, who warned her of plots. A scullion who slipped her scraps and rumors. A maid who wept for her behind closed doors. One evening, Sansa stood on a balcony, watching the Blackwater gleam gold in the last light. Her hands knotted in her skirts. She heard footsteps, soft as silk and tensed, ready for pain or cruelty, or the cold instructions of the queen. But it was Shae, Tyrion Lannister's strange maid. Her eyes sharp and quick. She pressed a small packet into Sansa's hand, a sprig of northern pine, a lock of red-brown hair bound with gray thread. From your mother, Shae whispered. She's safe. She rides with your brother's host. Remember your name. Remember your pact. Sansa bit her lip to keep from weeping, hid the token in her sleeve, and went back to her rooms, hope flickering in her breast. Far in the west, at Harrenhal, Arya Stark scrubbed floors with water so hot it scalded. She listened to the men-at-arms as they drank and argued, watched the faces of knights and servants, stored every story, every name. She watched as Gregor Clegane's men strung prisoners from the rafters, as Lord Bolton's silent soldiers moved through the halls, eyes expressionless, above their pink flayed banners. Arya found herself summoned to the hall where Roose Bolton dined, always alone, always quiet, bloodless hands resting on the table. He asked her questions, where she came from, what she saw. Arya lied, and Bolton only smiled. Some nights he crept from her pallet, moving like a shadow through the ruined keep. Gendry and Hot Pie waited in the stables, plotting escape. Jaqen H'ghar moved as silent as a ghost, eyes glinting in torchlight, his debt to her a constant presence. Arya whispered names at the moon, promising vengeance for her father, for her mother's pain, for Robb's wars, for Bran's fall. When she could not sleep, she pressed the coin Jaqen had given her, repeating the words he taught her. Valar Morghulis. The men talked of war and the coming winter. They spoke of Robb Stark, the young wolf, who'd never lost a battle. They told stories of dragons stirring in the east, of dead men rising in the far north. Arya listened to every tale, gathering secrets like stones. Jon Snow rode at the edge of the world, following Mance Raider's wildlings into the haunted woods beyond the wall. The old bear trusted him with tasks none others dared. To watch, to listen, to be ready when the storm broke. Ghost trotted at his side, pale as new-fallen snow, eyes red as blood. In his dreams, Jon was a wolf too, running through the forests, hunting with his pack, feeling the cold in his bones and the fire in his heart. He remembered Bran's last message, trust no crow, trust only the wolf, and guarded his words around Corin Halfhand, around the wildling girl Yrdet, around men whose loyalty was to the Watch, not the Stark name. The wind carried the scent of ice, of death, and sometimes Jon heard voices in the dark, soft as secrets, hard as the edge of a blade. Autumn deepened. The trees bled gold and crimson in the riverlands, the fields put to the torch. Robb's army marched on River Run, banners snapping, swords gleaming. He won battle after battle. At Oxcross, at Ashmark, at the Stone Mill, each victory hollowed by the cost. He sent letters to Winterfell, to his mother, to his bannermen. But some ravens never found their perch. One night, as rain lashed the tents, Robb sat with his direwolf at his feet and wrote to Bran, hand shaking with exhaustion. Brother, the Lannisters retreat, but the war is not done. I trust none but our own. I hope you are safe. That Winterfell holds. I will bring our sisters home. The North remembers. Robb. The ink ran in the damp, the words blurring as if even the parchment grieved. Bran saw the wars shape in dreams, the armies, the betrayals, the slow coming of winter. He felt the loss of ravens, the black wings that never returned, and knew some messages were silenced by steel or by darker things. But he kept sending them, kept watching, kept listening for the voices of his family across the dark. He remembered his father's words, and Jojen's counsel, and the call of the old gods. The world was a wheel, and the wolves were scattered, but the pack survived. One night, when the wind howled, and the stars burned like icy candles above Winterfell, Bran slipped farther than ever before. He ran as summer through silent snows, raced with Ghost at the edge of the world, saw Arya stealing through woods with a blade in her hand, Sansa whispering prayers in the Queen's tower, Robb riding to battle with a song of vengeance in his eyes. He saw crows feasting on corpses. He saw a shadow with bright blue eyes moving through a forest of dead trees. He saw dragons flying, fire on their wings, and across the sea, a queen with silver hair looking west, her eyes fixed on a war yet to come. Bran woke in the heart of the night, the taste of snow and blood and ashes on his tongue. He whispered into the dark, "Remember, we are the wolves, we are not done." Outside, the wind carried the word, threading through stone and wood and bone, winding south and east and west, wherever the last of the pack might be found. And in every corner of the broken realm, a Stark, by blood, by name, by dream, lifted their head at the sound, heart quickening at the call. The North remembers, and the game is not over, not yet. Okay. A storm battered the Red Keep, and in the high towers, the walls moaned with wind and rain. Sansa Stark pressed her forehead to the cold window pane, listening to the thunder beyond the city's broken skyline. Lightning flashed, stark and merciless, and for a heartbeat, the world was etched in silver. The towers, the sprawl of the city, the glimmering thread of the black water far below. She let her mind drift north, past the choking heat and stink of the capital, past ruined fields and muddy rivers, to the clean cold wind of Winterfell, to dreams of snow and pine, and laughter echoing in stone halls. But the world outside remained the same. Lannister banners snapping over battlements, the shouts of guards echoing in the night, the ever-present threat woven through every kind word and every silent moment. Sansa moved quietly through her days, navigating the court's perils with a mask of docility she had learned too well. She endured Joffrey's cruelties, his jeers, his threats, the bruises that flowered beneath her sleeves. She learned to stand straight beneath the blows, and to weep only when alone, to hide her scars, to let the world see only what she wished it to see. The Queen's smiles grew tighter with every passing day. Margaery Tyrell's kindness was a balm, but also a riddle, her words filled with hidden meanings and invitations that might be snares or salvation. Sansa gathered secrets and small kindnesses, remembering her father's words, her mother's warnings, the wolf that watched from the shadows. On stormy nights, she dreamed of her family, scattered and hunted. She dreamed of Arya, fierce and quick, running through dark woods with a sword in her hand, and Robb, clad in gray and iron, banners streaming behind him. She dreamed of Bran, small and grave, eyes shining in the moonlight, a white direwolf by his side. Sometimes she heard a voice in her sleep, soft as snow falling in the Godswood. Remember, Sansa died. Remember the pack. She would wake with tears on her face, her hands curled into claws. One afternoon, as thunder rattled the stained glass and courtiers bickered in the hall below, a Tyrell maid slipped into her chamber. She was small, with deft hands and a quick smile, her eyes darting to the door as she pressed a folded scrap of parchment into Sansa's palm. "Queen sleeps," he whispered. "Read quick, then burn it." She was gone before Sansa could reply. The note was simple, written in a careful, blocky script. "A wolf runs through the Godswood. The North remembers. You are not alone." Sansa read it twice, hope and fear wrestling inside her, then tore it to shreds and fed it to the fire. She watched the ashes curl, the words devoured by flame. For the first time in months, she let herself believe in rescue. In the West, war had become a fact of the landscape. Fields burned, villages vanished into ash and ruin, rivers choked with the detritus of battle. Robb Stark rode at the head of his host, gray wind ranging ahead, his cloak sodden and his eyes rimmed red from sleepless nights. The drums of the Lannisters were answered by the horns of the North. Each day brought news of fresh skirmishes. Each dawn new dead to mourn or bury. On the edge of a rain-soaked camp, Robb dismounted, boots squelching in mud, and ducked into the largest tent. The air within was heavy with sweat, damp wool, the sharp bite of leather and steel. Catelyn waited beside a table strewn with maps and letters. A candle guttered in the draft. "3 more villages burned," she said, her voice hoarse. "The Freys are watching us." Bolton's riders found iron-borne banners outside Torrhen's Square. No word from White Harbor. "Nah." Robb ran a hand through his hair. "We have no allies but ourselves. The Lannisters bleed, but so do we. Every message I send, every offer of peace, is answered with silence or another knife. I begin to wonder if we will ever see Winterfell again." Catelyn caught his hand. "We will. The gods watch over us even now. Bran's dreams come often. Sometimes he sees us. Sometimes he sees things we cannot name. He sends warnings. Be wary of crows. Trust only the wolf. The old gods speak even in the dark." Robb's gaze hardened. "Then we move before the Freys can betray us. I'll meet Lord Walder at the Twins, but I won't come as a supplicant. They'll get what they are owed, and not a copper more. The North is not for sale." She nodded, though fear flickered in her eyes. "Be careful. You're your father's son, but Ned Stark's honor cost him his life." Robb's smile was grim. "I know. I remember. I'll keep the wolf in my heart, and the steel in my hand." South of the Twins, the rains fell harder, beating the world to mud. Arya Stark trudged through the mire, boots leaking, Gendry and hot pie close behind her. The roads were full of refugees, broken men and women, mothers with silent infants, old soldiers gone to rags. Arya kept her head down, her mouth shut, needle hidden beneath her tunic. At night, she whispered her list to the darkness, a litany of vengeance and loss. They passed ruined towns, crossed rivers on fallen logs, hid from patrols bearing lion banners or worse. The flayed men of Bolton, the silent killers who did not trouble with prisoners. Sometimes In the wild, Arya dreamed of Bran's face, his voice calling to her from beyond the mist. Sometimes she woke with a start, sure that she was being watched by unseen eyes. At a deserted farmstead, Gendry found them shelter in a half-collapsed barn. Rain drummed on the broken roof, dripped through the boards in fat, cold drops. Arya curled against a pile of straw, shivering, while Gendry and Hot Pie fussed with a sputtering fire. "We can't keep running forever," Gendry muttered, rubbing his hands. "So many armies, so many banners. How do we even know where we're going?" Arya fixed him with a hard stare. "North. I'll find my mother and Robb. I'll find my pack." "Nawan?" Hot Pie mumbled about pies and safe kitchens, but Arya ignored him. She touched the coin Jaqen had given her, cold and weighty in her fist. "When the time comes, I know what to do," she whispered. That night, sleep came fitfully. In dreams, she ran with wolves across fields of white, her father's voice calling from the far side of the woods. "Remember who you are. Remember the pack." She woke with her cheeks wet and a fierce longing in her heart. Beyond the wall, the wind howled with secrets. Jon Snow rode through the dark forests, sword strapped across his back, ghost padding at his heel. The wildlings whispered of shadows in the woods, of things colder and older than men. The old bear led the watch ever northward, past ruined keeps and dead villages, ever searching for Mance Rayder's host, for answers to the questions that haunted every Black brother's sleep. Jon watched the horizon, the sky purple and bruised with coming snow. He remembered his father's words, the warnings Bran had sent. Trust no crow. Trust only the wolf. He kept his counsel, watching Corin Halfhand and the wildling girl, Ygritte, with wary eyes. Every night, he dreamed of the wall breaking, of a cold wind sweeping down from the heart of winter, of the dead walking with blue fire in their eyes. They found the fist of the first men ringed with ancient stones, the ground littered with old bones and newer scars. Ghosts growled low, uneasy, fur bristling. Jon stooped, brushing snow from the ground, finding arrowheads black with age, a broken horn, and something that felt like a promise, danger or destiny or both. That night Jon stood watch while the others slept, the aurora painting the sky in green and purple ribbons. Ghost sat beside him, eyes bright in the gloom. For a moment, Jon thought he saw a wolf watching from the trees, huge and white, eyes golden as the sun. He blinked, and it was gone. But the certainty remained. His family was out there, scattered but alive, the bond between them unbroken. In the God's Wood of Winterfell, Bran knelt in the snow, his breath silver in the moonlight. The weirwood's face loomed above him, its red eyes open and ancient. Jojen Reed sat at his side, silent and watchful. Bran closed his eyes and let himself drift. He saw Robb at a river crossing, sword drawn, gray wind pacing the bank. He saw Arya in a ruined barn, needle shining in her hand. He saw Sansa pressed to a window, lightning framing her face. He saw Jon beneath the aurora, ghost howling at the sky. He saw Rickon, wild and small, clinging to Osha as shadows gathered on the broken walls. He heard the old gods whispering through the roots and snow. The pack survives. The lone wolf dies. Remember, Bran opened his eyes, feeling older than his years. "They're out there," he said, voice small but sure. "We are not lost. Not yet." Jojen smiled, faint and sad. "The world turns, Bran. Winter comes, but the pack endures." Somewhere in the dark, summer howled, the sound rolling across the snow, threading through the bones of Winterfell and the marrow of the land. In King's Landing, Sansa felt her heart quicken. In the wild, Arya lifted her head. On the wall, Jon tightened his grip on his sword. And far away, Robb heard the echo of the north in his dreams. The storm passed. Dawn crept over the ruins and camps and distant cities, over the battered faces of the Starks and the empty eyes of their enemies. Ravens flew, and wolves hunted, and the world remembered. Always, always, the North remembers. And in every battered heart, a hope flickered, wild and stubborn, refusing to die. Ja, Kate, Undain, Ashonadai, with you, Elindazer, Ka. Rain hammered the fields beyond the twins, turning the ground to churned black mire beneath the weight of thousands of hooves. In the heart of that restless camp, Robb Stark lay awake on his cot, the canvas above trembling with each gust of wind. Gray wind paced just outside, restless, as if he too felt the presence of eyes in the dark, the sense that the very ground beneath the camp quivered with hidden dangers. Dawn was a rumor behind the rain, and all night the banners of the north snapped and shuddered, the white direwolf snarling at a world grown hostile and sly. Catelyn entered without warning, her cloak heavy with rain, her face drawn and sleepless. "Robb, it's time." He rose, rubbing at his temples. "Is Lord Walder waiting? He's sent again for you, and for me. He's wroth at the delay. He smells weakness." Robb's jaw clenched. Let him wait a moment longer. The river is high, and so is the price he asks. He looked out past the flap at the river beyond, swollen and surly, as gray as steel. "I remember Bran's warnings, Mother. I see treachery everywhere I look." She touched his shoulder. "Then trust your instincts. The old gods speak through their children, even if the rest of the world is deaf." Robb straightened. Let them see the North's strength. No supplication. No weakness. Mentories. They rode to the twins as the rain let up, crossing the causeway beneath the leering faces of the Freys. Old Lord Walder waited in his solar, bones wrapped in velvet, sharp eyes flickering. His brood clustered around him, sons, daughters, grandsons, bastards, all jostling for favor. "You kept me waiting, boy," Walder Frey rasped. "The young wolf has teeth, but does he have a tongue?" Robb matched his gaze. "A wolf knows when to bare its teeth, Lord Walder. My host waits beyond your walls. We come as guests, not beggars." Walder's lips twisted. "We'll see if you leave as friends." He snapped his fingers. "Food and drink for our guests, and your mother. She sits at my right hand. The rest can stand." The feast was cold and meager, the wine bitter. Robb ate little, watching every Frey glance, every shuffle and whisper. Catelyn watched Lord Walder, weighing every word, answering his jibes with northern calm. When the pledges were exchanged, Walder pressed for answers. Marriage, land, a tie between North and Riverlands no Lannister could undo. Robb held his ground. "I gave my word. But the North is not one with a marriage bed, Lord Walder. You'll have your place when we have ours." Bentor. The old lord cackled. "Bold. But war's end is written in bed and blood both, boy. Remember that." His gaze drifted over the assembled Freys, and Robb felt the chill of eyes that saw too much and cared too little. Beyond the great river, in the ruins of Winterfell, Bran felt the old gods stirring in the roots. He sat beneath the weirwood, eyes closed, listening to the snow. Jojen and Mira sat close, their breaths clouding the still air. The trees whispered of danger, the cold of the coming night thick with foreboding. "I dreamed I saw a wedding in the rain," Bran whispered, his fingers digging into the frozen ground. "I saw wolves locked behind iron gates, and the river ran red." Jojen nodded gravely. "Dreams are warnings, Bran. The world turns on a knife's edge." Bran's voice was thin with dread. "Tell them, warn them. We have sent every bird," Maester Luwin said from the shadows, his own face tight with worry. "We have done all we can, Bran." Osha shivered. "Best to keep your heads down, little lords. The North will need its wolves, come the long night." Memsumtayand. Bran closed his eyes, searching for Robb in his dreams, for Sansa's voice in the distant dark, for Arya's wild spirit running with him through the woods. In a barn far to the south, Arya woke to the sound of hooves and the smell of rain-soaked hay. Gendry slept nearby, a half-eaten crust in his hand, hot pie snoring beneath a mound of sacks. Arya's hand closed around Needle, instinct and dread pressing at her mind. The dream from the night before lingered. She was at a feast, but the tables were set with bones. Sansa sat at the high table, tears glistening, while Robb faced a pack of wolves with human faces. Someone whispered her name. Father's voice may be Bran's, but she could not answer. When she tried, blood filled her mouth. She slipped outside, boots silent in the wet grass, and stood beneath the eaves, rain stinging her face. She missed her family with a pain that was both sharp and dull, and she repeated her names to the storm. Joffrey, Cersei, Ilan Payne, the Mountain, the Hound, Polliver, Raff, all of the men who had stolen from her blood. In the dark, she thought she heard wolves howling, far away. King's Landing seethed with heat and secrets. Sansa kept to her rooms when she could, moving through court with careful smiles, every gesture calculated. The Queen's eyes tracked her, Lady Margaery's questions pried gently, and Joffrey's malice flickered like a serpent's tongue. One morning, a flower arrived on her pillow. A winter rose, white as snow. Its stem pricked with thorns. Sansa hid it in her sleeve, heart pounding. The note beneath was unsigned, but the script was familiar. Northmen ride. Do not despair. You are not forgotten. Sansa carried the secret with her, letting the memory of home warm her through the long days of humiliation and silence. When the Queen called her for questioning, Sansa answered with practiced obedience, always giving away nothing. When Margaery offered comfort, Sansa took it, but trusted only herself. She prayed each night before sleep, sometimes for rescue, sometimes only for strength. On the wall, Jon Snow returned to the Fist of the First Men with grim tidings. Ghost was uneasy, the wildlings had vanished into the forests, and the signs of dead men walking grew with every night. Sam read old books by the guttering light, his fingers stained with ink and fear. Jon wrote letters to Robb that he knew might never arrive, warnings of things beyond the wall. White shadows, cold winds, dreams of blue-eyed corpses. The old gods whisper in the trees, Sam. Sometimes I think they're speaking to me in Bran's voice. Sam nodded. Then we must listen. We must survive to carry the message home. Nebem Ogo. In the camps along the river, the Frey wedding came with banners and sour music, salt bread and bitter toasts. Robb entered the great hall flanked by his bannermen, the sound of rain echoing in the high rafters. Catelyn walked beside him, face pale, every step a calculation. The feast was loud and false. The bride wept through her veil. Walder Frey's laughter curdled the air. Robb felt the eyes on him, sharp as knives. He remembered the warnings, Bran's dreams, Catelyn's fears, the cold logic of his father's memory. As the musicians played and the guests toasted, a shiver ran through the room. The doors slammed shut. Steel flashed. Catelyn saw first, her mouth opening in a cry. Robb turned, reaching for his sword, but too late. Freymen drew daggers from their sleeves, crossbows leveled from the balconies. The Northmen were caught between tables and banners, unarmed, unready. A quarrel thudded into Robb's chest, another into his side. He staggered, gray wind howling from the yard. Catelyn grabbed Walder Frey's arm, nails digging deep, screaming for mercy. Mother, Robb gasped, falling to his knees, blood blooming across his doublet. Mercy, Catelyn screamed. You have our oath. You have our blood. Walder Frey's eyes glittered with spite. And now I have my vengeance. Another crossbow fired. Robb's head snapped back, then forward, falling at Catelyn's feet. Gray Wind's cries were cut short beyond the doors, the hall echoing with screams. Catelyn's world collapsed. She seized Walder Frey's wife, dragged a knife across her throat. Wild with grief, as the guards closed in. The North remembers, she wailed. The North. The knife bound her heart. She fell silent, the hall spinning away into black. In the Godswood, Bran awoke from his vision with a scream. Jojen and Mira rushed to his side, Osha gripping Rickon tight. Then, I saw them die. Bran sobbed. Robb, Mother, Grey Wind, they're gone. The Freys killed them. They killed them all. Jojen's face was pale. The dream was true then. The storm has come. The pack is broken. Bran shook his head, tears freezing on his cheeks. No, A. The pack is not broken. We live. We must find each other. The North remembers. I will not let them forget. Betrayal too. He pressed his palm to the weirwood, willing the old gods to hear. Watch over Arya, over Sansa, over Jon. Give me strength. And somewhere, miles away, Arya jerked awake, heart pounding, sure she had heard her brother's voice in the storm. Sansa looked northward as the rain eased, a memory stirring she could not name. On the wall, Jon paused, shivering as Ghost lifted his nose to the wind and howled. A sound echoed by direwolves far and near, a song of mourning and warning. The game was not over. The wolves had been scattered, but they remembered. They endured. And in the cold heart of Winterfell, the godswood stood silent, its red leaves weeping for the fallen, its roots trembling with the promise that the North remembers, and that winter, at last, had truly come. Snow fell thick and unceasing upon the bones of Winterfell, burying broken towers and blackened timbers, muffling the world into hush. Bran Stark gazed out over the ramparts, his breath fogging the cold glass. The sky was a dull, endless gray. All that had been home was white and silent now. The great hall roofless, the godswood a forest of frozen limbs. In the bailey, wind chased drifts through shattered gates and across the ashes of old fires. Yet inside the ruined walls, something endured. Wolves, blood, memory. Beneath the snow and stone, the last children of Winterfell gathered in the shadows. Bran sat wrapped in furs before the heart tree, its red eyes bleeding tears of sap. Jojen and Mira Reed crouched close, faces half hidden by hoods, Osha sharpening her spear with slow, methodical strokes. Rickon watched her, eyes wide and wild, Shaggydog pressed to his side. They waited for news, any word from the world beyond their broken home. Ravens returned less and less, and those that did brought only ill tidings. The fall of River Run, the death of the young wolf and his mother, the betrayal at the Twins, Bolton banners rising over Moat Cailin and Barrington. Each letter was a hammer blow, but Bran kept the pack together, for the North remembered, and would not yield. He dreamed most nights, drifting beyond the shell of his body. He ran as summer through snow-bound woods, hunting with Shaggydog, watching bands of Ironborn slink through the forest, seeing the gleam of flayed men at the head of Bolton hosts. Sometimes he flew with ravens, sweeping over icy fields, glimpsing white shadows moving among the trees, always coming closer, ever hungry. The old gods whispered to him in the voice of the wind and the creak of ice. Endure, wait, remember. The world was changing. Winter was here. Jojen Reed saw it too. You must leave soon, Bran, he whispered one bitter morning, his breath a silver cloud. The Boltons will not rest until every Stark is slain. The old gods call you beyond the wall. Bran's heart twisted. I don't want to leave. I'm afraid. Nantu? We all are, said Mira, her hand gentle on his arm. But you are the last Green's ear. If you stay, you die. If you go, you might find the power to save us all. Osha watched the horizon, eyes narrowed. I'll take you north, boy. Past the gift, past the wall, if I must. Rickon clung to Bran, face pressed to his shoulder. Don't leave me. Bran squeezed him tight. We'll go together, all of us as far as we can. That night, beneath the bleeding eyes of the weirwood, Bran dreamed he was the tree itself. His roots stretched deep, tangled with the bones of old kings and lost wolves. He saw Sansa in a tower, her hair loose around her face, weeping for a family she could not save. He saw Arya running through rain-soaked fields, sword in hand, rage and grief, making her swift and silent. He saw Jon upon the wall, frost clinging to his cloak, a shadow stirring in the darkness behind him. Bran called out to them, Remember, remember, but the wind took his voice, scattering it across 1,000 miles. In the woods outside Winterfell, Osha led them beneath the cover of dark. They left through a postern gate, their breath steaming, feet silent in the deep snow. Hodor bore Bran on his back, strong and tireless, his voice a low murmur of Hodor, Hodor in the night. Mira's spear never left her hand. Jojen limped, pale and shivering, but his eyes shone with a green fire. Rickon rode close beside Osha, clutching Shaggydog's fur. They slipped past the Bolton's patrols, past the dying fires of squatters and broken men, past fields gutted by war. Once, they saw a banner on the wind, a pale, flayed man, red on pink, twisting in the bitter air, and crept deeper into the woods, hearts pounding. Bran reached for Summer, seeing through Wolf's eyes. He led them away from danger, past packs of hungry dogs and roving soldiers, through forgotten valleys and over half-frozen streams. When they grew hungry, Osha trapped rabbits. Mira fished at the edge of ice. Jojen whispered green dreams to comfort Rickon, whose nightmares grew worse as they traveled. North they went, always north, through endless wood and deeper cold. At night, Bran watched the stars, searching for signs in their slow turning. He dreamed of an ancient door set in black stone. Roots twisted about its arch, a voice calling him home. One night, as snow fell and the aurora danced above the pines, Bran dreamed of the wall, a shining cliff of ice, blue in the moonlight, so tall it seemed to touch the sky. In his dream, he was both boy and wolf, both Bran and Summer, and as he gazed out from the heights, he saw shadows stirring in the woods beyond, moving south with the silence and hunger of death. East of the wall, Jon Snow shivered in his black cloak, the wind biting through leather and wool. The world here was endless winter, ice, stone, sky. The fist of the first men loomed behind him, ringed by torches and watchful men. The wildlings were out there somewhere, lost in a land that had never known mercy. The dead, too, Jon could feel them sometimes, watching with eyes that were not eyes, waiting for night. Ghost prowled beside him, pale as frost, eyes red in the dark. Jon's thoughts turned always to his family. News was scarce, and what came was bitter. Robb dead, mother dead, Winterfell burned. Arya vanished. Bran and Rickon believed lost. Sansa trapped in the Queen's court. The pack had been scattered, but Jon felt their presence in dreams, the tug of blood and memory drawing him north and south, east and west. He spoke to the old bear in low, urgent tones. Something moves out there. Not just Mance Rayder and his wildlings. The cold is deeper. The crows come at dusk and sometimes they don't return. Mormont nodded, face grim. The living aren't the only ones in these woods. Keep your eyes open. Trust your wolf. Each night, Jon stood watch on the fist's edge, gazing out over the snowy waste. Some nights, he dreamed he was running with Ghost. Swift and free, hunting in the moonlight, feeling the heartbeat of the world beneath his paws. Sometimes, he glimpsed shadows moving in the snow. A girl with a sword, a crippled boy on a giant's back, a woman with hair like fire. The dreams were warnings and promises, hope and terror in equal measure. On the coldest night, when the wind wailed like a dying thing, Jon saw the fires go out one by one on the far side of the camp. In the darkness, something screamed. Far to the south, Arya Stark crouched in a ruined stable, rain and sleet rattling the broken shingles. Her cloak was thin, boots worn through, but her grip on needle was steady. Gendry slept nearby, face shadowed. Hot Pie whimpered in his dreams. The road had grown harder since the massacre at the Twins. They had seen bands of Frey men, Bolton men, broken men. None friendly, none safe. More than once Arya had been forced to kill to survive. Her hands quick and sure. She whispered her list in the dark, each name a stone in her pocket, heavy and cold. Joffrey, Cersei, Ilyn Payne, Meryn Trant, Walder Frey, the Tickler, the Mountain.Isle. Each night, she added new names, new griefs. The old ones never faded. In dreams, she saw her mother's face, weeping, her brother's banner torn and bloodied. Sometimes she heard a wolf howl in the night, felt a pull in her chest so fierce it hurt. Once, she dreamed of Bran, white and cold as snow, calling her home. She moved by instinct, trusting no one but herself. When dawn came, she wiped tears from her eyes, kicked Gendry awake, and pressed on north. Always toward the hope of a family not yet lost. In King's Landing, Sansa wore gray and white and silver, her stark colors hidden beneath Tyrell cloaks. She moved quietly through the Red Keep, eyes lowered, words careful. Every day was a battle. Joffrey's taunts, the queen's veiled threats, the laughter of courtiers who did not know loss. But Sansa learned to play their game, to move unseen, to glean secrets from smiles and glances. Margaery was kind, or seemed so, but Sansa did not trust even her. She trusted no one, not truly. In dreams, her family called to her, Bran from beneath the snow, Arya from shadows, Jon from the wall, her mother from a place beyond reach. She prayed for them all, each night before sleep, praying not for rescue now, but for the strength to survive. A single raven came to her, late one dusk. A black feather on her pillow. No note, no message. Sansa hid it in her hair, a silent promise. The North remembers, she thought. And so do I. The days grew shorter, the snows deeper. Bran and his companions pressed north, hiding from every patrol, crossing white fields under a blood-red moon. Jojen grew weaker with each step, but his eyes shone green in the dark. Mira never faltered. Osha led them to the edge of the gift, and then to the wall, looming vast and terrible above the world. There, in the shadow of ancient ice, Bran felt the weirwood song in his bones. "We must go beyond," he whispered. "The answers are there. I can feel it." Mira shivered. "We'll follow you, Bran." And as they passed into the world of endless winter, beneath the eyes of gods old and new, the last of the wolves braced themselves against the storm, carrying with them the memory of all they had lost and all they might yet become. The North was in darkness, but it remembered. In every lonely tower and broken hall, the wind carried the names of the dead, the prayers of the living. In every stark, scattered, hunted but unbroken, the old gods whispered, "Endure, remember, returned." Ka. The deep snows swallowed sound and shape alike, remaking the northern wilds into a land of white desolation. Bran Stark felt every breath of that cold in his bones as he and his company pressed on beneath the shadow of the wall. The air itself was a blade. The trees wore white armor, and the world seemed to hold its breath. Above the land, the wall rose, a sheer blue cliff, ancient and absolute, the last barrier between the realm of men and everything that waited in the dark. They moved by night when patrols were fewest, keeping to deer paths and hollows where even the wind could not find them. Osha scouted ahead, spear in hand, eyes wary. Mira walked beside Hodor, who bore Bran on his back with tireless strength. Jojen lagged, shivering beneath his furs. But his gaze was distant and intent, seeing what others could not. Rickon clung to Shaggy Dog's thick pelt, his cheeks red with cold, teeth clenched against complaint. Bran held his brother's hand whenever he could, feeling the tremble in those small fingers, and willing his own fear into stillness. Every day, their world grew smaller, the sky more oppressive, the cold more alive. At last, they reached the woods at the edge of the night fort. The ancient castle loomed, its towers broken, gates yawning with centuries of rot and silence. Bran could almost feel the ghosts stirring as the company crept through the ruined gatehouse and found shelter in the kitchens. No fire, Osha forbade it. Only cold bread and rabbit. The warmth of bodies huddled together. "We're at the edge of the world now," Osha whispered that first night. "Beyond here, there's only snow and secrets. You sure this is what you want, boy?" "My well." Bran nodded. "The old gods want it. My dreams want it. If we stay in the south, the Boltons will find us. We need to go north. We need answers." Jojen's voice was little more than a croak. "The door is here, somewhere. Not for everyone. Only for those the Greenseers call." Osha spat. "The gods keep their own counsel. If it goes bad, you run, little lord. I'll get Rickon away." Bran looked to Mira and Hodor. They nodded, faces pale but resolute. "We're with you, Bran," Mira said. That night, Bran dreamed of doors opening in the dark, of roots tangled in ice, of ravens circling over frozen rivers, of wolves howling beneath a sickle moon. He heard his father's voice, soft, sorrowful, but strong. "Endure. Remember. Find the truth in the snow." In the halls of the night fort, time blurred. Shadows slipped across the walls at dusk. The wind moaned in empty towers, rattling broken shutters and setting dust to dancing in the moonlight. Bran explored as summer, slipping through cracks and tunnels, nosing out the scents of mouse and memory. Sometimes he caught the tang of blood, old sorrow. On the third night, they found the Black Gate, hidden in a tunnel deep beneath the kitchens, behind a door made of ancient weirwood roots. Bran pressed his hand to the cold, pale wood, and a face bloomed from its grain, mouth opening in a silent question. "Who are you?" it whispered, the voice more felt than heard. Bran's reply was a shiver in the dark. "I am Brandon Stark, son of Eddard, of the blood of Winterfell. I seek the truth. I seek the three-eyed crow." The door's eyes opened, wide and blind. "Then pass. But remember, beyond the wall, all secrets are hungry, and all knowledge comes at a price." "Men Sano." The roots withdrew, and the door opened into utter dark. Bran felt fear settle over him, heavy as the snow on the roof. He pressed forward, the others following close. They passed through blackness colder than night, their footsteps muffled, breath frosting the air. Summer walked beside Bran, fur bristling, senses stretched to their limit. They emerged at last on the far side, beneath a sky bright with stars, snow stretching away in every direction, the air clean and cruel. The wall loomed behind, immense and unyielding. Beyond, the wilds of the true north waited. South of the wall, Jon Snow watched from atop the ice as the shadows of the forest shifted. Ghosts pressed close, hackles raised, eyes fixed on the gap below. The rangers were nervous. Mance Rayder's host was a rumor on the wind, the wildlings moving in silence, disappearing like ghosts themselves. Each morning brought new dead. Black brothers found with blue eyes, their bodies frozen, hands clutching blades too slow to save them. Sam huddled by the fire in the old keep, poring over ancient books, searching for meaning. Jon's letters to the north had gone unanswered. The wall itself felt haunted, its stones whispering warnings no one else could hear. At dawn, Jon walked the ramparts, breath curling, cloak snapping. He felt the bond with Ghost, an unspoken warning, a surge of memory, a weirwood gate, a crippled boy, the howl of a dire wolf far below. He remembered Bran's voice in dreams, green with hope and grief, and wondered if the pack would ever find each other again. In the wilds beyond, Bran and his companions pressed north. Each day, a trial. The snow was deeper, the sky lower, the wind constant and bitter. Sometimes they glimpsed strange lights in the sky, auroras of green and purple that shimmered across the frozen land. Sometimes they saw tracks in the snow, great paws, wider than Summer's, prints that were not quite human. Rickon grew more silent, his only comfort the wild affection of Shaggy Dog. Jojen's dreams were fevered now, full of riddles and warnings. "We are watched," he whispered one morning, lips blue, eyes glassy. "Something knows we're here, it waits." They slept by day, moved by night. Sometimes Mira wept, thinking Bran did not see. Osha grew thin and sharper, her patience drawn tight as wire. Hodor only said, "Hodor," again and again, voice shaking. At last they found the cave, half hidden by roots and snow, its mouth a black promise. Inside, the air was warmer, thick with the scent of earth and secrets. Fire flickered on stone. The children followed the twisting path downward, leaving the world of men behind. Deeper still, they went, into the roots of the world. The cavern opened at last into a great hollow, aglow with phosphorescent moss and the pulsing veins of weirwood. Ravens clustered in the rafters, their eyes gleaming. In the center of it all, a man sat entwined in roots, his face lined with age and knowledge, eyes white and blind. The three-eyed crow. Bran approached, heart pounding, Summer at his side. "Welcome, Brandon Stark," said the man, his voice echoing in the stone. "You have come far, farther than any before you. The north is in darkness. The wolves are scattered. The true war has begun." Bran knelt. "Why me?" Why must I see these things? Why must I carry this weight? Because you are a Stark, the crow said softly. Because winter does not kill the seed, it preserves it. The pack is broken but not lost. Through you, the North will remember, and through you, the old powers may return. Bran closed his eyes and let the knowledge flow. Dreams and visions, the language of roots and wings. He saw Arya running, sword in hand, a shadow behind her eyes. He saw Sansa in the Red Keep, cloaked in sorrow but not despair. He saw Jon upon the wall, fire and ice in his soul, every decision a knife's edge. He saw the dead, white and silent, moving ever south. He saw hope, fragile as a spark, but real. In the ruin of Winterfell, as the snows deepened, the last loyal men lit hidden fires. Across the Wolflands, families whispered old words, refusing to yield to the Boltons or the Freys or the cold. They remembered. They endured. In King's Landing, Sansa woke from dreams of wolves and snow to find a black feather on her windowsill, a silent message. She hid it in her bodice and faced another day with quiet strength. In the Riverlands, Arya watched the sunrise over the ashes of another battle, needle in her hand, a coin in her pocket, her father's voice in her heart. And in the deepest dark beneath the earth, Bran Stark learned to see. The pack was scattered but not lost. Winter was here, but it was not the end. The North remembered. The wolves endured. And the world turned, heavy with prophecy, toward the hour when the scattered would return, and the North would rise again. Call. Wind raked the haunted forest, setting the branches to groaning and showering ice down upon a ragged group. Moving single file through the deepening night, Bran rode on Hodor's back, swaddled in furs, the cold biting to the bone despite all their layers. Summer padded ahead, ghost-like in the snow, nose low, golden eyes searching the drifts. Mira kept close, spear at the ready, eyes flicking to the shadows. Jojen stumbled along behind, each step slower, his breath coming in sharp, shuddering bursts. Rickon rode half-curled against Osha, clutching Shaggy Dog's ruff for warmth and comfort. Above them the aurora rippled green and purple in the sky, and sometimes, when the wind dropped, Bran thought he heard the trees whispering his name. Days passed in blur and nightmare, hunger gnawing at their bellies, thirst a constant ache. The world shrank to white silence, and the sound of footsteps in snow. Sometimes they passed the remnants of wildling camps, the remains picked clean, scattered bones gnawed by things unseen. The only colors were blood and shadow. They skirted black lakes and tangled woods, always pushing north and east, deeper into the land where even crows did not go. Jojen's eyes grew fever-bright, and at night he tossed in uneasy sleep, whispering warnings of icy hands and hollow faces, of an enemy that watched and waited just beyond the veil of the trees. One morning, with the sun a pale disk low on the horizon, they crested a ridge and saw the land fall away to a valley thick with ancient pines. At its far end, nestled against a wall of rock half lost in snowdrifts, Bran glimpsed a cave mouth, wreathed in mist and shadow. The air here seemed to hum with something old and vast, a power deeper than fear. Osha sniffed the wind, knuckles white on her spear. Something waits there, boy. Not a thing I'd seek out if I had a choice. Mira's breath trembled. It's the place from your dreams, Bran. Isn't it? Bran nodded, swallowing his dread. It is. We're meant to go in. Jojen forced a smile. There's no safety in the world anymore. Only the path you choose. He shuddered, but his hand found Bran's and squeezed tight. They pressed on, the snow rising past their knees, the cave looming ever larger. As they drew close, the air grew warmer. Strangely so, as if the cave itself breathed out heat. The opening was ringed with ancient roots and crowned with icicles thick as swords. Mira led the way, torch in hand, her shadow long on the wall. Inside, the tunnel sloped downward, the stone slick with damp, the darkness broken only by the flicker of their light. The air smelled of earth and rot and something older, the deep, bone-rich scent of ages. Far ahead, a faint glow glimmered green and gold. As they descended, A voice drifted to Bran from the dark. Not quite a sound, more the memory of words. A summons in the blood. Come. Come, Greenseer. The roots remember. The north remembers. You are home. They passed through a narrow gate of stone and root, and emerged at last in a vast cavern, walls covered in veins of glowing moss, the air alive with the flutter of unseen wings. Ravens clustered on ledges, watching with unblinking eyes. At the cavern's heart, a man sat among roots, hair white as bone, skin marked by age and time and power. His eyes were blind, milky as pearls, yet seemed to see into every shadow. Bran's heart hammered. Are you the three-eyed crow? The man's lips twitched into a sad smile. Men called me that, long ago. Now I'm the memory of trees, the dreamer of the north. I have waited for you, Brandon Stark. I have watched you in the snow, the mud, the blood of your kin. Sit, rest. There is much to learn and not much time. Hodor lowered Bran gently. Mira wrapped him in an extra fur, her eyes wary. Osha stood back, spear tight in her grip, every muscle ready to spring. Rickon huddled near Shaggy Dog, who stared at the strange man with lips drawn back in a silent snarl. The cavern's shadows seemed to swirl as the old man beckoned Bran closer. You are the last hope of the old gods. Through you, their memory survives. Through you, the pack might yet endure. Bran felt the truth of it. Sharp and cold. He remembered all he had seen. Robb's banners falling in a rain of arrows, Catelyn's final cry, Arya's flight through darkness, Sansa's silence in the lion's den. Jon's lonely vigil on the wall. He remembered the burning of Winterfell, the way the snows had fallen silent over all their grief. What must I do? He whispered. You must see, said the three-eyed crow. You must become more than you are. Bran reached out. The man's hand was gnarled, roots and bone, and when their fingers touched, Bran felt the world break open. Light and memory pouring in, visions cascading, a flood of sight beyond sight. He saw the birth of gods and kings, the first direwolf crawling from its den beneath a red moon, the children singing in the dark before the dawn of men. He saw the wall raised by giants and magic, the White Walkers rising from the farthest cold. He saw his own father's face, young and bright-eyed, promise shining in every word. He saw 1,000 ravens fly, and heard their wings beating the rhythm of history. The visions left him gasping, weak, but changed. Jojen knelt beside him, eyes shining green. Now you know, Bran. Now you can help. Bran looked at his hands. Unchanged, but not. Can I save them? My family? The old man's voice was soft as falling snow. Some you may. Not all. But the pack survives through you. You must watch. You must warn. The night is coming, and the world will drown in it if you do not. There's cabin. Elsewhere. The cold pressed on the wall and the lands below. Jon Snow stood atop the parapet, Ghost at his side, watching torches bob on the plains. Night's Watch brothers muttered about wildlings and whites, but Jon's mind was full of other worries. Ravens lost, news of the Red Wedding, Sansa's name whispered in the dark. He felt the gap between himself and all he loved, a wound deeper than any blade. Sometimes, when sleep would not come, Jon walked the top of the wall with Ghost silent at his side, staring north into the wind, listening for a voice that never quite came. Sometimes, he dreamed he was a wolf, running with others through the snow, a distant howl echoing between the trees. He remembered Bran's warning, trust the wolf, not the crow. He tried to listen to his own instincts, to the old gods who had watched his family for centuries. Every day, the air grew colder, the ice thicker on the stones. Every day, Jon felt the world tightening, a storm gathering in the dark. Far to the south, Arya Stark rode at a canter across the cold open fields, a fresh wind stinging her face. Needle rode at her side, its weight a comfort. Gendry kept pace, Hot Pie farther behind. They followed the old roads, avoiding villages, trusting only the wolf quiet in Arya's heart. At night, Arya lay awake and whispered names. But more and more her dreams were of Winterfell. Snow drifting through empty halls, the sound of her father's voice calling her home. She thought sometimes she heard Bran's voice, distant and strange, sometimes warning, sometimes pleading, always reminding her of who she was. She woke from those dreams with tears frozen on her cheeks, and her hand tight on the coin Jaqen had given her. In the Red Keep, Sansa kept her secrets behind downcast eyes and gentle words. The Queen's court had grown darker since the slaughter at the Twins. News came daily of the Boltons and Freys consolidating power in the north, of House Stark's name used as a warning, a threat, a curse. But Sansa endured. Each morning she rose and played her part. Each evening she lit a candle and prayed. For her lost mother and brother, for Arya and Bran, for Jon far to the north. Sometimes, in the small hours, she heard the wind rise, and the cry of a lone wolf, far beyond the city's edge. In those moments, Sansa felt a strength inside herself, a part of Winterfell that no one could take. Beneath the earth, Bran trained with the three-eyed crow. He learned to walk in dreams, to see through the eyes of summer, to send his mind flying with ravens. He watched the north, watched the wall, watched as the world shuddered beneath the coming dark. He sent warnings as best he could, dreams, glimpses, whispers, reaching for his scattered family. He saw Sansa's face in candlelight, saw Arya sleeping beneath a stormy sky, saw Jon standing on the wall, brooding over the land of the dead. He saw too the approach of doom, white shadows moving south, the army of winter growing, the long night lengthening. Bran felt the weight of it, a burden too heavy for one boy, yet the only burden that mattered. Remember, the three-eyed crow told him again and again, you are the memory of the North. You are hope. Do not falter. Bran held to those words as outside the snow fell and the wind sang through the world, carrying the names of the lost and the promise of the pack. And everywhere, from the wall to the ruins of Winterfell, from the burning riverlands to the stones of the Red Keep, the last of the wolves listened, waiting for the time when the North would rise again. The fire in the cavern's heart flickered low, casting shifting shadows that danced like ancient spirits upon the weirwood-veined walls. Bran sat cross-legged on the cold earth, his breath curling in the air, the taste of moss and stone heavy on his tongue. The three-eyed crow, pale, half-rooted, eyes gone to milk, watched him from beneath a tangle of roots. Beyond, Mira and Jojen huddled close, the chill of the deep north creeping into their bones. Hodor slept nearby, curled into himself, slow, peaceful breaths rising and falling. Rickon and Shaggy Dog pressed together for warmth, Osha standing guard at the mouth of the tunnel, her eyes wary, spear never far from her hand. Time unraveled in the cave. There was no sun, no moon, only the endless twilight of phosphorescent fungus and the slow, patient rhythm of learning. Sometimes Bran forgot the world above, the thunder of Bolton hooves over Winterfell's ruined stones, the Red Keep's gilded poison, Arya's endless road. Here, there were only lessons and dreams, the old gods' voices trickling like icy water through the roots. He learned to walk with summer, to ride the wind with the ravens, to listen to the trees. Each branch and leaf a memory, each whisper a story from an age before men. He watched his family from afar, felt their pain as his own, glimpsed flickers of hope and terror in their tangled fates. The three-eyed crow's voice echoed in the darkness, sometimes gentle, sometimes cold. You must see, Bran. See what was, what is, what may come. The world is a river of choices, but it flows only one way. You are the stone that may shape the current, or else be worn away. Bran closed his eyes. He let himself drift down, down into the world's roots. He saw the past. Children of the forest carving faces into the weirwoods. The first men lighting fires against the long night. Old Nan as a girl running through summer grass. He saw his father, a boy at his grandfather's knee, learning the names of the dead, learning the price of mercy. He saw Robb crowned in the storm, banners snapping, hope burning bright and brief. He saw Catelyn's tears fall into the river, Arya's hands red with vengeance, Sansa turning a key in a lock, her face carved of resolve. He saw John upon the wall, torn by love and duty, ghost a silent shadow at his side. He saw the others, white shadows stirring in the far north, a cold wind rising. Sometimes the visions left him shaking and sick. Sometimes he woke with new words on his lips, not knowing their meaning. Jojen watched Bran with a mournful pride. "Your dreams are longer. You're reaching farther." "I have to," Bran whispered. "The world is breaking. I feel it. The North is crying out, but so few listen." Mira wrapped a fur about Bran's shoulders. "We listen. Your family listens, even if they don't know it's you. They feel you in their dreams. They feel the old god's warning." "Bendy?" "Mwan," Osha grunted from the shadows. "Dreams or no, it's the living blade you have to fear. Something's moving in the woods, watching. I can smell it. Wolves, maybe. Or worse." Bran sent his mind out, riding with summer beneath the snow-laden boughs. He smelled wolf and man, blood and smoke. The wild was full of hunger and sorrow, full of teeth bared at the edge of winter. He felt the pull of his pack. Some far, some near, all scattered, all haunted. Far to the south, Arya Stark woke in the lee of a ruined tower, the grass frozen to brittle glass beneath her cheek. The air tasted of wood smoke and old sorrow. She blinked the dreams from her eyes, dreams of Bran's voice in the wind, a wolf running beneath red leaves, the heart tree's eyes open and bleeding. Needle was cold and familiar in her palm. Gendry tended the small fire, his face drawn and wary. Hot Pie handed out what little bread he had left, his cheeks hollow with hunger. "Another day on the road," Arya murmured, rubbing her stiff legs. "Which way now?" Gendry squinted at the horizon. "East, maybe, or north, away from the fighting." Arya shook her head. "There's fighting everywhere." She shivered, recalling the list she recited before sleep, names that fueled her, names that burned. She wondered if her mother's ghost followed her, if her father's shade walked with her in the cold dawn. They broke camp, moving quietly, trusting only each other. Arya wore her silence like armor, but sometimes she looked north and felt something waiting in the distance, something that tugged at her bones and whispered of wolves, snow, and home. In the Red Keep, Sansa measured her days and small acts of resistance. Soft words, sidelong glances, secrets kept behind her eyes. Marguerite Tyrell visited more often now, a smile always ready, her voice as sweet as honey and as sharp as a razor's edge. One day, Marguerite pressed a folded handkerchief into Sansa's hand as they walked in the gardens. "Keep hope, my lady. The wind changes. I feel it in my bones." Her gaze lingered meaningfully on the carved wolf on Sansa's ring, then darted away. Sansa hid the handkerchief in her bodice, heart racing. She prayed every night for her family, prayed not for rescue, but for their strength to hold, for some sign that the old god still watched over them. In her dreams, she wandered Winterfell's empty corridors, snow drifting through open windows, the howling of wolves echoing in the halls. Sometimes she saw Bran at the heart tree, eyes white and shining, lips moving in silent prayer. She woke with tears frozen on her cheeks, and a stubborn spark in her chest that would not die. On the wall, Jon Snow watched storms gather. Night after night, ghosts patrolled the edge of the wilds, red eyes burning, fur bright against the endless white. Ravens came less often, each message worse than the last. Stark dead, Stark scattered, the north overrun by flayed men and crows. Yet the wall still stood, and Jon still kept his watch. He dreamed of Bran more and more, dreamed of a voice in the wind, of trees whispering warnings, of roots that bound the world together. Sometimes, when he woke before dawn, he found Ghost staring north, ears pricked, as if listening to a music Jon could not hear. Sam worried over old books in the library, his hands shaking as he copied passages about the long night, about dead things in the cold. "The stories say, the dead will walk again, Jon," he said one night, voice trembling. "We must be ready." Jon gripped Longclaw, and looked northward, feeling the weight of every word. Under the earth, the seasons passed in slow and silent tumult. Bran grew stronger in his magic, the visions coming quicker, sharper, more urgent. He saw armies gathering, the banners of Bolton and Frey, the golden lions of the rock, the krakens of the sea, dragons stirring in the east. He saw Sansa clutching her wolf ring, Arya running through snow, Jon standing alone as the world darkened around him. He saw the white shadows moving south, their numbers swelling, their hunger endless. He saw the wall, old and mighty, but not unbreakable. He learned the names of old kings and queens, of greenseers and children, and ancient monsters. He listened to the wind and the water, to the cries of the living and the dead. And always, always, the voice of the three-eyed crow. Remember who you are, Bran Stark. Remember the pack. One night, Bran slipped deeper than he ever had before, past the memories of men, into the song of the world itself. He felt his mother's love, his father's strength, Robb's hope, Jon's loneliness, Arya's fury, Sansa's pain, Rickon's wildness, and his own fear, felt them all as threads in a tapestry stretched across time. He woke gasping, heart pounding, summer's fur warm beneath his hands. "We endure," he whispered into the dark. "We remember. We are not done." Betrayal. At dawn the cavern doors stood open, and the wolves howled beneath a sky pale with promise. In Winterfell's ruins, small fires flickered, loyal Northmen waiting for the old blood to rise again. In the City of Kings, Sansa watched the sky and let her tears fall, but only when she was sure no one could see. On the road, Arya rode into the morning with Needle at her side and vengeance in her dreams. On the wall, Jon Snow walked the battlements, Ghost at his side, watching for the storm that would soon sweep the world. And in the dark beneath the world, the last Greenseer sat with the old gods and whispered hope into the roots, waiting for the day when the scattered pack would return, and the memory of the North would be more than dream. So winter deepened, but the story did not end. The North remembered, the wolves endured, and one day the pack would run together once more. Bran awoke to the strange hush of deep winter beneath the world, the only sound the soft sigh of wind through stone and root. The cavern glowed dim with the shimmer of moss and lichen, green veins pulsing with ancient memory. His dreams had left him trembling, a flood of visions too tangled to sort. Night and day blurred here, as if the land itself slept, holding its breath while ice and darkness crept closer to the last hearths of the North. He rose from his bed of furs, stretching cold, stiff limbs. Summer was nearby, sprawled at the edge of the firelight, golden eyes half-shuttered, alert even in repose. Mira and Jojen were quiet shapes beside the embers, Jojen coughing softly, a chill beneath his words. Rickon clung to Shaggy Dog, both half lost in troubled sleep. Osha had the watch at the mouth of the cave, her spear steady, the set of her shoulders more wolf than woman. The three-eyed crow, Bran could not remember any other name, waited as he always did, tangled in the roots of the weirwood, watching without eyes. "Come, child. We begin again. The world outside quickens, and you must learn what it means to see." Bran joined him, feeling the pulse of the earth in his bare feet, the slow song of the North in every breath. The old man placed a hand, more bone than flesh, on Bran's brow, and the vision surged. He saw the past, clearer than ever. Ned Stark, younger than Bran remembered, riding beneath banners of white and gray, his face set with purpose. Lyanna in the Godswood, laughing with Benjen. Old Nan with her tales. Hodor as a smiling boy, always gentle. The stones of Winterfell rose around them, alive with ghosts. Bran saw too the scattered now. Arya stealing through the brush, her face cold and fierce, Needle at her side, Sansa threading through the poisonous garden of the Red Keep, a secret clenched behind her lips, Jon, pale and watchful atop the wall, his shadow long and his heart full of ice and fire. Rickon, wild and unbroken, racing wolves through snowy ruins. But there were other visions, darker, pressing in from the edges. Bolton men feasting in the great hall, flayed banners hanging beside the direwolf, fray laughter echoing in empty feasting chambers, iron-borne sails off the coast, gray against gray, white shadows walking the forest with the certainty of a coming storm. "Why must I see so much?" Bran whispered, voice raw with the burden. "Because you are the memory," the three-eyed crow answered. "Because your sight is the thread that binds the wolf's blood to the land, to hope, to the north that endures beyond death and fear. When men forget, the world shivers. You must remember, for them all." Bran felt the power growing in him, a river threatening to break its banks. He saw the weirwood spreading roots beneath every hall and field, drinking old blood, remembering every secret, every betrayal, every act of love or cruelty. He saw a future balanced on a knife. War in the south, rebellion in the west, darkness rising in the true north. And above all, the scattered Starks, hurt, hungry, hunted, yet never truly broken. He pulled himself back, gasping, the cavern spinning with color and sound. Summer pressed close, grounding him, bringing him home to himself. Above ground, beyond the wall, the wind carried news swifter than any raven. Jon Snow stood atop the ice, his breath a plume in the dawn, Ghost a pale streak at his side. Nights grew longer, the cold deeper, and with each new day the wildlings came closer, fleeing horrors even they would not name. There were reports of white shadows in the woods, blue eyes shining in the dark, men who walked without warmth or soul. Jon held counsel with the old bear, the words grave. If Mance Rayder means to attack, he'll do it before the true deep of winter. But it's not only wildlings we need to fear. Mormont's eyes were grim. The wall has stood 10,000 years. It will stand 1,000 more. But we must hold it, no matter what comes. Nay. Jon sent more ravens. One to Robb, still not knowing if his brother lived, yet hoping beyond sense. One to Maester Luwin at Winterfell, not knowing the ruin there. One in secret to Sam, full of warnings and half-formed fears. The answers came slowly, or not at all. Some nights Jon dreamed of Bran's voice, or thought he heard it in the howl of the wind. Sometimes he woke with his heart pounding, ghost staring northward, fur bristling. South in the wild, Arya trudged through snow and mud, Gendry beside her, hot pie limping behind. Hunger was their constant companion, danger their shadow. Arya grew harder, leaner. Every step northward a victory against the world. She kept needle sharp, her coin from Jaqen tighter still, and every night she whispered her list, her prayers of vengeance and survival. But there were dreams, too, of Winterfell, not as she'd left it but whole, full of warmth and the smell of bread and snow. Sometimes she saw Bran at a window, watching her, calling wordlessly. Sometimes she saw her mother, crying by a frozen pool, or Robb, his face fading in the fog. She woke angry, more determined, and pressed on, never looking back. In the shadowed halls of the Red Keep, Sansa wore silks over sorrow. She passed through days of cunning and menace, learning to read faces, to answer cruelty with courtesy, to conceal her heart. Margaery Tyrell brought smiles and whispers, and even Cersei's words, edged as daggers, were softer than Joffrey's blows. At night, Sansa traced the lines of her mother's ring, letting memories guide her. She prayed to the old gods, to any who would listen, for her siblings lost and for some end to fear. She heard things in the walls, wind, rats, or something older, and sometimes she thought of Bran and the Heart Tree, the safety of the Godswood, the feel of home. She did not cry when she heard of the Red Wedding. The tears had already been shed. She learned instead to keep hope folded and hidden, like a secret note, like a prayer. Beneath the world, Bran studied with the three-eyed crow, learning to ride the minds of animals, to slip through time's river, to listen to the secrets whispered by roots and wind. The boy he had been fated, becoming something stranger, greater, though loneliness gnawed at him, a hunger deeper than hunger. He reached out, again and again, for his family, sometimes touching them in dreams, sometimes glimpsing their faces in the wilds of snow or stone. He saw Arya wake with a start, hand on her sword. He saw Sansa slip a sprig of winter rose into her sleeve. He saw Jon at the wall, his face turned to the north, ghost alert at his side. Most of all, Bran watched the white tide growing in the heart of winter, the army of the dead, cold and inexorable, swallowing everything in its path. He saw the wall shudder in his dreams, the dead massing beyond, waiting for their hour. He sent warning where he could, shaping dreams and omens, hoping his siblings would understand. The wolves must come home. The north must rise. On a day without sun, Jojen pressed a trembling hand to Bran's arm. I saw the snow fall black. I saw the wolf's head high above the battlements, blood on the stones. You must not lose yourself in the roots, Bran. The north needs you. Your family needs you. Now. Bran nodded, the promise burning in his chest. He took Rickon's hand and Mira's, felt summer press close, and whispered the words he had learned from the trees. The old gods, the blood of the wolf. We will endure. We will remember. We will return. And the world above and below shivered to hear it. As winter deepened, as wolves howled in the ruins of Winterfell, and the wind carried secrets from the wall to the wilds, the Starks endured. Apart but never alone, wounded but unbroken, the memory of the north burning like a hidden fire beneath the snow. The day would come when that fire would burn bright, when the scattered pack would run together, when the memory of one boy's vision would shape the fate of all. Until then they endured, Bran dreaming in the roots, Arya running through the night, Sansa holding hope like a knife, Jon standing his vigil on the ice, Rickon howling at the moon, and all of them, in dreams and prayers and wild, impossible hope, calling one word to the wind. Om. Aha. The ice deepened above the world, and in the hidden places of the north, all things living crouched closer to warmth and memory. Beneath the roots and frozen stone, Bran Stark listened to the silent music of the earth. Time slid sideways in the cavern, each day measured not by sun or stars, but by the flicker of the fire, the green glow of moss, the restless turnings of his own dreams. Some nights Bran woke to the groan of shifting roots, the beat of raven wings, the taste of old blood in his mouth. Some nights he wandered far, lost in the river of memory, seeing with eyes not his own. He saw Winterfell as it was, green in summer, the gods' wood alive with light and laughter. He saw his father, tall and unyielding, sword at his belt, voice full of the North's old justice. He saw Robb and Jon racing in the yard, Arya scampering after them with Bran at her heels. Sansa wove flowers for their mother's hair. Rickon chased the wolves through the long grass, Osha laughing in the kitchen door. The scent of fresh bread, of pine and snow, lingered in the air. Brannon ached for it, ached for the time before everything broke. But he could not linger there. The old gods dragged him ever forward, showing him visions that shivered with meaning. He saw the Red Keep shadows, Sansa bending to pick up a fallen petal beneath the eyes of Lannisters. He saw Arya crouched by a campfire, sharpening needle, her face streaked with dirt and resolve. He saw Jon standing on the wall, watching the north, ghosts beside him, snow swirling around their feet. And beyond the wall, Bran saw the dead moving, armies of them, faces pale and eyes blue as winter. He saw white walkers riding with their king, the air freezing behind them, the land dying as they passed. He saw the wall in his dream, felt it groan and tremble, felt the ancient spells woven through it. Something pressed from beyond, seeking weakness, seeking a way through. He woke gasping, sweating beneath furs, summer whining at his side. The fire had burned low, but Mira was quick to feed it, coaxing orange tongues from the coals. Jojen shivered near her, his own face gaunt and shadowed, green eyes burning with fever. Rickon and Shaggy Dog were a tangled mass in the corner, Osha dozing but not quite sleeping, spear never more than an arm's length away. Another dream? Mira asked softly, laying a hand on Bran's arm. He nodded, swallowing the cold in his throat. The dead are moving. They come for us all. I have to warn Jon. I have to warn everyone. Nervous. Jojen coughed, sitting up with difficulty. You can reach them, not just with ravens, but in dreams. In the weirwood's voice. Let them see what you see. Let them remember. Bran shut his eyes and let the power flow. He reached out, south, east, across miles of snow and stone, through the veins of the earth. He touched the heart tree in Winterfell's godswood, its roots tangled in his own heart. He touched the groves beyond the wall, the sapling near Castle Black, the ancient woods of the Isle of Faces. Each tree whispered to him, sharing memory, pain, warning. He found Jon, cold, awake, pacing the wall's heights in the night. For a moment, Bran was there beside him, seeing through the eyes of ghost, feeling the wind bite, hearing the hush of the land. "Jon," Bran whispered, feeling his brother start and look about. "Dead are coming. The wall is not as strong as it was. Remember who you are." Jon turned, staring north. Ghost's fur bristled. Jon pressed his gloved hand to the rough ice, as if he too could feel Bran through the ancient wall. "Is it you?" he breathed into the night. "We are the pack. You are not alone." Jon stood silent, then nodded once. No words, only resolve in the set of his jaw. Bran pulled away, heart aching, but knowing the message was heard. He searched for Arya next, finding her camped beside a dark river, rain spitting through the leaves. She lay with her back to the fire, blade hidden in her hand, Gendry and hot pie curled nearby. Her dreams were dark, full of wolves and running. But when Bran touched her mind, she saw a heart tree, red eyes open, white bark bleeding. She saw her father's face, gentle and sad, and a voice that said, "Remember who you are, Arya. You are a wolf. Come home." She woke startled, heart hammering, clutching needle. But for the first time in days she felt hope, felt the north calling her name. Elsewhere, Sansa sat in the Queen's solar, hands folded, eyes downcast as Cersei and Marjorie discussed the coming wedding. She played her role, gentle, docile, silent, but inside her mind raced. That morning she dreamed of Winterfell, of snow on the courtyard, of Bran climbing the towers, waving at her. She'd woken with the ache of it still in her chest. When the others left, Sansa lingered by the window, gazing north. Somewhere far away she felt a presence, gentle but insistent, the memory of her father's words. "The lone wolf dies, but the pack survives." She whispered it to herself, over and over. A promise, a shield. Beneath the earth, Bran learned more. The three-eyed crow set him tests: slip into the mind of a mouse, and find the hidden door, send his spirit into summer to scout for wildlings in the snow. Walk the past and the present, always returning, never lost. Bran felt the strangeness of it. A life half lived in dream, half in flesh. But he grew stronger, sharper, his heart full of the North's silent wisdom. Jojen faded as the winter grew deeper. His dreams were all of endings, trees burning, rivers frozen, the sky falling like a shroud. But he watched Bran with pride, his belief unwavering. Mira grew quiet, protective of them all. She watched Rickon and Bran, kept Osha close, hunted in the bitter woods for rabbit and fox. Osha spoke little, but each day she checked the spear, eyed the woods, measured the wind. "There's worse than cold out there," she warned. "Something stirs in the forest. I smell it. Wolves are uneasy. The old gods are restless." Bran watched through Summer's eyes and saw signs of passage in the deep snow, the tracks of dead men, the spiral marks of the others. Sometimes he heard the wind whisper in the voice of lost Starks, or saw fleeting figures in the dusk that vanished when he tried to follow. On the wall, Jon gathered his brothers, spoke of old legends, urged them to vigilance. Some mocked him, others listened in fear. He wrote messages, coded, desperate, hoping someone in the south would believe, would remember. At night he dreamed of a white direwolf running through endless snows, a boy with Bran's face urging him onward. Ghost stood with him every night, watching the northern dark. Ravens came with news of chaos in the south, Baratheon banners marching, Lannisters scheming, the Riverlands ablaze. No word from Winterfell. No word from his sisters or brothers. Yet Jon kept faith, feeling the old gods closer now, Every night the wall shivered in the cold. South, Arya pushed on through rain and ruin, hope burning in her chest. Her dreams were full of heart trees and voices, and every day she felt the north pulling at her soul. Sansa endured, playing the game, but in every stolen moment, she prayed for her family. She began to send secret messages, innocent letters to unknown northern ladies, slips of paper hidden in loaves sent to kitchens, anything to reach home, to say she was still herself, still a Stark, still watching. In the depths, the three-eyed crow grew frailer, but his teachings sharper. Soon you must face the dark, Bran. Winter will break upon the world. When the dead pass the wall, the North must remember. You must remember. You must gather the pack. 9. Bran reached for summer's fur, for Mira's hand, for Rickon's warmth, for the root that sang beneath his palm. I will, he said. I swear it, by the blood of the wolf, by the memory of Winterfell. The gods' wood above trembled, as if the old gods heard. Far away Jon dreamed of home. Arya turned her face north. Sansa lifted her head to the cold wind, and in every dark place hope flickered. A small, stubborn flame. Bran's eyes blazed with the green sight, and the world waited, breathless, for the night to break and for the pack to rise together once more. Nanishal. The snow in the haunted north fell like sifted ashes, erasing every sign of passage, every scar of fire, every memory of summer. Beneath the frozen world, Bran Stark's days passed in cycles of vision and weariness, of ancient learning and the bone-deep ache for kin and home. The three-eyed crow's voice echoed through root and dream, a teacher's patience bound to the relentless purpose of the old gods. The air in the cavern tasted of deep earth and frost, moss aglow with hidden life along the stony walls, firelight warping the shadows into shapes that seemed to watch and whisper. Bran grew lean and solemn, eyes gone strange with green and gold. Some days he forgot what his own hands looked like, or the sound of his own name. Some days he remembered everything, all at once. The way Arya's laughter echoed in Winterfell's halls, how Jon's hand felt ruffling his hair, the smell of Sansa's lemon cakes. He remembered his mother's smile, Robb's sword, Rickon tumbling with Shaggy Dog in the grass. But the heart of his life was here, under the world, bound to root and memory. Every lesson with the three-eyed crow was another thread spun into the web of time. Bran learned the shape of power, how to slip the bounds of flesh, to see the world as the weirwoods did, not as a single tale, but a tangle of 1,000, all unfinished, all echoing. One morning, if morning it was, Bran woke to Mira's gentle hand on his shoulder. Jojen was dying, his dreams all cold. Rickon slept fitfully, clutching Shaggy Dog's rough black fur. Osha stood at the tunnel's mouth, her face drawn and sharp, spear always within reach. Something's changed, Mira whispered. The roots are restless. Jojen says winter is breaking, one way or another. Bran saw it too, in his dreams. The wall trembled, the spells within it flickering like old embers. The others masked in the darkness, white shadows drifting beneath ancient trees, eyes blue and hungry. The old gods whispered warnings in the wind, the taste of storm on the air. He slipped into summer and ran, feeling the world through a wolf's senses, cold and wind and the ache of hunger. He scented men, living and dead, far off. He scented blood on the snow and a deeper, older fear, thick as brine. When he woke, the three-eyed crow beckoned. Look deeper, child. See not just the north, but the world. See what the wolf blood remembers. Bran reached, as he had learned, into the river of memory. He saw the rise of the Targaryens, dragons burning over Harrenhal. He saw the pact between children and first men, the hammer of wars, the knife in the darkness. He saw his father's quiet strength, the secret that cost him everything, his mother's courage, her sorrow. He saw Winterfell in fire and snow, the banners of Bolton and Frey twisting in the wind. He saw Arya, bloodied and wild, moving through haunted woods. He saw Sansa in the shadow of the throne, a wolf among lions, surviving with every breath. He saw Jon on the wall, ghost beside him, darkness pressing from the north. Bran felt his brother's loneliness, his longing, and sent what comfort he could. Wordless hope, the promise of kin, a dream of running as wolves through snow. Jon Snow stood on the wall at dawn, his cloak stiff with frost, Ghost a pale shadow at his side. The wind cut, bitter as betrayal. The sky was a bruise of purple and gold, the sun a pale smear in the east. Below, the wildlings massed at the tree line, black specks in the snow. Eastwatch's towers flickered with signal fires. Crows manned the battlements in silence, tension winding every movement. There were too many enemies, wildlings, whites, the threat beyond the wall. Too few allies. Too few answers. Jon's dreams had changed since winter's true grip. Sometimes he woke with Bran's voice in his mind, a wolf's call, a warning. Sometimes he dreamed he was Ghost, running through snows unbroken and endless, hunting, or being hunted by shapes colder and older than men. Every morning, he checked the ice for cracks, the air for omens. He called council that day. The old bear listened, grave and weary. "I feel something coming," Jon said. "Not just the wildlings, not just the whites. The wall is thinner. We must be ready. We must warn the south." The old bear nodded. "We send riders, we keep watch, and we pray the old gods have not forgotten us." Jon looked north, heart heavy, hope stubborn. "We remember, even if they don't." Far south, Arya Stark trekked north with Gendry and Hot Pie, her boots worn through, needle sharp beneath her cloak. Every day the world seemed emptier, villages burned or abandoned, fields trampled to mud. Signs of war were everywhere. Once, they passed a band of Bolton men, banners sodden, their laughter as sharp as knives. Arya made Gendry hide, her heart cold and tight. She trusted no one but herself, and sometimes, not even that. At night, Arya dreamed of wolves running, of her father's face, of the heart tree's bloody eyes. Sometimes she dreamed of Bran, strange, distant, calling her home. The dreams lingered when she woke, guiding her steps. She kept north no matter what, a hope burning in her chest. One dawn, she woke to Gendry shaking her. "Riders," he whispered. "Not Lannister. Not Frey. Northmen, I think." Arya crept to the edge of the woods, heart pounding. She saw men in furs, a direwolf's head on their standards. Her breath caught. For a moment, she thought she saw Robb among them. But no, that face was older, grimmer, the eyes hard. Still, they were her father's men. Arya watched them pass, hope and fear tangled in her chest. When they were gone, she steeled herself to follow. "We go north," she said. "We find Winterfell. We find the rest of the pack." Gendry nodded. Hot Pie only groaned, but followed. In King's Landing, Sansa wove her way through the poisoned garden of the Red Keep, every smile and word measured. She wore her grief like a secret crown, silent but heavy. Every day was a test. Cersei's sharp eyes, Marjorie's gentle questions, the endless rumor of war and winter. But Sansa was no longer a child. She listened. She learned. She remembered. A new player entered the court, Pettier Baelish, smirking behind his beard, his gaze lingering too long on her. He brought news from the north. Winterfell in ruin, Bolton banners raised, rumors of Rickon and a crippled boy lost to the snows. Sansa hid her pain. At night she dreamed of home, of snow falling on the empty halls, of a heart tree whispering her name. Sometimes she saw Bran's face in her dreams, eyes full of strange knowledge. She woke each time with a shiver and a prayer for the strength to endure. In the cavern beneath the world, Jojen's breathing grew thin. The green dreams took him more often. His words were riddles, warnings. "Soon you'll have to leave, Bran," he murmured. "Winter is breaking. The world needs you above. The wolf blood calls the pack. You must gather them." Mira wept silently, but said nothing. Osha's jaw tightened. Rickon looked only to Bran, trusting his brother as he'd trusted no one since Winterfell burned. Bran laid his hand on the roots, feeling the pulse of the earth, the memory of the north itself. The three-eyed crow watched, a shadow in the flickering green. "You must not fear the darkness," the old man intoned. "You are its answer. The North is not dead so long as memory lives, so long as the wolves run." Bran nodded. He sent his thoughts outward, calling to Arya, to Jon, to Sansa, even to Rickon beside him. He called through dreams and through the old gods, weaving the vision of a pack united, of Winterfell whole, of the world unbroken. He did not know if his words would reach, but he felt a stirring in the dark, a warmth in his chest, a promise in the song of wolves howling under the winter moon. In the wilds, Arya led her friends north, following rivers and ruins, watching for the direwolf's banner. Sansa survived another day, another week, learning to bend without breaking. Jon stood on the wall, eyes always north, heart never leaving the wolves he had lost. And in the black beneath the snow, Bran Stark dreamed the North awake. The old gods listened. The pack endured. The end was not yet written. The wolves remembered. And somewhere, in darkness and in hope, the dream of home burned brighter than ever, undying as winter. Bran awoke in the dream of roots and snow, heart pounding with the echo of 1,000 voices. The cavern glimmered with moss light and the hush of the deep north, every stone and shadow alive with memory. The three-eyed crow was waiting in silence beside the fire, his ancient gaze following the slow swirl of smoke. Mira Reed bent over Jojen, who had grown thin as a shadow, his face drawn, eyes alight with the green dream. Rickon pressed close to Shaggy Dog, wild hair tangled, half a child and half a wolf. Osha stood at the edge of the light, spear poised, her watchful gaze fixed on the mouth of the tunnel. Outside, snow drifted higher, burying the cave deeper each day. Sometimes the wind howled so fiercely the earth itself seemed to shudder. Bran's world was now the hush of the cavern, the crackle of fire, the low thrum of the old gods, the chill of loss. Sometimes in the depths of night, the roots sang to him in voices not quite his own. The lessons grew harder. The three-eyed crow forced Bran deeper into memory, deeper into the green sight's truth. "You must watch," the old man whispered. "See with all yourselves, the wolf, the boy, the North. You are not a prince, you are not a hero. You are the watcher. The world will not thank you, but the world will need you." Bran listened. He slipped through the roots, through Time's river, riding the blood of wolf and man. He saw Ned Stark kneeling at the heart tree, the promise of honor in every line of his face. He saw Lyanna's blue roses falling in the snow. He saw Robb crowned, Arya running, Sansa standing in the shadow of the Iron Throne, Jon watching from the wall as a tide of darkness gathered. He saw Rickon lost and lonely, searching for his pack. Bran saw Winterfell as it was, as it had been, as it could be. He saw the others in the woods, saw the wall trembling with the song of ancient spells, saw crows flocking, wolves howling, fires dying. He reached further, feeling the cold hand of fate twisting every thread. For a moment, it was too much. He nearly drowned in the torrent. But Mira's hand anchored him. Summer's heart beat against his own. Bran found his way back. On the wall, Jon Snow stood at the edge of the world, Ghost beside him, eyes fixed on the endless white. Below, the wildlings were restless, their camp a shifting patchwork of fires and fear. The old bear's ravens came with no good news. Word of Lannister victories, of Bolton treachery, of Winterfell loss. At night, Jon dreamed of Bran's voice, of wolves running through the snow, of trees whispering secrets. Sometimes he woke with the cold in his bones, and the taste of memory on his tongue. Sometimes he thought he saw a boy's shadow at the edge of his dreams, eyes bright with green fire. He spoke to Sam by the guttering fire, voice low. "The wall is not just stone and ice. It remembers. I can feel it, Sam. Something ancient is waking. We have to warn the South." "Done." Sam nodded, terrified, yet determined. "I've sent the letters, Jon. Every maester, every keep. But will anyone listen?" Jon gazed north, thinking of his father, his brothers, the wolves that had led them all. "They'll have to, or we'll die with the rest." Far to the south, Arya led Gendry and Hot Pie through wild wood and frozen field, always toward the memory of Winterfell. The world was ruined. A patchwork of dead farms, burnt villages, and haunted roads. Signs of war were everywhere. Bodies frozen in ditches, banners tangled in trees, old blood black in the snow. Sometimes Arya saw the marks of direwolves in the slush and mud, sometimes real, sometimes only dreamed. Her nights were haunted by visions. A red tree weeping blood, her father's voice on the wind, Bran's pale face in the snow, eyes wide and watching. She woke with needle clenched in her hand, heart racing, half certain she'd heard her brother's call in the darkness. One day, they crossed paths with a band of Northmen, a remnant of the Manderless, battered but proud. They wore no banners, spoke only in whispers, but Arya saw the wolf on their brooches. They camped together for a night, Gendry mending armor, Hot Pie trading bread for stories. An old woman by the fire looked long at Arya. "You're a Stark," she said, quiet as snow. "I see it in your eyes. The pack is not lost, child, only scattered. You'll find your way." Arya nodded, feeling the north in her bones. When dawn came, the Northmen were gone, leaving only footprints and hope. In King's Landing, Sansa survived with grace and silence. The Red Keep was a nest of vipers, Baelish's whispers, Cersei's cold disdain, Marjorie's honeyed warnings. Sansa wore her grief as a mask, her hope as a secret, praying to old gods and knew that her family lived. News from the north was always bitter. Rumors of Bolton cruelty, of Frey betrayal, of Winterfell a shell. Sansa dreamed often of her brothers, Bran's voice in the leaves, Arya's shadow running along the ramparts, Jon's cold eyes watching from atop the wall. One morning, she woke to a raven's feather on her sill, black as night, silent as prayer. She slipped it into her hair and went about her day, hope burning, fragile but fierce. Below the world, Bran learned the last of the old ways. The three-eyed crow pressed him. "You must see what's coming, Bran. The dead will cross the wall. The wolves must gather, the north must wake." Jojen's end drew near, his green sight clouded, breath weak. "You're stronger than I ever dreamed, Bran. Remember us, remember the roots, guide them home." Bran wept quietly, his tears falling into the roots. Mira stood watch as Jojen faded, Osha keeping the wolves close. Rickon clung to Bran's side silent. The day came when the cavern itself seemed to pulse with warning, the roots restless, the moss dimming. Bran slipped into summer and raced through snow and moonlight, searching for danger, searching for hope. He saw whites moving in the wood, cold shadows on the hunt. He saw Jon standing at the wall's highest tower, sword drawn, ghost braced at his side, wind howling. He saw Arya crossing a frozen ford, eyes set on a far, impossible horizon. He saw Sansa in a chamber of stone, lighting a candle in the dark. Bran gathered every lesson, every memory, every hope and grief, and sent his voice out into the world. "Remember. Return, Andi. The pack endures." In every wild place, a wolf howled. On the wall, in the ruins of Winterfell, by the banks of the Trident, and the streets of the capital. Northmen looked up from their fires. Strangers paused on lonely roads. Wildlings listened from the shadows. Jon Snow dreamed of the Heart Tree and woke with a sense of purpose. Arya looked north and felt the pull of home. Sansa pressed her hand to her heart and remembered what it meant to be brave. Even Rickon, half wild, pressed close to Shaggy Dog and whispered, "Bran," as the wind howled outside. And in the deep, beneath the roots, Bran Stark listened to the world. The three-eyed crow nodded in the dark, pride and sorrow in his ruined face. "Go, Bran. The hour has come. The world waits." So Bran took his pack, Mira, Rickon, Osha, Summer, Shaggy Dog, and climbed from the earth. Snow blinded him. Wind cut him. But he remembered every path and every dream. The old gods whispered, the north remembered. And in that hour, the last hope of Winterfell turned his face to the cold and went to meet the storm. The dream of home endured, burning brighter than the longest night. The pack would run again, and the world would never forget the wolves who had survived the winter. Alchemy, Pumka. They climbed from the earth as if born from winter's bones, the last children of Winterfell moving through the blizzard and the haunted silence. Each step away from the cavern a farewell to the world beneath. The storm raged around them, driven by the wind's sharp teeth and the hunger of the cold. But they pressed north and west, not south, following the scents in Bran's blood, a call that felt older than the snows themselves. The sky above was a solid lid of gray, the ground beneath a maze of drifts and broken trees. They passed through groves of ice-crusted birch, along frozen creeks, where nothing stirred but the memory of wolves and men. Mira Reed led, dragging the makeshift sledge that bore Jojen's shrouded body. Bran rode on Hodor's back, the giants breathing a steady drum in the hush. Summer ranged ahead, a wraith in the white, his tracks quickly filled with snow. Osha moved close, her spear angled outward, every sense sharpened by grief and duty. Rickon clung to Bran's side, silent, shaggy dog ever near. More beast than boy, now, wild eyes bright as jet. For days, the world was cold and movement. Sometimes, in moments stolen by firelight or fitful rest, Bran drifted into the green dream. He saw Winterfell burning and whole, Ned Stark kneeling at the heart tree, Sansa dancing in a hall of shadows, Arya riding a horse across a field of corpses, Jon at the wall, sword in hand as blue-eyed corpses climbed the ice. Sometimes, in the waking world, the snow seemed to hold faces and voices, memories tangled with hope, loss, the taste of fear. They found a ruined watchtower after the third night, its stones leaning, the roof broken but the cellar dry. Osha lit a small fire, huddling them close. Mira wept softly as she wrapped Jojen's corpse in fresh furs and whispered the words of the old gods. Bran held Rickon and told him stories of the wolf dens beneath the crypts, of the Stark kings who walked the snows before there were castles or crowns. When morning came, Bran led them in prayer at the foot of the tower, the wind carrying his words up and away. "He dreamed for us all," Bran said, touching Jojen's cold hand. "And now he dreams in the green. The North remembers." They left the body in the earth as the old gods willed and moved on. At the wall, Jon Snow stood with Ghost atop the highest tower, looking out across a night that never quite ended. The world beyond the ice was alive with blue shadows and the slow, relentless movement of the dead. The wildlings clustered behind the wall, restless as penned wolves, their fear heavy in the air. Ravens brought little news. Most were lost or intercepted, and those that returned carried warnings. Bolton cruelty in the north, Frey treachery along the rivers, Lannisters tightening their grip in the south. Jon dreamed almost nightly now. Dreams of Bran in the roots, of Arya running beside wolves, of Sansa's face pale behind a window, of Rickon howling beneath a sky heavy with snow. Sometimes he woke in darkness, certain he'd heard his father's voice or glimpsed the heart tree's bloody eyes. He sent men to scout the ice lakes, to hunt for the first signs of the whites. He strengthened the guards at every gate, drilled the watch into exhaustion. In every shadow, he saw the end of things. "Do you believe it, Jon?" Sam asked one bleak morning, looking up from a bundle of Raven's notes. "Do you believe the wall will hold?" Jon pressed his hand to the black ice, feeling something shift in its ancient core. "I believe it must," he said. "But the dead are patient. They don't fear walls or men or time. Only fire and memory, and the living have forgotten both." Sam shivered, his hand resting on a battered book about the long night. "We'll remember, Jon. We'll hold the line." Far to the south, Arya rode with her companions, Gendry and Hot Pie, through the tattered remnants of what had once been green and safe. Villages were husks, forests burnt, roads full of the desperate and the damned. She kept Needle hidden, but her eyes were never still, watching for the glint of armor or the shadow of a banner. Each night, she whispered her list. Each morning she dreamed of home, though home was a shifting thing, a hope more than a place. One dusk, they found themselves riding with a band of Northmen. Arya kept her hood drawn, voice quiet, but she listened to every word. The men spoke of Winterfell's ruin, of the Boltons' terror, of rumors that the youngest Stark boys were dead or worse. Some said the wolves had all gone south or east. Others whispered that the old gods would not be mocked, that the snows would claim the usurpers. By the fire, a scarred woman with a broad sword glanced at Arya and said, "You've got a northern look, girl. If you're running from something, best run north. Only the wolves keep faith now." Arya nodded, clutching the coin in her pocket, thinking of the path ahead. That night, her dreams were full of Bran's voice. "Remember who you are. Remember the pack." Sansa moved through the halls of the Red Keep like a ghost made flesh. Every smile a defense, every word weighed. The Game of Thrones had become sharper, Baelish circling her with secrets and offers. Cersei cold as ever, Margaery's warmth often a comfort, but always a puzzle. News from the north was always bent by the time it reached the capital. Bolton victories, stark deaths, the north broken. But Sansa felt the truth in her bones. She felt it in her dreams, where Winterfell rose whole and her brothers and sister ran through the snow. Bran's voice calling from the roots, Jon's from the wall, Arya's from the edge of the world. One afternoon, a Tyrell handmaid slipped her a scrap of cloth embroidered with a white wolf. Sansa stitched it into her sleeve, letting its secret strength hold her together. When night fell, she prayed as always, not for escape, but for her family's strength to find one another. In her sleep, she dreamed the pack running, silent, swift, and wild. As Bran led his small band west, the world changed around them. The snow grew deeper, the nights longer. They saw signs of the dead more often, tracks that led nowhere, animals frozen where they stood, wild men gone silent in their caves. Sometimes Bran walked in summer skin, hunting for game, keeping them fed. Sometimes he listened to the wolves in the wind and felt them answer back. At last, they reached the edge of a long, frozen lake, the trees beyond a black tangle against the pale sky. Bran dreamed the night before, saw a great fire burning, wolves howling, banners raised beneath the old stone of Winterfell. "We're close," he told Mira, Rickon, Osha, even Hodor, who simply nodded and trudged on. "I feel them waiting." Osha eyed the horizon. "The old place may be full of ghosts, Bran, or worse, but I'll see you home." They crossed the ice as dawn broke, Summer and Shaggy Dog running ahead. The cold was a blade, but hope kept them moving. On the far shore, hidden in the woods, they found a camp. Stark men, hard-eyed and wary, but with the look of the north in every face. The sight of the direwolves brought them running, swords lowered, wonder on their tongues. "Stark," one said, gazing at Bran, at Rickon, at the wolves. "By the gods." Bran nodded, his voice steady, older than his years. "We've come home. The north remembers. The pack endures." The men knelt, and for the first time since the world broke, Bran felt something heal in his heart. Elsewhere, Arya crossed the white knife by moonlight, eyes set north, dreams full of wolves. Sansa watched snow fall in the capital, holding the embroidered wolf beneath her palm. Jon stood at the wall as the sun rose, eyes fixed on the cold lands beyond, Ghost at his side. The world held its breath. The wolves gathered. The memory of Winterfell ran beneath every root and every star. And as the first snows of the true winter swept down from the heart of the north, the pack, bruised and battered, but not broken, turned its face homeward, ready at last to reclaim the legacy that blood and time had not been able to erase. Nay. Snow sifted down on Winterfell, covering the scorched stones and battered towers in silence, draping ruin in purity. The battered walls were rimed with frost, and the sky above the broken battlements glowed faintly pink with the dawn. The wind sang in the emptiness, carrying with it the memory of laughter, of battle, of wolves long gone. But in the heart of that desolation, life flickered, a thin column of smoke from a hidden cook fire, a hush of voices behind half-buried walls. Bran Stark huddled beneath the ruined gatehouse, the furs about his shoulders caked with snow, Summer curled at his side. He was thinner now, older in the face, eyes shadowed with vision and hunger. Rickon pressed close, clutching Shaggy Dog, his wild hair tangled and his face wary but hopeful. Mira Reed busied herself at the fire, coaxing warmth from damp wood, while Osha stood watch, spear ready, her sharp eyes scanning the tumbled yard. Hodor, steadfast as ever, shifted his weight from foot to foot, breath steaming in the morning air. They had come home through a nightmare of snow and silence, crossing ghost-haunted woods, sleeping in hollow trees, dreaming of kin and blood. Bran still felt the roads ache in his bones, the cold bite of exile, but the sight of the battered castle, even broken, had filled him with a fierce longing. Here, he was not only a crippled boy or a vessel for old gods. Here he was Bran Stark, heir of Winterfell, of the Pack, of the North. Their return had not gone unnoticed. Men in patched mail and old Stark livery had found them as they crept from the edge of the forest, wolves at their side. The word had passed swift through the cold and hungry north. The Stark boys live. The wolves have returned. Now, in the shadowed courtyard, survivors gathered, old men and boys, women with knives, a handful of Northmen who had slipped the Bolton's leash, all drawn by the wolf banner, by hope itself. Bran heard their murmurs as he drifted in and out of sleep, his dreams full of red leaves and bloody eyes, of wolves running through falling snow. He felt their hope like a fire pressed close to his skin, dangerous, fragile, but alive. Mira ladled broth into Bran's hands. He sipped gratefully, feeling warmth chase away some of the ache. Rickon gnawed a chunk of bread, glancing around as if expecting the world to shatter at any moment. "It won't be safe for long," Osha muttered, crouched beside the fire. "If word has reached the loyal, it's reached the Boltons too. The bastards will march, and not alone." Bran nodded, grim. "We have to hold until help comes. There are still men loyal to our house. White Harbor, Deepwood Mott, Bear Island. Jon is at the wall. If he knows, he'll come." Osha grunted. If the dead or the crows don't take him first." Mira squeezed Bran's arm, voice quiet but sure. "We'll hold, Bran. The North is watching." Mabim Nantamart. Jon Snow stood at the highest point of the wall, Ghost's white form pressed close against the wind. The snow swirled below, erasing all tracks, muffling the world to silence. The dawn was pale, and Jon's heart was heavy with dread and longing. The ravens had come, at last. Stark banners sighted at Winterfell, rumors of wolves, of boys with wild eyes and hair, dire wolves at their heels. The North was stirring, men deserting Bolton and Frey camps, old banners pulled from chests. The news had kindled hope among the Black Brothers, and fear. Jon's dreams had been thick with visions. Bran's voice calling from roots and rivers, Arya's shadow moving through snow, Sansa's pale face framed in candlelight. He could feel the pack pulling together, the old gods urging him south. He went to the old bear's solar before the first horn sounded. "Mormont, I have to go. My brothers may live, my blood calls. If Winterfell stands a chance, if the North has hope, it's now." The old bear studied him, eyes narrowed, beard bristling. "The wall needs men. The North needs heroes. Which are you, Jon Snow?" Jon drew himself up. "Both, if I must be." The old bear snorted, but there was pride in his voice. "Then go. Take what men you can trust. And remember, fire and steel for the dead, mercy for the living. The North remembers, Jon. Don't let it forget." Jon nodded, heart wild with fear and purpose. He gathered a handful of loyal Black brothers, donned the furs and mail of the North, and rode out through the gate at dawn, Ghost leading the way, south into the storm. Arya followed the wolf's call through battered villages and tangled woods. Her companions at her side, Gendry strong and quiet, Hot Pie sturdy and hopeful. She'd crossed rivers half-frozen, slipped past the shadows of Frey patrols, hidden from the dogs of Bolton men. News reached them in whispers. Winterfell, retaken. The Stark boys alive. The wolf banners raised. Hope sharpened Arya's steps, burned in her chest like hunger. She dreamed of Bran's voice, heard her father's words. The pack survives, in the wind. They met Northmen on the road, Grim men with wolf brooches and old scars, who gave Arya bread and advice, and never once asked her name. "It's coming to a head," girl once said. "The North has bled long enough. If you've any kin at Winterfell, you run to them now. The wolves are calling." Arya ran to wall. She ran with Gendry through the last snows, ran until her feet were numb, ran until Winterfell's towers rose from the morning mist, battered but proud. Sansa listened to the news in the Queen's solar, her hands trembling only slightly as she poured tea for Margaery and Cersei. The city was abuzz with rumors. The North rising, Starks returned, the Boltons besieged. Petyr Baelish watched her with that unreadable smile, but Sansa felt nothing for him now but a cold, distant anger. She prayed each night to the old gods and the new, to Bran, to Arya, to Jon. She dreamed of snow falling on Winterfell, the banners snapping in the wind, a pack running beneath the trees. She sent word as best she could, coded and careful, to White Harbor, to Bear Island, to anyone who might answer. "The wolves are home," she wrote, "and the North must answer their call." At Winterfell, the Stark banners flew once more over broken walls. The fires were watched, the doors barred. Men sharpened swords, counted arrows, steeled themselves for siege. Osha and Mira patrolled with the wolves, Rickon and Shaggydog keeping guard at the gates. Bran felt the pressure of fate with every breath. He dreamed of Jon coming through the snow, sword in hand, ghost at his side. He dreamed of Arya, hard and wild, slipping through shadows. He saw Sansa by a window, eyes bright with hope and pain. He saw the dead marching in the dark beyond the wall, and a storm of white sweeping south. On the third night, the horns sounded. Riders came out of the storm, men in furs and black mail, Jon at their head, Ghost leaping forward in silent joy. The gate opened. The pack was whole, or as whole as it could be. Jon fell to his knees before Bran and Rickon, laughter and tears in his voice. "We're home," he whispered. "By gods, we're home." Not an hour later, another cry from the gate. A girl with a blade, hair tangled, eyes bright with fire. Arya rushed to Bran and Rickon, wild with relief and grief, wordless for a moment, then laughing and crying all at once. They stood together in the ruined hall as the fire burned, the wolves at their feet, the banners high. The Northmen gathered, silent, some weeping, some singing old songs. Outside, the wind carried the word through snow and stone. The wolves are home. The pack endures. The North remembers. Bran felt the old gods in the roots in the walls, in the breath of his kin, in the hope that would not die. The world might yet break. The dead might yet come. But for that night, Winterfell belonged to its blood. And in the wild, impossible hope that only comes at winter's end, a new chapter began. One written not by kings, but by the wolves who had outlasted every storm. Kene and Den Te. A strange hush had settled over Winterfell, as if the ruined castle itself was waiting for the world to exhale. The wind, usually harsh with its tales of distant grief, and the promise of more suffering, was gentle for once. Snow fell in a silent haze, blanketing the stone in forgetfulness, muting the shouts of men at work and the restless growl of wolves. Bran Stark sat beneath the old heart tree in the godswood, its blood-red leaves trembling with secrets. For the first time since he'd been broken and lost, he felt almost whole. The courtyard was alive with motion. Northmen, rough and loyal, moved through the battered halls and makeshift tents, sharpening swords, mending walls, gathering firewood. The direwolves prowled the keep, ghost silent and ghostly, Summer golden and watchful, Shaggydog wild-eyed and dangerous. Rickon played with the youngest of the wolf pups, laughing for the first time in moons, a wild thing made gentle by the presence of his family. Jon Snow had come home, bringing a handful of black brothers, the best of the watch, and word from the wall. Dark news, but it was met with iron resolve. He moved through the castle like a shadow reborn, armor dusted with frost, a commander's authority in every gesture, but a brother's tenderness in his voice when he spoke to Bran, to Rickon, to Arya. Arya had arrived at dawn, her cheeks raw with windburn, her eyes fierce as any wolf's. She'd hugged Bran with a desperate, silent strength, held Rickon in her arms, and even startled Osha by thanking her. Gendry and Hot Pie were given places at the table, No questions asked, men of the pack, if not of the blood. The kitchen fires burned bright that day, and old Lady Barbary Dustin herself, called down from Barrowton by rumor of the Starks' return, made certain there was fresh bread and hot broth for every soul. Mira Reed and Osha watched the walls, ever wary, while Maester Wolken, newly pledged to Winterfell, fussed over Bran and Jojean's memory, tending to the sick and wounded, lending his calm wherever he could. News of Jojen's sacrifice had passed among the loyal Northmen like a prayer, his name spoken with awe. At night, Bran still dreamt the green dreams. The three-eyed crow's lessons clung to him. The wall trembling, the dead marching, the godswood roots spreading their song beneath every stone. But now, when he woke, there was laughter nearby. Arya's sharp and bright, Jon's deep and weary, Rickon's peals like small bells. Hope flickered with every dawn, more persistent than even the snow. On the second morning, a raven arrived from the wall, bearing the black wax of the night's watch. Samwell Tarly's hand had penned the letter, but the message was Jon's. The dead had been sighted again, white walkers gathering beyond the ice lakes, wildlings driven south. The wall, Jon warned, might not hold forever. Bran gathered his siblings and closest allies in the solar. Arya sat on the table, swinging her feet, needle across her lap. Rickon knelt beside Shaggy Dog, fingers buried in black fur. Jon leaned against the wall, arms folded, Ghost at his feet. Mira stood near the hearth, Osha close at hand. "The wall may fall," Jon said quietly, "but we must hold here. If the North stands, there's hope for all the kingdoms." "Bran, what did you see?" "Me." Bran closed his eyes, letting the weirwood's power seep into his mind. "The dead are coming. The wall is old. Its spells are failing. We have to prepare. We have to unite the North. The gods are watching, but they cannot fight for us. Only we can." Arya bared her teeth. "Let them come. I'll kill every last one if I have to." Jon smiled, sadness and pride mingling in his eyes. "We'll fight, Arya, but we need more than swords. We need bannermen. Food. Fire." Rickon looked up. "And wolves. We need the wolves." The call went out across the North. Lady Barbary rode to Barrowton to summon old houses with new vows. The Manderleys at White Harbor sent ships up the White Knife, grain and salt beef and sworn swords. From Bear Island, Lady Mage sent her daughters with every fighting woman of House Mormont, their voices loud and true. From Deepwood Moat, the Glovers came, grim but loyal. The Umbers sent men, despite their losses. Even the mountain clans drifted down from the hills, half wild, half starved, but eager to fight for the wolves. The Boltons did not sit idle. News reached Winterfell of Ramsay's rage. Villages burned in the Dreadfort's shadow. Ravens loosed with threats and promises. Some men wavered, but more than expected rallied to the direwolf banner. When the first snows of true winter choked the roads, the armies of the North gathered before Winterfell, ready to test the fate of blood and memory. Within the walls, the days blurred into a rhythm of work and waiting. Sentries watched every approach. Cooks worked day and night. Jon drilled the garrison. Arya vanished into the woods to hunt, and Bran watched through the eyes of birds, wolves, and weirwoods, learning every movement of their foes. He saw Ramsay's host creeping through the forests, saw the banners of traitors and the silent, watchful march of men who did not wish to fight the Starks. He also saw something stranger, shapes in the distant snow, shadows with blue eyes. The dead did not mass yet, but they pressed ever closer to the wall, and Bran's heart trembled with every vision. Arya killed her first Bolton scout before the siege even began. The man never saw her, a whisper of steel, a shadow in the trees. Jon rode out to parley with the enemy, refusing to let Arya join, but she and Ghost slipped after him anyway, returning only when she was sure Jon was safe. The Boltons surrounded Winterfell, but it was not the army of the young wolf that now defended the castle. It was something older, northern stubbornness, wolves hunting in the night, a stark magic that ran beneath the stones. When Ramsay sent his demands, surrender or burn, Jon sent them back with a warning. The North remembers. The siege wore on. Cold, hunger, and fear were their constant companions. But the North did not yield. Bran saw everything: Ramsay's men losing faith, the mountain clans slipping through the woods to strike at supply lines, the Manderley banners shining on the river ice. Arya moved among the shadows, a blade in the dark. Rickon patrolled the walls, Shaggy Dog at his side, his howl carrying far across the snow. On the darkest night, as the snow swirled thick and the wind howled, Bran woke from a dream with a gasp. "The wall has fallen," he said, voice hollow. "The dead are coming." Jon called every man and woman to arms. Arya and Gendry stood with the first to fight. Meera took her place atop the gate, Osha and Rickon with her. Bran sat by the heart tree, hand on Summer's fur, his mind reaching for every memory of the North, every loyal heart, every lost soul, every old song. He sang to the weirwoods, and the wind answered. When the dead came, they did not come as a horde but as a tide. Silent, relentless, a wall of ice and shadow. The Northmen held, swords and axes biting. The direwolves ran through the snow, teeth flashing, eyes burning. Jon met the dead at the gate, Longclaw gleaming, ghost tearing through the ranks. Arya moved through the chaos like a wraith, needle finding every weakness. Rickon, wild and unafraid, fought at Jon's side. Meera's spear flashed, Osha's war cry rang out. And Bran, sitting in the Godswood, watched through the eyes of wolves and ravens, holding the memory of the North together even as the dead battered the walls. The living bent but did not break. And when the dawn came, pale and bloody, the dead were gone, burnt or shattered. The snows soaked with blue-black ichor. The Boltons had fled or perished, their banners trampled. Winterfell still stood. In the aftermath, as men and women wept and tended the wounded, Bran called his family to the heart tree. Jon, face marked with sweat and soot, knelt beside him. Arya and Rickon, blood-stained and weary, pressed close. Meera, Osha, and the loyal Northmen gathered in a ring of silence. Bran pressed his hand to the red trunk, feeling the pulse of old power. "We are not finished. The dead will come again. But the pack is whole. The North is awake." "Nay." Jon bowed his head. "The North remembers." Arya smiled, fierce and wild. "And we endure." Rickon grinned, the first true smile in years. "The wolves are home." Bran felt the Godswood shiver with power, the memory of every ancestor watching. He saw the future, hard and cold, full of loss and war. But for now, hope burned in the halls of Winterfell. He was the watcher, the memory, the dreamer. But he was also Bran Stark of Winterfell, and he was home. The storm would come again. The world would change. But for one heartbeat of dawn, the wolves ruled the North, and the dream of home outlasted every shadow. Oh, how and shall. The dawn that broke over Winterfell was a dawn made for memory, a sky scraped clean by the long night's wind, every cloud tinged gold and crimson, as if the world itself remembered what it was to hope. Smoke drifted from the battered towers, mingling with the morning mist. The snow had stopped, and for a little while, the cold was something softer, more bearable, a presence rather than a punishment. Northmen woke, blinking in the new light, and saw that Winterfell still stood. The wolves were home. In the Godswood, Bran Stark felt the breath of the old gods on his cheek. The heart tree's red leaves shivered in a breeze that stirred memory more than air. Bran's hand rested on the weirwood's trunk, Summer at his side, the direwolf's fur thick with frost and blood. Bran's legs ached from sleeplessness, from the weight of all he had seen and done, but his eyes were wide and shining. He watched his siblings approach across the snow, Jon with his black cloak thrown back, the mark of battle fresh on his face. Arya, her step fierce, needle still stained with the dead's dark blood. Rickon, wild-haired and laughing, Shaggy Dog bounding beside him. They gathered beneath the tree. Around them, Northmen drifted in ones and twos, some wounded, some weeping, some singing old songs of Stark glory. Osha stood with her spear at the Godswood's edge. Meera Reed leaned against a birch, shadows under her eyes, but relief in every line of her body. Even Hodor, big and gentle, knelt by Bran's chair, humming softly. Jon knelt first. He pressed his palm to the frozen ground, then touched Bran's arm. "The wall is gone," he said, voice low. "The dead will come again, but Winterfell held. You were right to call us home." Bran nodded. "The roots remembered. The wolves endure." Arya crouched beside Bran, her hair tangled, her eyes burning with a fire that would never go out. "I saw the Night King fall. I saw Blue Eyes close forever. I saw the last of Ramsay's men break. I thought I would die here, but I lived. We lived." She grinned, fierce and childlike, and old as winter. "What do we do now, Bran?" Bran looked at his siblings, Jon's haunted gaze, Arya's hard smile, Rickon's hopeful joy. He saw the faces of the Northmen around them, heard the howls of wolves echo through the ruins, felt the eyes of the old gods in the red leaves. He remembered the words of the three-eyed crow. "The world does not thank the Watcher, but it needs him." "Rebuild," Bran said quietly. "We remember." The days that followed were days of fire and ash, of healing and reckoning. The battle's aftermath was raw, the dead to bury, the wounded to tend, the broken walls to mend. The North had paid for survival in blood, but every task was a prayer, every small victory a thread of hope woven back into the fabric of Winterfell. Jon worked with the men, repairing the battered gate, organizing watches, sharing what little food remained. He sent ravens south and east and west, calling every loyal bannerman, every wildling willing to answer. In the Maester's tower, Samwell Tarly read over old books, seeking lost secrets, burning black candles late into the night. Ghost hunted at the edge of the Godswood, chasing the last wights and stray dogs from the fields. Arya did not rest. She hunted in the woods and along the rivers, keeping the lands around Winterfell safe from bandits and broken men. At night, she would sit with Rickon in the kitchens, sharing stories of old Winterfell, of wild chases through the crypts, of Maester Luwin's lessons, of a father's stern kindness and a mother's laughter. Arya never wept, but the stories were their own kind of tears. Rickon wandered the castle, a small king among wolves. He trained with Osha and Mira, learning the spear, the bow, the sword. The Northmen watched him with awe. Heir of Winterfell, but also a wildling, a boy of the snows. Mira found a quiet strength in the daily rhythm, her grief for Jojen slowly easing in the comfort of purpose. She taught the children of the North to fish and trap, led them in games and lessons. Osha became a shadow on the walls, her eyes always scanning the horizon, her voice never soft but her hands always steady. Bran remained at the heart tree each dawn, his mind stretching far beyond the walls. He watched the world, the Vale in turmoil, the Riverlands burned and reborn, the Westerlands brooding behind closed gates, the Reach and Dorne listening, waiting. He watched Sansa in King's Landing, her letters brave and subtle, her smile a mask of northern pride. He watched the South convulse in the games of lords and ladies, and felt little pity for it. His heart was the North now. Yet the North, for all its defiance, was fragile. The food was running thin. The sick grew in number. The Boltons and Freys, though scattered, would return with new strength if the South united behind them. And beyond the wall, in the farthest shadows, Bran saw the threat had not died. The White Walkers' defeat was not complete. The magic that bound them had been weakened, not destroyed. On the fifth morning, a horn sounded at the east gate. A small band approached, northern riders in patched mail, the White Bear of Mormont among them, the Silver Trout of Tully, banners that had not flown in peace for years. Lady Maege rode at their head, grizzled and proud, her daughters behind her, a dozen clansmen following. Sir Brynden Blackfish rode with her, his face carved in stone. Jon, Arya, and Bran went to meet them. Ghost and Summer flanked them, the sight of the dire wolves sending murmurs through the gathered men. Maege Mormont swung down from her horse, grasped Jon's forearm, then Bran's. "You've done it," she growled, a tear in her eye. "You've woken the North. We are yours, Starks, to the last woman and child." The blackfish nodded to Bran, then to Jon. The rivers will run for you again. But you must hold. Winter is not done. The south will test you. The wall is gone. The dead will try again. The time for small feuds is done. Damn. Bran listened, feeling the weight of the world settle on his shoulders. We'll hold, he said, if we hold together. That night, the great hall was full for the first time in years. Fires roared, the smell of bread and stewed meat filling the air. Northmen, women, children, wildlings, and even the battered knights of the south drank and sang, their voices loud and unruly. Jon sat at Bran's right, Arya at his left, Rickon between Mira and Osha. Ghost and Summer sprawled near the dais, Shaggy Dog pacing the shadows, watching everyone. Bran lifted a cup of watered wine and spoke, his voice strong. This is not an ending, but a beginning. Winterfell stands. The North is awake. We have survived betrayal and storm, the living and the dead. But the night is long, and the world is not yet safe. Remember who you are, Northmen. Remember your vows, your kin, your blood. Remember that the lone wolf dies, but the pack survives. The old words echoed through the hall. Men and women raised their cups. The North remembers, they cried. Bran dreamed that night, as he had not dreamed since he was a child. He flew over the North in summer's body, the wind fierce in his fur. He ran with Arya beneath the moon, crossed swords with Jon in the yard, watched Sansa walk the godswood in her dreams. He heard his father's voice and his mother's laughter, saw Robb's crown and Rickon's wildness, felt the old god's presence in every tree and stone. He saw the wall, broken and dark, but he also saw hope. A great fire in the heart of the world, a light that might never die if the wolves held to one another. He woke with the dawn, heart aching and full. The world was not saved. The dead would come again. The South would send armies and gold, and every victory would be hard won. But Winterfell was home, and the pack was whole. As snow drifted past the towers and the wolves howled in the new morning, Bran Stark, last of the Greenseers, smiled for the first time in a lifetime of winter. The world had not yet broken him, nor his family. And in the silence between heartbeats, he heard the future calling, bright as the sun on snow. Oh, Ka. The snows returned on the 7th day, a soft, relentless fall that blurred the lines of ruined walls and new erected tents, muffling hammers and axes, softening shouts to murmurs. Winterfell's battered courtyards filled with the busy order of recovery, and a strange, tender unity, both urgent and tentative, settled over the North. News of the Stark pack's return and the breaking of the Bolton siege traveled faster than the wind. Men and women from as far as the White Knife and the lonely hills trickled in, bearing food, blankets, lost children. The banners of old houses, Bear Island, Barrowton, the Rills and Reeswell, fluttered alongside the gray direwolf, all differences buried for now beneath the threat of darkness, hunger, and the memory of the dead. Bran Stark watched it all from the godswood. The world's weight pressed on his narrow shoulders. The heart-tree's red leaves whispered of ancient promises, the air still charged with the magic and sorrow of the battle. He felt the lives of Winterfell entwined with his own. Hundreds of heartbeats, all the dreams and dreads of the North. He remembered the lessons of the three-eyed crow. You must watch, but you must also act. You must gather the threads. He was the watcher, but now, at last, he must become something more. Dawn had become the shield. He moved through the keep with quiet authority, rebuilding the gate, overseeing patrols, settling quarrels with a word or a look. He taught children to hold a spear and grown men to wield hope. At night, he listened to the wind and the ravens, speaking little of what he saw in his dreams. Yet even in the thick of duty, Jon's eyes always strayed to his family. Rickon with the wolf pups, Arya haunting the shadows, Bran beneath the heart tree as still as a memory. Arya was the knife in the night. She vanished for hours, reappearing with game for the pot, with fresh scars, with news of what crept beyond the walls. She found the spies and cut their throats. She found the orphans and taught them to vanish. She never let Bran eat alone and always cleaned needle herself by the fire, humming songs from a world that seemed at last almost possible again. She was older than her years, wild and sharp, and full of the North's relentless will. Rickon was their hope. He grew fast, unbowed by hunger or fear, wrestling with the pups, learning to hunt and to read, learning to be a star. At night, he curled up beside Shaggy Dog and asked Osha or Mira for stories, not only of old kings and wolves, but of the world that might still be. His laughter made the kitchens warmer, his fearlessness steeled the weary. Mira Reed was the guide, Osha the shield at the door, Gendry the hammer, Hot Pie the oven's warmth, and Hodor. Dear Hodor, simple and strong, became the stone upon which the children leaned. For 2 weeks, the North seemed to hold its breath. The survivors buried their dead beneath the snow, planting pine branches for headstones and singing the names of each fallen, as was the old way. The Blackfish sent swift riders to the Trident, summoning the remaining Tully loyalists to Winterfell's cause. Lady Mage Mormont drilled women and children alike with pikes and axes, her daughters leading patrols that made the southern lords shake their heads in awe. The Manderleys sent whitefish and honeyed cakes, and from the hills came a grizzled host of mountain clansmen, hungry for the next war. On the 3rd Sunday, Sansa's raven arrived, a delicate script penned in careful code. Bran and Jon read the letter in the Godswood. Sansa spoke of Cersei's plots, of Baelish's maneuverings, of a South that watched the North with a greedy, wary eye. "Hold the pack close," she wrote, "and do not trust the old blood that courts southern gold. Remember me, for I remember you all." Bran sent her dreams in return, and Arya penned a message of her own, a scrap of parchment, for Sansa's eyes alone, promising that the pack would not let any southern viper break their sister again. Then came the council in the hall. Every lord, lady and clan chieftain crowded the cracked flagstones, faces grim, hands tied on sword hilts or tankards. Bran presided from the dais, his brothers and sister beside him, the direwolves sprawled at their feet, every loyal heart of the North gathered under the weirwood's memory. Lord Manderley spoke first. "Winter has come, and so have the wolves. The South will not help us. The South would bleed us dry. Let us bind the North together, as it was meant to be." Lady Mage rose next. "My sword is for Winterfell, my daughter's swords too. We will follow the Stark in the North, man or woman, boy or girl." Barbary Dustin added her voice, surprising many. "Let the old feuds die. The North must stand, or the North will die." And Cesare. The Blackfish spoke, his words like river stones. "If we hold the North, the rivers will follow. The South can have its lions and its dragons. I'll fight for wolves." There was a clamor, shouts, the clash of tankards, the pounding of spears on stone. Jon tried to quell them with reason. Arya, with a glance, dared them to doubt her blood. At last Bran raised his hand, and the hall fell silent. "I am not whole," he said, his voice clear, carrying to every corner. "I am not a king. I am not the same boy who fell from a tower. But I am Stark of Winterfell, blood of the first men, and the old gods speak through me. I have seen what comes, the dead, and worse than dead. The South will come for us. But the true threat is older than thrones or gold. If we are divided, we are lost. But if the pack is one, no winter, no king, no shadow can break us." Jon stepped forward, hands on the table. "You need a sword, you have mine. You needed a shield, you have Arya and Rickon. You need a voice for the North, you have every one of us." Nan. One by one, every lord and lady bent the knee, not to a king, but to the pack, to Winterfell, to the blood that had outlasted fire and ice. The cry went up, thunder rolling under the cracked stone. The North remembers. The pack endures. After the council, Bran walked the Godswood in the falling snow. He reached out with the sight, searching for Sansa, for Jon's dreams, for Arya's steel and Rickon's wildness, for the memory of his mother, his father, Robb, and Jojen. He touched the roots beneath Winterfell, the stones beneath the Trident, the shadows cast by the wall's broken ice. He felt the dead stirring again in the far, frozen North. He felt eyes watching from the dark woods, loyal, wary, sometimes afraid, but never alone. He sent a vision to Sansa, a vision of wolves running through the woods, of children's laughter and torches in the snow, of banners streaming from every wall in Winterfell. He showed her hope and the promise of return. In the kitchen, Arya taught Rickon how to hold a knife. "Not just for killing," she said, "but for carving the bread you'll feed your pack." Jon watched them with a quiet pride that sometimes ached, sometimes healed. Mira and Osha planned new patrols. Hot Pie laughed for the first time in days, and Gendry fixed the forge, the ring of his hammer echoing like a song. As the snows deepened, the old power of Winterfell returned. The weirwoods remembered. The north gathered to the call. Even the south, hearing rumors of wolves and dead men, paused its endless dance of crowns and betrayals. The wall was broken, but the north was whole, its hope more stubborn than ice, its memory older than kings. On the last night of the old year, as the snows fell in thick silence and the moon rode high, Bran led his siblings to the crypts. They stood among the stone kings and queens, the fathers and mothers whose lives had carved the north. Jon carried a torch, Arya a blade, Rickon a sprig of winter rose. Bran spoke the words, "We have come home, and we will not leave again. Let the storms rage, let the dead come. The pack is ready." The north remembers. Mannersallen. Above, the wolves howled, their voices rolling over stone and snow, over valley and hill, all the way to the sea. The world had changed, and would change again. But in that moment, deep in winter, deep in home, nothing could break them. And in his heart, Bran felt the future stretching wide as the north. Cold, uncertain, full of peril, but theirs. The dawn would come, and with it, the next chapter of the North's long story, written not by kings or conquerors, but by a family, together in the dark, who had remembered their names, their promises, and the bond that outlasted every winter. Kai Gandalf. The days after the council blurred into a new season of labor and wary joy. The north sun rode low and pale, never rising far above the jagged teeth of Winterfell's ruined walls. But there was life and purpose in every corner of the castle. It was as if the stones themselves, starved for years of laughter and hope, now hungered for more, drinking in every song, every clang of hammer on iron, every word of old tongue and newborn oak. Bran Stark kept to the godswood in the early hours, the cold sinking into his bones, the pulse of the old gods alive in the tree's red sap and silent gaze. Summer lay beside him, steaming breath ruffling the thin snow on the black roots. Sometimes, when he slipped into the weirwood's heart, Bran could almost feel every Stark that had ever knelt there. Edric's and Brandon's, Lyanna's and Ned's. Even the dead whose names had been forgotten by the world, but not by the roots. The north was alive with news. Across the ridges and woods, every house sent envoys and ravens, asking what oaths must be renewed, what crops must be planted, what debts might be forgiven. Some, like the Manderleys, sent food and laughter. Others, like the Karstarks and Umbers, sent warnings of movement in the hills. Bolton survivors gathering, new sellsword companies slinking north from White Harbor, shadows from the Neck, and the Vale stirring. In the west, the Ryswells and Dustons rode out to scour the ruins of the Dreadfort, burning the last of the flayed banners, and leaving only a field of pine and iron behind. Even the wildlings who'd come south after the fall of the wall sent word. The others had withdrawn, but the haunted forests were uneasy. Ghosts lingered in the snows. Jon Snow threw himself into the work of peace and defense, speaking with wildlings and clansmen, learning every name, every grudge, every strength. The Black Brothers who'd followed him from the wall became the new guard of Winterfell, their cloaks gray with wolf fur, their hands swift with sword and bow. Gendry's forge rang from sunrise to starlight, blades and horseshoes alike stacking up by the door. Arya and Rickon raced through the snow, testing the walls, the wolves always at their heels. Osha and Mira taught archery and trapping to every child old enough to hold a string. Some nights, the hall was so crowded with song and laughter that Bran half expected his father to walk in, Robb at his side, his mother calling them to supper. Those were the best nights, when even the memories could not cast a shadow. But not all was hope. Bran saw through the eyes of ravens and wolves, saw the gathering storm, riders with broken banners, crows gathering on the hills, the bitter gold of the Lannisters still casting its long shadow across the land. He saw Sansa riding by candlelight, her face composed as she spun words that were hope and warning both. He saw Arya's face grow sharper, her dreams restless, her hand never far from needle. He saw Jon's haunted gaze turn northward at sunset, as if the ghost of the wall was still calling him back. On the 10th day, the snow let up long enough for the workmen to clear the last stones from the south gate. That morning, a rider came from Barrowton, Lady Barbary herself, swathed in black, riding with a company of old knights and young hopefuls. With her came Maester Theomore from Deepwood, carrying letters from houses all across the north, each sealed in wax and snow. Most bore oaths of loyalty, pledges of grain, offers of trade. But some warned of rumors. Men with strange eyes seen on the road to Last Hearth, a merchant in White Harbor speaking of a southern fleet making for the Bight. New whispers that the gods would of Moat Cailin had begun to bleed sap as red as blood. Bran called his council that night. The hall was thick with firelight, the banners of wolf and bear and trout and merman fluttering above the tables. Jon sat beside him, Arya across, Rickon and Mira, Osha and the Blackfish, Lady Barbary, Lady Maggie, the Manderly heir, a dozen others. It was not the council of old, too many lost, but there was strength in every seat. "We are at peace, but only just," Jon said, voice rough with fatigue. "The Boltons are not finished. The Lannisters may send gold or swords. The others have not returned, but I don't trust their silence." Lady Barbary leaned in, eyes glittering. "We must strike first before the South does. Take Moat Cailin. Take White Harbor if we must. Let them come north and find the neck unpassable, the castles bristling." Arya tapped the table with her dagger. "No southern lord will ever rule Winterfell again. Not while I live." Then Mira's voice was quiet. "Strength is not always in the sword, Arya. Sometimes it is in the net that waits beneath the ice." Bran listened to them all, weighing each word, seeing the paths in the weirwood's dream. At last, he spoke. "We must hold the North together. Not with terror, but with memory. The old oaths. The old gods. We will take Moat Cailin, and we will send men to Last Hearth and White Harbor. But we will also send gifts, and letters, and songs. Let the South see that the North is more than wolves and war. Let them see that we remember." There was a rumble of assent. Plans were laid. Scouts and ravens sent. Oaths renewed in blood and salt and bread. That night, Bran walked the crypts. He touched the stone effigy of his father, traced the wolf carved at its feet. "I will not fail you," he whispered. "I will not let them forget." In the weeks that followed, the world pressed close. The Manderleys hosted a great feast, with whitefish and winter apples, news and rumor flowing thicker than wine. The Glovers sent word that a southern fleet, Baratheon or Lannister, had landed at Seaguard and was massing for an overland march. Lady Mage rode with a band of bear women to the ruined Dreadfort, turning it to a fastness against any southern host. Even the mountain clansmen came down to Winterfell, swearing their blades to the wolf. But not all was victory. There were deaths. Men lost to cold or ambush. Children carried off by the dead things that still sometimes slipped through the woods at night. Bran saw through Summer's eyes a patch of blue fire moving in the far snow and sent Jon to hunt it down. Jon and Arya led a company of the Black Brothers, finding only charred bodies and a trail that vanished at dawn. On the first night of true spring, Sansa's second letter arrived, heavy with wax and hidden messages. She wrote of a new power in the south, a queen with dragons, fire, and blood on her banners. She wrote of a darkness behind the Iron Throne, a shadow that remembered the north and did not forgive. She wrote, too, of her longing to come home. Bran sent a message in return, written by Arya's hand, promising that Winterfell would always wait for its pack. The years passed in shadow and light. Winter gave way to a broken, tentative spring, the fields full of churned mud and snowdrops, the woods alive with the promise of green. The North did not forget its wounds. Too many halls were empty, too many songs unsung. But it endured. Rickon grew taller and stronger, wild as the wind, but wise with a knowledge of fear. Arya became the sword of the pack, her legend whispered from White Harbor to the Neck. Jon was named Warden, though he always bristled at the word, and the Blackfish died as he had lived, defiant, in battle, at the crossing of the Trident. Bran remained the Watcher, the Dreamer. He walked in the woods with Summer, spoke with Sansa in dreams, watched the wall from afar. He saw the others return only once, pale shadows gliding at the edge of a midnight field, their eyes cold and empty. But they turned away from Winterfell's walls, and Bran felt, for the first time, that the old gods themselves stood watch with him. One spring evening, all the remaining Starks gathered in the Godswood. The branches rustled with new leaves. Bran looked at his family, Arya, wild and proud, Jon solemn, Rickon unbowed, Mira and Osha, Hot Pie laughing, Gendry standing tall. The wolves pressed close, fur thick and clean, their eyes bright in the dusk. Bran spoke for them all, his voice strong. We are the North, and we endure. This is our song and our story. The world may change, and the storm may come, but we will not forget who we are. The pack survives. The North remembers. And as night closed over the land, the first stars came out over Winterfell, gleaming in the clear air. The wolves howled, not in mourning, but in greeting and in joy. In that moment, the long night felt far away. And so the new age of the North began, written in blood and memory, in hope and the unbroken bond of the pack. H.K. The great hall of Winterfell thrummed with purpose. Smoke curled upward from the fires. Banners shifted in drafts that smelled of leather, wood smoke, and the rich stew simmering in the kitchens. Northmen and wildlings alike gathered around long tables, sharing bread, stories, plans. No lord sat idle. There were walls to rebuild, fields to sow, orphans to foster, lost kin to be remembered. Between the laughter and the work, there was always a kind of vigilance, a wariness bred by years of betrayal and siege, and the knowledge that the North's peace was never more than a breath from being broken again. At the high table, the Stark children held council. Bran sat in the center, not on a lord's chair but on a bench by the fire, Summer at his feet, his hands resting in his lap. To his left, Jon stood with the maesters' new maps spread before them. To his right, Arya, still bristling with the tension of the last patrol, fingers drumming on the table beside her cup. Rickon, now taller than his age, slouched with his head on his folded arms, listening with one ear as Osha recounted the night's quiet, and Mira scribbled names and routes for the next watch. They spoke not only of defense but of food. The stores from White Harbor, the spring lambs from the rills, the wild greens and fish the children gathered along the riverbanks. The Manderly sent salted cod and eels, the Umbers, rye and barley, Bear Island, smoked bear meat and honey. A new rhythm took hold, work at dawn, feasting and tales at night, and always, in every corner, the watchful eyes of wolves. Every day more came to the gates. Some bore wounds or carried the scars of chains. Some wore the colors of houses once thought lost. Hornwood, Tallheart, even the Crannogmen from the Neck. Some were wildlings, tentatively seeking shelter and peace. To each, Jon gave bread and a listening ear, Arya an appraising stare, Rickon a wide grin. Bran listened to every name and sorrow, weaving them into the North's new tapestry. Spring in the North was a hard-fought thing, a thaw that came in spits and starts, one day a promise, the next day a betrayal of sleet and black ice. But the snow melted all the same. In the fields around Winterfell, the first green shoots pushed through the frost, and everywhere the wolves hunted less for hunger than for the joy of running. At dusk, Arya would take the children out along the walls, teaching them to track rabbits and foxes, to listen for owls and for the hush of real danger. Rickon, wild and tireless, became their ringleader, the first to leap a crumbling wall or splash through the shallows, Shagadog never far from his heels. Jon split his time between rebuilding the castle and riding the circuit of the Bannermen. He visited Bear Island, Deepwood Motte, the Barrowlands. In every hall, he brought the same message. The North would no longer kneel to Southern lords or Southern coin. He offered something better: justice, safety, a future shaped by their own hands. For every grumble about food or feuds, Jon left behind a promise. The wolves were home, and so long as they ruled, every Northman would have a place. Bran remained the watcher. In the Godswood, he learned to feel the ebb and flow of hope and fear. At night, he roamed in dreams, riding ravens along the King's Road, slipping through the halls of Moat Cailin, listening to the roots beneath the weirwood for signs of coming threat. He saw the faces of his siblings in the leaves, the laughter of his mother, the stern eyes of his father. Sometimes, in the deepest night, he felt the North itself shiver, not from cold, but from something older, a warning, or perhaps a promise. Sansa's letters continued to come, bearing news from the south. War still smoldered, the Lannisters were ever at their games, and a queen with dragons now warred in the far distance. Yet the south was preoccupied, and for the first time in living memory, the North was left to its own peace. One evening, as a storm of sleet rattled the shutters, a stranger came to Winterfell's gate, a girl, slight and travel-stained, with dark hair cut close and a wary, stubborn set to her jaw. She bore a message for Jon, sealed in the wax of the night's watch. Inside, the letter was terse and chilling. Whites sighted beyond the Frostfangs. Wildlings driven south. Watch for walkers. Eastwatch may not hold. It was signed by Samwell Tarly, in a trembling hand. The next council was urgent. Jon called every captain-in-chief into the great hall. The walls flickered with torchlight, faces grim. "We hoped the dead were broken," Jon said, "but hope is not a plan. The wall is gone, but the old spells still cling to these lands. We must be ready." Bran felt the tremor in the roots, the tension in the land itself, as if the North braced for another storm. He spoke little, but when the last of the captains had given their reports, he looked at Jon and said, "The dead remember us. We must remember them. We cannot fight alone." Lady Mage rose, her sword across her knees. "We have kin in every hall, every hill, every cave. If the dead come, the North will rise." "Nay." Arya leaned in, her voice low and full of promise. "Let them come. I want them to find the North awake and angry. I want them to find a pack that does not scatter." That night, Jon met Bran in the Godswood. The snow was falling again, thick and silent. "What did you see?" Jon asked. Bran stared at the heart tree, feeling its sap pulse with memory. "The dead gather. Not an army yet, but a purpose. They seek warmth, blood, the memory of kings. But I saw something else, a fire on the edge of the world. Not a dragon. Something older. It calls to the North, Jon. It calls to you." "Nanarawamani." Jon said nothing, his face set in that stubborn mask their father had worn. But Bran felt his brother's heart, hope and fear tangled, the burden of command pressing in. "We have to stand together, Jon. You must trust the North. Trust the pack." Jon nodded. "Always. You are my brother." The summer's first thunderstorm broke the next day, rain pouring off the towers, flooding the bailey with the smell of mud and life. It washed the blood from the walls, chased the wolves to shelter, and set the castle's children to racing and laughing in puddles. For a few days, the North rested, hopeful but wary. On the third day, a party arrived from White Harbor, Lord Wyman's heir, flanked by 100 Manderly knights, banners streaming. The North's last untouched granaries would see Winterfell through another year, and the feast that night was loud and long, the wolves howling with every toast. As Bran watched, he felt the roots of the old gods stretch beneath the tables, twining around every cup and foot. He saw his siblings' faces alive in the firelight, Jon at peace, Arya grinning, Rickon dozing in his chair, Mira singing, Osha spinning tales. Bran closed his eyes and dreamed a dream of spring. Fields alive with green, wolves running wild, the laughter of children echoing in halls rebuilt. But not every shadow had fled. Even as peace settled, the old gods whispered of new dangers, of men who would not bend, of sorcerers wandering the king's road, of southern gold buying northern swords, of wildlings uneasy at the fringes of the woods. And in the black beyond the frost fangs, blue eyes watched the world, remembering every slight. Bran dreamed of the wall, not as a barrier but as a scar, old magic bleeding away into the earth. In his vision, a great fire burned in the far north, and something vast and cold stirred in answer. "The last war is not yet fought," the three-eyed crow said. "The north must be ready, or the world will freeze in darkness." So they prepared. Winterfell's walls grew thick and strong. Every gate watched, every hearth fed. The Northmen drilled, the wildlings hunted, the children learned blade and bow. Arya trained a band of young wolves, boys and girls who would scout and fight in the new war. Rickon watched the skies with Gilly and Sam, learning the names of every star, every omen. Jon rode the boundaries, bringing hope and warning to every hall. And Bran watched. He watched with the sight and with his heart, tying every thread of hope and warning into the fabric of the North. He sent dreams to Sansa and Sam, to wildlings and outcasts, to every loyal soul who remembered the pack. The snow fell, the fire burned, and Winterfell endured. The North was ready, not for an end, but for a beginning. The world would change again, but the memory of the wolves, together in the storm, would not fade. And as night closed over the castle, and the wolves howled beneath the red leaves, Bran knew. The pack would not break. Not this time. Not ever again. The summer storms that lashed Winterfell's walls left the air smelling of earth and pine, the sky vast and new, over a battered world. The North was never a place for true peace, but there was a strange, deep strength in the silence that followed the rain. For a few precious days, the fields shone green and wildflowers tangled along the banks of the pools, where wolves and children played side by side. Bran Stark wheeled beneath the open sky, feeling the world's old bones settle into their ancient, patient places. In the weeks since the council, the pace of life at Winterfell had become a tapestry of old and new. Wildlings and Northmen built together, mending walls, raising new gates, replanting what had been burned or starved out by war. Every night, the great hall was a blur of faces. Jon's stern calm, Arya's restless energy, Rickon's exuberance, Mira's clear voice calling out the day's tasks. Lady Barbary Dustin rode out each dawn to meet with the outlying houses, while Lady Mage Mormont drilled the youngest in the yard. The kitchens never quieted, for the pack was always hungry. It was not only the old families that thrived. Crannogmen and mountain clans made camp outside the walls, their ways strange to southern eyes, but woven into the new life of Winterfell. Wildling children scampered through the snows with wolf pups, and when the first lamb was born beneath the heart tree, even the most dour Northmen took it as a sign. The gods were not finished with them yet. Bran felt every heartbeat in the castle. In the evenings he sat beneath the weirwood with Summer, letting the old gods' voices wash through him, warnings and comfort, memories of frost and fire. Sometimes he lost himself in the roots, flying with the ravens to Last Hearth or the rills, seeing through the eyes of deerwolves and owls, riding the wind to Bear Island, where the Mormont girls taught a new generation to fight like bears. Always he returned to himself, to Winterfell, to his family. Jon took on the burdens of leadership, with a quiet, unyielding resolve. Each night as the castle quieted, he and Bran would talk beneath the red leaves. They spoke of crops and repairs, of feasts and fortifications, but always, always, of the wall, and the darkness that waited beyond it. "We cannot forget what we have seen," Jon said one night, his breath a cloud in the dark. "The world thinks the threat is done, but the cold waits for us all." Bran listened to the wind in the branches, and saw again the blue eyes in the night, the cold promise of silence and death. "We're not alone, Jon. The old gods are watching. But we must be ready. Jon nodded. Then let's make ready. Arya grew into something the North had never seen. A girl whose laughter could slice through fear, whose hands were as quick as her mind, whose loyalty was a thing as wild as her wolf. She was everywhere, riding patrols at dawn, training the orphans and wildlings, teaching the daughters of lords and clan chiefs to wield a blade. She learned the names of every Northman and every Crannogman who came to Winterfell. In her company, no one was an outsider. By night, Arya haunted the kitchens and the godswood, sharing bread with Rickon, sharing secrets with Jon, sharing memories with Bran. She taught the children songs she'd learned on the road: bawdy, wild, beautiful, sad. The pack listened, always eager for more. It was Arya who brought news of a new threat. Slipping into the hall one night, her hair wet from the rain, face set. There are Sellswords in the woods by the King's Road. Not Lannister, not Bolton. They're waiting, watching. Southrons maybe, paid to test our strength. Jon listened, voice hard. We'll deal with them, but carefully. The South is still watching. Bran sent his mind along the routes that night, watching the shadows move beneath the ancient pines, seeing strangers camped with wary eyes and swords close to hand. He sent ravens to every hall, every loyal village, every outpost. The North must watch. The North must endure. Rickon flourished in the spring's fragile promise. He hunted the woods with Shaggy Dog and the wildling children, led games in the ruins, and taught even the gruffest clansmen to laugh. The old fears had not left him, but each night, as the wolves howled, Rickon stood in the courtyard, arms outstretched to the stars. Sometimes Bran joined him, and for a little while, all the scars seemed less deep. Lady Barbary watched the boys with an unspoken pride. In her heart she wondered how many kings and queens she had known, how many Starks had passed beneath these towers. She saw in Rickon a new hope, in Arya a wild promise, in Jon a grim and certain justice. And in Bran, she sensed something that belonged to the North itself. Summer's longest day came at last. The sky a pale, endless blue. The castle thrummed with celebration. Music, laughter, banners streaming from every wall. The North's lords and ladies feasted beside wildlings, mountain men, Crannogmen, and the children of the freed. A great bonfire was lit in the godswood, and the youngest danced beneath the red leaves as the old songs were sung anew. Jon and Arya stood together at the feast's end, looking out over the hall. Jon's face was grave. We may have peace for a year, maybe two, but the world will not let us rest forever. Arya grinned, eyes alight. Then let it come. Let them try. We are Starks, and we are not alone. Later, in the godswood, Bran closed his eyes and dreamed. He saw Sansa in King's Landing, walking through gardens of roses and thorns, her words careful, her eyes bright with the memory of the North. He saw Sam in the Citadel, poring over old books by candlelight, sending ravens north with every new scrap of hope or warning. He saw the wall, a jagged scar now, not a barrier, but still cold, still dangerous, still haunted. He saw the shadows moving beyond, the dead and the forgotten, waiting for a world too busy to remember. He dreamed, too, of the North as it might be. Wheat ripening in the fields, children racing through wildflowers, the sound of wolves and laughter and hope. He saw the godswood in summer, the old faces smiling, the pack together. He woke with the first stars, summer's warm weight beside him, the hall alive with the distant pulse of music and life. In the weeks that followed, the threat from the south became clearer. The Sellswords tested the roads, burned an outlying village, vanished into the night when Arya's scouts came near. Jon met with his captains and sent riders to every pass. Wildlings patrolled the woods. The people of the North took up arms not out of fear, but with the quiet confidence of those who had outlived winter and death. Bran watched it all. He sent dreams to Sansa and Sam, shared warnings with Jon and Arya, reminded Rickon and the children that fear was not the enemy. Forgetting was. One night, as the wind picked up and the moon shone on the godswood, Bran gathered his siblings beneath the heart tree. The wolves lay in a silent circle, eyes shining in the dark. We're not just guarding the North. Bran said softly. "We're remembering it. Every song, every loss, every hope. That's what they can never take." Jon rested a hand on Bran's shoulder. "The North is safe for now, but we'll need you. We'll need each other." Arya nodded. "Let them come. We have each other. We have the pack." Rickon grinned, wild and young and unbreakable. "Let the world try. The North remembers. Now." The old gods listened, the wind in the leaves a soft applause. When the first snows of the new winter fell, there was laughter in the halls. The world was still dangerous. The South still schemed. The cold and the dead might come again. But in Winterfell, the pack was whole, the roots deep, the fire strong. As Bran drifted into the green dream, he felt the North awake in every stone, every heartbeat, every wolf's howl beneath the midnight stars. And he knew, no matter what came, that the story of Winterfell would endure, not because of kings or conquerors, but because a family had learned to remember, to forgive, to endure, and to love. The wolves had come home. The North was theirs. And winter, at last, was nothing they could not survive, together.